Welcome everyone to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl European Edition. This weekend it is all about Europe and it is all about Warsong Gulch. Zico, yesterday we had some insane games. First of all, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. Another day, great games ahead of us. I'm here with you. We're wearing, we're synergized here on the e-desk, and it's great.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. But yeah, we have some insane games for you guys. Today, we will be completely working through the European bracket, and we can take a look at that bracket really, really quickly. We can see the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket. There's still some really big name teams in this tournament, Zico.
Absolutely. I mean, not to spoil anything here, but I feel like the Noggenfogger Dodgers versus Apes. I think that one is going to go in favor of the Apes, but it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. But I think the big game here would be Stuck on Dadmaw versus Apes Bread, because if Stuck on Dadmaw wins that one, then we're going to get that Firemaw versus Gehenna's, kind of upper bracket final, and I think that would be super, super cool to see. And also, Stuck on Dadmaw being a Horde team and Apes being an Alliance team, then we kind of get a little taste of that Horde versus Alliance kind of top tier action.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us for the first time today, just going to give you a quick little refresher on the format as well as some of the rules for this tournament. So for the format, these games are going to be a best of one. So lots of Warsong Gulch today, best of one, 35-minute cap on the match. And we do have some tiebreakers. So if it ends up going to a point where no team has scored in 35 minutes, it's going to come down to killing blows. If that's tied, we have more tiebreakers in place that will tell you if that does come up. But yeah, the games yesterday, I don't think there was a single match yesterday that was on broadcast that came down to killing blows. It really was just all about that flight cap.
Yeah, just really interesting. We saw, I think it was only just the one team that tried for a heavy killing blow strategy, kind of heavy defense. And it didn't work out too well for them in that lower bracket, but it was a really fun match to watch. And I think for the most part, it's going to come down to those flag caps. Definitely a lot about these druids, and we have a lot of great druids in this tournament still here, in the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. So it's going to be interesting to see what these druids can do. We saw some cool jumps out of a lot of those druids yesterday, and I'm excited to see what they can do today as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things about classic Warsong Gulch. It's just something that's been around for such a long time that a lot of these players have put years and years of practice and preparation into, their strategies, the different items and consumables that they can use, as well as just gear. And to stay kind of true to the classic theme, this tournament is on the live servers. So these teams, all the preparation that they put into their characters, if they grinded rank 14, rated BWL, all the consumables that they're able to farm. There is a few banned consumables, but for the most part, these players can use a lot of different items to give them an edge. And we saw a ton of that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too crazy things coming out in terms of bans. It's mostly, things like world buffs and certain flasks and stuff like that. Basically, things that would be kind of a burden on the players to keep them in. And as far as gear goes, you can use anything that's equipable in your character. We are using the live characters here, so a lot of these teams going to be having that rank 14 gear, going to be having some of those best in slot pieces from BWL and things like that. That's going to give them a slight advantage against someone who doesn't necessarily have those things. And we're about to get ready here for our first match, which is going to be Apes Bread versus Stuck on Dadmaw. And this was the match I was just talking about earlier, Horde versus the Lions, Gehenna's versus Firemaw. I think this is the best way possible we can start off the day, Van.
I think you're right, but I'm going to have to stop you right there. I think our first game is actually going to be a lower bracket game, which is XXL Fanny Pack versus the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, two teams we haven't seen. I think so. That's what it says on my little sheet here. Game two will be going up to the upper bracket, which is going to be Apes versus Noggenfogger Dodgers, as well as after that, Apes Bread versus Stuck on Dadmaw. So, I mean, there's a lot of really cool situations that could happen in that upper bracket. Like you said, if we see both Apes team win, we're going to see the main Apes team versus, the for fun Apes team. But honestly, Apes Bread, they were looking really solid yesterday.
They were kind of looking like the main Apes team yesterday. Definitely a strong team. It was fun to watch them and what they were able to do. But I think another kind of interesting thing here that's been happening in the tournament is, of course, the stakes. And we are playing for the qualifier right now. So next weekend, we're going to do the same thing that we've been doing this weekend, but for North America. And then the weekend after that, we're going to crown our champion in Europe. We're going to crown our champion in North America. And if you make top 2 in this event, you are going to get a bye in that first round. So as long as you make it to the grand final here, you're going to be in a great spot later for that championship round. And also, making top 6 is really what all these teams are playing for, because that will allow you to qualify for that final stage. So very high stakes here so far. And, going into that final stage, when you are, the winner or, one of the finalists, you're going to have that confidence. You're going to have those bragging rights as well that you did so well in the qualifier round. So I think there's a lot on the line here, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the first official Warsong Gulch tournaments for Classic WoW. And like you said, a lot of these players, they've been putting in a ton of effort into, perfecting their strategies, coming up with the perfect compositions and just having insane teamwork, which is something we saw a lot of yesterday. So bragging rights definitely up for grabs here this weekend. And we will know sort of the top seed for the European region after today. And, that top 2 seeds will have an advantage going into the championship bracket in just a few short weeks. But we are going to be getting into that first game, and I guess I was wrong. I'm a little thrown off by it.
Your spreadsheet was I think there was an issue with one of the teams, so we decided to run another game. All of our admins working behind the scenes, trying to get as many games as possible, as quickly as possible for us here. Definitely big shout out to them. And we are going to start off with the best possible scenario here, in my opinion. Apes Bred versus Stuck on Dadma, Firemaw versus Gehennas, Horde versus Alliance. Some of the best players here in Europe going to be going head to head right at the get-go here, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, this is even a surprise for me. I wasn't expecting this matchup for a little while, but we are going to be jumping in, like Zico said, to Apes Bred versus Stuck on Dadma. And this is actually, we were talking a little bit about this yesterday, how in the upper bracket, it's a ton of Alliance teams for the European region, except Stuck on Dadma. They're the only team still in the upper bracket that does play Horde. So they're going to be taking the Horde side of the map. And then, of course, we do have Apes Bred on the Alliance side of the map. We'll have to see who does come out ahead, as these are some of the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, we got so many big name players here, a lot of streamers, a lot of people who've been, in the community for a long time. The Apes, the guild leader, Mythos, we got Monkey News. We got, people like Tiger Form, who's been very impressive on that Druid. I played a lot of BGs with this guy and kind of just dual queuing. We ranked a bit together, and he is just one of the absolute best Druids here in this tournament. And I also got to say, Gracious has been one of the most impressive mages so far in this tournament as well. So I want to keep a close eye out for what this guy can do. Yesterday, he had a lot of impact in their games, and I'm excited to see what he can do there. And likewise, on the side of Stuck on Dadma, we got Excrement, which also was able to make big plays for his team to put them in this upper bracket position.
Yeah. And I also just want to give a big shout out to Valcor also. He's going to be playing on the side of Apes Bred. And he was such a solid rogue for their team. His defense is really incredible, to be honest with you. So we'll be looking to see if he can make some big plays, really try to deny Pep H picking up that flag. It is going to be Pep H marching towards the Alliance side of the base, as well as Tiger Form. And we do have both rogues defending as well. So there'll be a bit of a mind game here for the rogues to find those druids, as well as sort of a midfield skirmish. However, normally the skirmish in the midfield, it isn't too impactful on the overall game. It's all about those druids getting the flag and getting out of the base as soon as possible.
Yeah, and Pepage taking a kind of a nice route here, doing a couple of jumps to get up undetected here by Valcor. But Valcor is waiting in the wings on the top side of the roof. We do see Tiger Form here on the flip side also making his way through the balcony. Gracious has made the jump as well on the opposite side. And Verti is there. Tiger Form now immediately backfiring on his rocket boots. That is so unfortunate. He's trying to get to the flag very, very quickly. Verti is there waiting for him, or 3 action potion, Skull of Impending Doom, and he drops that beautiful rocket helmet there onto Verti. So Tiger Form should have no problems here escaping through that situation. Now let's have a look here at Pepage, still trying to make his way into the base here, and XN and Valkor defending very, very well so far. So if Stuck on Dadma doesn't make a move here soon, they could get fast capped here right off the get-go, man.
Definitely not an ideal situation. Pepage is going to have to make a move, but he knows there's 2 defenders, and it is super unlikely he's going to get out of the base, especially when he's playing against, you know, players of such a high caliber like XN and like Valkor. So someone from Stuck on Dadma is going to have to help him out. If he can make it out of the base alive, I feel like that would be kind of a miracle. In the meantime, Tiger Form, he's back with his team. He's crossing the midfield. This is not looking good here for the team of Stuck on Dadma.
Tiger Form spamming out that Abolish Poison, trying to get the distance that he needs. Ooh, Concussive Shot procs right away. He actually trinkets out of that one. So if Tiger Form gets stunned, flash bumped, anything like that later, he could be in big trouble. But he's trinketing here so he can get to his base as quickly as possible, realizing that this is a situation where he might be able to make a fast cap. He's going for the graveyard jump. Pepage picks up the flag and immediately gets slain by Valkor. Flag immediately returned here, and everyone on the side of Apes are dogpiling into that base. Tiger Form has made the jump, and he is in the connector, making his way in. And look at Valkor, crowd controlling everyone here with XN. Fears are coming out, blinds are coming out, and Tiger Form is just going to run in and potentially get the first flag right here. Unless Excrement has a blink.
They got it!
And Tiger Form caps the first flag here for Ape Spread.
Wow, that was such a solid push by the team of Ape Spread. Incredibly well done. Tiger Form doing a great job picking up that flag, getting into the midfield, crossing the map. Then, of course, Valkor and XN on defense, just really shutting down Pepage, making it almost impossible for him to pick up that flag. And I mean, it really felt like, to me, Stuck on Dadma, they had to help out Pepage. There was 2 defenders. There's no way he was going to be able to get it by himself. Unfortunately, the reinforcements were a bit cut off, but I feel like they had to try to get there a little bit sooner because, I mean, that Druid, there's really not too much he could do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, he could go for a risky play there, but it also comes down to the mage. I feel like we usually see Excrement go for that early flag pick. That's what we saw him do yesterday. And this time around, he was kind of fighting in mid. And to make things even worse, Stuck on Dadma were fighting on Ape side in the middle, and they were actually losing that fight despite XN being in the base with Valkor. So they were actually down 1 member with that Warlock not being in the fight and still winning it. So Ape Spread just a little bit superior in that team fight. Kind of a couple of mistakes on the side of Stuck on Dadma, but first flag, it's not that important. If Stuck on Dadma were to tie things up here and make it a 1-1, then they are suddenly in the lead, because whoever gets the most recent flag cap is the team that will win if the game times out, and that is to kind of deter teams from just getting 1 flag and then turtling. And Tiger Form picking up the flag now and heading down the tunnel then.
Ooh, Valkor once again, he gets the sap, he gets the blind. Pepage moving forward, but XN is there to meet him. Valkor as well. Good crowd control on Excrement. Valkor trying to get in position where they can actually burst down Pepage. Can they avoid him getting under the base once again? Pepage is incredibly vulnerable here. He's taking so much damage, and he might just fall, and he ultimately will. Excrement sneaks in as well. Can he get the flag out? But the defense here from Ape Spread is just so solid. 3 members still there. Excrement, if he can sneak his way out of this one, that would be incredible, but it's just looking so unlikely. Blinks, he's trying to get away and get down the map. It looks like he does get, you know, quite some distance, but the entire team of Ape Spread is there to meet him. He goes for the ice block pickup and manages to actually find it, spamming out the mana shield, doing everything he can, finally connecting to his team, but the damage looks to be a little bit too overwhelming, and they return the flag, and now it's going to be Tiger Form. 2CB is the only one that has a chance to pick up the flag. The thing is, he does grab it, and he's actually going topside. I think he's going to be able to do it. Good position there by 2CB.
2CB in the right place at the right time. Entire teams of Ape going into the tunnel. 2CB is going to go ahead and pick it up and go through the ramp, but look at those nameplates. There's a lot of Apes players ahead of him, and he's a priest. Not the most mobile class here. He's going to use that Skull of Impending Doom, trying to cross the map. He needs to reconnect with either of the mage or Pepage, but Pepage getting caught up. No! Oh, that was such a nice rocket out there by Valkor. 2CB trying to drop the flag and pass it to Pepage, but Valkor crowd controlling Pepage in that situation. I gotta say, 2CB as well. Should have probably dispelled it. But Excrement gets the flag there. Nice pick up there. Now Excrement should have no issues running through there. And I gotta say, 2CB definitely coming through clutch there in that situation for his team. But Excrement not gonna be a druid here. So if they can somehow catch him it should be still a pretty good situation here for Apes. Pepage needs to try to reconvene with that mage in their base and swap that flag across.
Yeah, and it does look like that's going to happen. Pepe running up the Horde side tunnel right now, going to reconnect with Excrement and likely pick up the flag for the team of Apes Bread. They're going to have to reconvene. A lot of them are low on mana, low on health. Their offense definitely not going to be the most solid right now, as they are losing a few members in the midfield. So they need to make sure they regroup. You can bet that they will, and we're going to be going down to that standard defense, 5-man defense, 5-man offense for both of these teams, and we'll just have to see who can, make those offensive pushes a little bit better, who's going to be able to utilize all the different consumables to actually make that push. You can see Valcor is actually sneaking in right now. If he can get inside, that would be massive. I don't know if he's going to risk it. I don't really see a flare down just yet, but Valcor definitely sneaking around, gathering intel for his team.
Yeah, Valcor is going to rightfully so just back off in that situation. There is a flare down, so Mato doing a good job here, keeping up the flares, keeping up the traps here, and Valcor is going to be forced to just sit there in the tunnel and wait for his team to reconnect with him. You can see there's not really any push happening here for the team from Firemaw. You can see the team of Apes as well, having kind of their defense here being set up. You can see Gracious and Slicey already in position here to defend everything, and they also got Rents with them there on that priest. So they're doing a good job here cleaning out the tunnel. They're actually going to kill Indy here so that they can slow down the offense from Stuck on Dadma even more. And now Rents, Slicey, and Gracious, after they get that kill, are going to return into defensive formation. And they always love to have Rents on defense and Parla on offense, man.
Look at Valcor. He actually did it. He snuck in. This is massive.
Ooh,
he got blizzarded out. I can't believe he got blizzarded out. He's just hiding out of line of sight. That is so unfortunate. He gets the re-stealth. This is actually a really important moment. Stop out onto Mato. If they get Valcor out, it's definitely going to hurt them. But Valcor's just going for the charge. Improved kick. Gouge. He's a one-man army. His team about to back him up. He does get on target, but how much damage is he going to be able to get? That is so unfortunate. The freezing brand. And Baroxen gets Valcor in crowd control. Super unfortunate, but Pepe's taking full utilization of that item.
He's buying a lot of time, though, for his team. Look at that. Valcor's been CCing everyone. They're going to go ahead and try to kill 2CB here. Monkey News doing a lot of damage, but everyone here tanking a big chain lightning there. They need to be extremely careful, and this is what we're talking about. Having that Shaman on defense is massive. Valcor takes a big hit there from the Hunter, and it looks like the offense of Apes is going to be thwarted here, but they are reconnecting now onto Pepage. Mythos is on target. He does have his Recklessness available. Pepage is going to jump down, use his Skeleton Pending Doom, use his free action potion. I think Pepage actually doesn't know that Valcor is dead right now, so he's going to use that Skeleton Pending Doom to try to avoid a potential crowd control here. Monkey News is looking for him, but I don't think he should be able to connect with his target. So instead, Ape's going to go for the kills. They know that they got the situation in the bag if it comes down to kills as well. Another offense here being launched towards Tiger Form, but so far Tiger Form is doing a great job here, just doing that standard route where you jump from the roof down to kind of the top side of the tunnel, the roof of the tunnel, if you will, and then most likely when the team catches him, he's going to jump down in the tunnel, go back up onto the roof if the need is there. But so far it looks like it's not going to be needed. Tiger Form actually with some fancy plays there charges the charge into an entangling roots on that warrior, kind of fancy plays, and now he's going to get intercepted, but he does have his nature's grasp, I do believe, so should have no problems getting away from this warrior. But
Pepage in the meantime, he's going to be in a little trouble. Valcor, actually 4 members of Apes Bread surrounding him right now. He's stuck on this rooftop, but no one can get to him just yet. Valcor actually gets there. There's the cheap shot. If they have the burst damage, Pepage will ultimately fall here. The flash grenade does land, but the damage is so underwhelming. Where's all the damage? Unfortunately, Valcor isn't able to get it off. The flash bomb's still happening, but there's a lot of members right now of the team of Stuck on Dadma that might be able to take him down. It looks like Pepage will ultimately fall. Good burst damage. Now we'll have to see if they can actually get the cap, and they do. Tiger Form in position. Nicely done. That was kind of bizarre, though. I feel like Pepage, he was so separated from his team. I'm not sure what was going on there. I feel like he stayed there for way too long.
I just got to give Valcor another massive shout out here. flash bomb, and then Pepej gets feared to the corner where he is actually in line of sight of XN. You can see XN right now in the middle of the map downstairs, trying to slow down that mage, and he blinds him in line of sight of XN, so XN can get a big shadow ball, conflagrate, all that juicy stuff, the death coil as well, because Pepej, of course, being in bear form and Valkor being one of the worst geared rogues in this tournament, not going to be able to really dent him, especially playing that dagger specialization. But Pepej getting sapped here in the middle. Valkor looking for the 2v1 here against the Ellie Shaman and the Druid. Let's see if he can do it. It's very important that they can slow down Pepej and actually maybe even take him down. They could go for potential other speed cap here. You can see Bertie, that rogue, stuck on the roof, and Pepej just getting snared, slowed, kidney shot, and if they can force Bertie to drop that flag or even kill him right now with Mythos on him, then that could be big. Valkor actually just suicide bombing right there, dropping a sapper charge just to do a little bit of extra damage before he dies. He actually killed himself with that sapper charge, but I do think the flag was passed on here to YWN, man.
Yeah, Tiger Form picks up the flag. Valkor trying to get into position once again. Let's see what YWN can do. Can he actually cross the map? He's stuck in the middle right now, just rooted up, getting hit by huge amounts of damage. See Matos all over him. Valkor now in position as well. Parla, just everyone dogpiling on this flag. If they can take him down, it is very likely they will get another very fast cap, and that'll be the third cap of the game. However, it looks like YWN will stabilize with this team. Pepej in position. They really want to drop the flag, but they're not going to risk it. YWN feeling more than durable enough with his shield. That warrior and with his healers should be able to cross the map. And that's once again going to be the team of stuck on Dadmaw with a very defensive position. In the meantime, Tiger Form also has crossed the map, so he's already in his base, completely chilling with his team. And there's no real threat to him at this point.
Yeah, and now we are going to see that flag swapped across. Little warrior and warrior action here between Mythos and YWN. I think Mythos just used his gnomish cloaking device right there to buy himself a couple of seconds, but Chain Lightning is going to send him to the graveyard. And this should actually this could be enough to allow Stuck on Dadmaw to have the first hit in terms of offense here, but there is a lot of Gehenna's players there waiting with Tiger Form right now in the wings. So potentially they're going to try to look for a fight here in the middle, try to clean out a couple of these low HP players, maybe drain some of those resources from their healers, and then look to make a push. If you are in Team Ape Spread, you have all the time in the world here to set up a perfect offense and, make sure that there's no offense happening from Stuck on Dadmaw.
Yep. And right now, Stuck on Dadmaw, it's nice and snug in their base. But in the meantime, Apes, they have more than enough time to just clean up this offense, send them back to the graveyard, and then look to make their offensive push as well. And it looks like they're actually going to commit 6 players to their offense, which is in the midfield right now. Both flag carriers, not any real danger, and this fight in the middle is going to end up mattering quite a bit. Verdi getting a little bit low. If they could take him down, that would be great. Can pay attention to Monkey News. He is, one of the heavy hitters for the Apes squad moving forward, cleaning up this team. And once they get them down, you can bet they're going to be making a charge straight up that bridge, and it's going to be up to Pepej and the rest of his defenders to stay alive during this Apes onslaught.
Ooh, big damage coming out of these. It's just so fun to watch Monkey News and Mythos both with rank 14 gear, just slapping everyone.
Making montages.
Yeah, literally. Like the old school BG videos with the screen shaking and the heavy rock music. I just see Spilla Fever, that Ellie Shaman just getting charged and immediately erased by both of those warriors. Definitely wouldn't want to be in his shoes. But right now, we see Ape Spread making another push here in the tunnel. XN is there, Monkey News is there, Mythos is there. The only person I don't see is Valkor. He's right there, in the backside. And if Ape Spread can make a good push here, they could just close out the match. But on the flip side, you can see the Firemaw gamers here looking to make a push of their own.
Yeah, one thing I really like about Ape Spread, and I think I noticed this with the Apes team as well, just the regular Apes team, is they're completely willing to send a 6-man offense. They're very confident in their 4-person defense. And that extra member, having Valkor just sitting in stealth on the bottom floor, actually sneaking in if he can, it ends up, being the difference between being able to take Pepej down and not. So I like the fact that they're willing to risk it. They're willing to send some extra offense, take a hit on their defense, as they're just so confident Tiger Form is going to be able to survive.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the comp that apes are running as well. Because they are running double warrior, they really want to have that paladin in the offense. Because normally you can see a 5-man defense, 5-man offense, but when you have 2 warriors, you want to have that paladin in the offense. You're gonna have 2 dispels as well. Someone can dispel Parla if he gets crowd control. Right there, Parla getting sheep, getting dispel right there. So
Pepe's
big
jumped.
value. Pepage already jumping
Valcor.
down here, going for the kiting, but Valcor is right behind him. And that's coming out here, big damage. He gets blinded, but pre-abolished the blind. Nice place here by Pepage, but he gets gouged, and that's going to allow Monkey News to connect on his target. Exposed armor coming out here from Valcor, realizing that his gear is just kind of irrelevant, so he may as well reduce his armor. But Pepage, very quick on that druid, going to jump into the tunnel. Valcor still chasing him. And if Mythos or Parla can turn around and kind of cut off Pepage here, he could just die here, man.
Yeah, Pepage, he's in so much danger. He's on the run. Valcor's all over him. The travel form paying off, but Valcor with his speed boots is just chasing him down. This is truly a game of cat and mouse, but this cat is now the mouse. Blind now onto Pepage. He is all by himself. Valcor just waiting for his team to reconnect. It looks like Matos and Valcor should easily be able to dispatch of Pepage. Cheap shot into likely a kidney shot, and he will go down. Now we just have to see his Tiger form in position to actually cap the flag. He's going. He's going to be right on top. If they can return the flag, if Pepage falls, it's going to be a 3-0. It's looking really likely at this point. Pepage does fall. Tiger form is there, and a very dominating performance by Apes Bread.
Excellent game here. And I mean, this was pure domination from start to finish. You can really tell that Gehenna has to be the superior server, Alliance looking like the superior faction, and Valcor looking like one of the best rogues we've ever seen.
Wait, don't you play on Alliance, Gehennas?
Yeah, what?
I feel like there might be some bias. No, they're looking solid, though. And I was actually, this is another thing I wanted to correct myself on. Apparently, and I should have known this, but I forgot, Noggenfogger Dodgers is also a Horde team. So we got 2 Horde squads up in the upper bracket. Well, now just one, unfortunately, for Stuck on Dad Mom. They will be going down to the lower bracket, and Apes Bread, they will be advancing to the upper finals, which is, I mean, it's a great spot for them to be in, for sure. They've secured themselves for the championship bracket, and they're looking super solid in this tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, this was just pure domination. Game starting off with a quick cap, and then Apes Bread, they just kind of never really let go. I really like what they're doing with their setup. I like how they're utilizing everything. I like the team fight capabilities that they have. And of course, once again, we just got to give XN as well as Valcor 2 big shout outs for kind of how they handled that defense. They had a beautiful chokehold on Pepage in the start, allowed him to get that quick cap. The synergy between Gracious and Tiger form as well, allowing him to, get across the map very quickly, and just everyone looking like they are in sync and looking like a well-oiled machine, man.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And I mean, we've been talking a lot about Valcor, but I feel like he was probably one of the MVPs of that match, and for me, he's been one of the MVPs of this entire tournament. So I'm definitely going to be looking to see if he can make some plays in that upper finals, depending on who his opponent is going to be. I believe the next match is going to be Apes versus Noggenfogger Dodgers. Maybe you have more intel on that than I do. Apparently, my sheet's not right. So
it's going to be Apes versus Noggenfogger Dodgers coming up. And then we have XXL Fanny Pack versus the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. And then we're going to see who Weedy Gaming will be facing, depending on who loses those matches. So for now, let's focus on the next game, which is another Apes game, Apes versus Noggenfogger Dodgers. The last Horde team in that upper bracket, Noggenfogger Dodgers, having a great showing yesterday against Anti-Gnome. And, Noggenfogger Dodgers has been one of those teams kind of stepping up here. I would argue, they're one of the best teams, if not the best team on Noggenfogger. So they're looking to make a name for themselves here in the tournament.
Yeah, make a name for themselves in the tournament. Also just represent their server and represent their faction. Also just, represent themselves here. But they are up against a difficult opponent. I think most people would say that, the main Ape squad is probably the favorite to win it all. So if they could put a win up here, that would be absolutely incredible. But, I mean, Apes, they have been so dominant. Their For Fun team is looking like one of the best teams in this entire tournament. And, I think the one thing about their For Fun team is it probably isn't that fun to go against them just because of how strong they've been so far.
Yeah, definitely not that fun when you're playing against them, but it's fun for us to watch and cast what they're doing. Is a lot of high level individual plays there, but that was an upper bracket game as well. Very important to note that this is not going to be the last that we see here from the Firemaw squad. They're going to be in that lower bracket, and we're going to see them fighting for their lives a little bit later on. So a lot of exciting matches still here, and we're kind of narrowing it down to that top six soon. And that's exactly where these teams want to be. Want to be making that top six. That's going to allow you to qualify for the finals, which is going to be happening in 2 weeks. So definitely a lot on the line for these teams.
Yeah, no question about it. All want to make top six. They all want to make it to that championship round, or that's where the prize money is going to be. That's where all the prestige is going to be. And the thing is, like, with the rules of this particular tournament, the format is a little bit different, right? There's a 35-minute cap on the matches. If it's 0-0, then killing blows matter. So lots of different things for these teams to consider. And even if a team does lose, this weekend, and they do make that top six, they're going to have some time to go back to the drawing board, figure out, different strategies that they can implement and figure out what went wrong. They'll come back stronger in just a few short weeks. And, that is what I think most of these teams are going to be really refined with this format. And we're going to be able to really see what they're able to do.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And that's the beauty of it. You're going to have that 1 week off when NA is playing. You can kind of spy on their strategies. You can spy on what the teams there are doing and, obviously learn from the better region and hopefully come back strong for that finals.
Would you say NA is the better region?
I noticed that you started laughing because you thought that's where I was going with it. So I was like, all right, well, I'll just go with it there then.
I mean,
for me, I played on both regions anyway. So, like, it used to be the better region, but are they the better region now? I'm not sure. We'll see.
Just whatever region you play on is the better region according to you.
Well, that's just I feel like it's a known fact. Kind of like grass being green. Speaking of green things, there's a lot of money here as well on the line for these players in that final stage. So they're definitely going to be on their toes here. Also, another team that we haven't talked about here, Van, definitely not trying to just change the subject here completely, is Champingo. The closest match of yesterday, I would say one of the crowd favorites already. A lot of names on that team, a lot of streamers, a lot of known people in the classic community, Steezy, Nuxie, Zizgod, all of these guys. And they're the only team in the entire tournament that doesn't have a druid flag carrier. They're rocking with that mage flag carrier, Mr. Genova, and he was very impressive yesterday as well.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Their defense was really, really interesting. So a lot of the teams have, focused on using a restoration druid, some frost mages to mostly just snare and allow the druid to get away if he really needs to, get out of that sticky situation. But their defense was a little bit different. Their defense is all in, most damage you could possibly do, try to just nuke someone down and put the numbers in your favor right away. So looking forward to seeing them play a little bit later on today. But for now, we are going to be taking a look at Apes, which I would say is the favorite to win this tournament, going up against Noggin Fogger Dodgers. And I have to say, for Noggin Fogger Dodgers, they are now the last Horde team in the upper bracket. So I was a Horde player myself, definitely, cheering for them just a little bit here in the Warsaw Gulch.
Yeah, and we'll both cheer for the underdog. I think they are the underdogs for sure. I mean, not because they're playing Horde, but just because they are against one of the favorites here to kind of win the whole thing. So we're going to see what they can do here. Everyone getting kind of ready, buffing up, all the mages selling their teammates very expensive water right now. They have full monopoly right now on that water situation. So they're definitely taking that and abusing it, hopefully.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, if you are a mage, make sure even in, a competitive Warsaw, you are selling your teammates water. Got to make some gold somehow,
Absolutely. And I mean, when you're queuing for random BGs as well, the thing that always happens is people from other servers trade you, and at that point you can't actually get gold for it. So the only, I would say the only moral thing to do is to actually not give them water, because by giving them water, you're actually depriving a mage on their server of making his bread, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely how to trigger chat 101.
Well, it's a good thing we have two mages here, so no one is objecting against what we're saying. It's nice when you just talk and no one talks back.
Yeah, exactly. It is. I mean, I have to say, just one more point. It's difficult for mages to make golden classic, so you know they gotta be able to put bread on the table somehow. And here we are. The gates have opened up. It is going to be Apes versus the Noggin Fogger Dodgers. Apes representing the Alliance side, and the Dodgers on the Horde side. FWD Horde as well as Storm going to be looking to cross the map and try to pick up that flag as soon as they can.
All right, and we're going to see Shema on that mage. Is he trying to steal the berserking? No, he's going to be kind of stopped in his tracks there. A couple of Apes players realizing what he's up to, so he's going to go ahead and back off here in that situation. And let's see. Shema actually having a little bit of a 1v1 here against Tilted. Tilted getting faked on his counterspell, using his... we're going to watch this Mage v Mage right now, man. We love Mage v Mage. Let's see. I think Shema right now has a pretty solid situation ahead of him, but Tilted with some big plays with that Rocket Boots and Snowfall is going to go ahead and escape Shema. He used his free action potion there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but he does get away. I mean, that's going to be a small victory for him indeed, being able to help out Storm, pick up the flag, and it seems pretty standard at this point. Like the mages, they definitely want to go in with their druid, help them grab the flag, as mages will have full control of the rogues that are sitting back and waiting for those druids. So solid play coming in. Looks like Tilted will be able to pick up the flag, and we'll see. Cupid actually coming back as well. So there's two defenders here, but Tilted and Storm, they're just running down the tunnel, and I don't think there's going to be too many objectors. Derp is there, but I think with the mage control with Tilted, he should be easily controlled and dealt with here.
Yeah, and Storm actually getting caught up here in a death coil in that tunnel. He's going to go ahead and bash the Warlock right there, and he's going to rocket helm the next player, and he walks into a trap, but he skulls it. Storm right now making big plays here for his team, but he's dropped to about 50% HP. I tank, you heal. He's about to connect on him. He shifts the flash grenade, then he uses his shadow reflector right there, or I'm not sure if that was a fear ward. It's the same animation. And he uses rocket boots and his free action potion as well. And he's got Midge on that paladin backing him up. Big shout out to my boy Midge, of course. But there's two more players here in the tunnel. If Storm can make it there, he could potentially slow down the enemy flag carrier. Storm in position for a fast cap right now. He's past the entire team. And on the flip side, FWD Horde has to make it through the gauntlet of 8 players. And now he gets caught up in the Mortal Coil. There is the Sapper charges coming out. Big damage here by everybody. Polytees just spamming out those dispels. Rank 1 crossbows coming through. Shots by Zolpe into the execute. Doesn't get returned. No, Zeki there with a beautiful repick, and he's dropping the nades. He's fearing, using his Will of Forsaken, trying to make it through the tunnel, using his rocket helm right there. Big mistake by Zeki right there, and now he's going to block, repick the flag, but I do think he's going to go down. No, he blinks towards the graveyard, reblocks, and picks up the flag again. Another Ice Barrier coming through, AGM coming through, but he is going to go down. Flag is going to get returned, and Apes are going to take the first cap convincingly in review.
ZQI, I mean, definitely putting it all on the line there with the pickup, using both his ice blocks to get out of crowd control and avoid damage to pick up that flag. Basically the best situation you could hope for, but ultimately, I mean, the Apes just all over the place. They do overwhelm. Storm gets the quick cap, and that is a very, very quick 1-0 lead for the team of Apes, representing the Alliance side. Now, FN Noggin Fogger is going to be sitting back, waiting for someone to pick up the flag, and it is going to be Tilted once again. He's going to grab the flag. We saw him do this earlier on in the match. Now caught into a sap. Apes really wants to grab the flag and bring it to Storm as fast as they possibly can. If they can once again deny FWD Horde from escaping from the base, then they're going to be solid to get that second cap very quickly. So time is of the essence here for FWD Horde to actually grab that flag. It does seem like the offense from Apes is really strong. I mean, FN is trying his best, but there's no way he's going to be able to keep both of these Apes players controlled.
Yeah, and Perplexity here is in position in the base, once again, to try to CC the enemy flag carrier, that druid. And we're going to see Tilted still trying to make his way out here on that mage. You can see here how well he's going to be able to do in that tunnel right now. Should be able to pass it to Storm very early on here. I think Storm, they're getting scattershot into a freezing trap, but I do believe Chloe should be able to grab him, spot him out of that one. Tilted out, taking a lot of damage here in that death coil. Storm moving in position here for a blink flag drop. You can see it going to happen soon. And there it is. Blink, flag drop, Storm picks it up, gets a Fear Ward there by Chloe O'Brien, and now he's trying to move away from Sartex. Beautiful poly there onto Sartex as well, so that the mage can protect Storm's buffs. Once again, Storm in a perfect position
Ooh.
for that flag cap. And look at I Tank You Heal and FWD Horde. They're not in a great position. FWD Horde blinded on the flag spot. Perplexity here, making some big moves for his team. Let's see what else he can do. Potential gouge here maybe, or a rocket arm. No, he's just going to go ahead and open. Chiefship comes out. Trinket coming out. And Polytesia dispelling the free action potion right away. Rex is going to have a full kidney shot for this druid. He's trying to bait it by swapping out of form, but there it is. Tidal Charm into the Eviscerate. Should be another easy cap here for Storm.
That was insane. I mean, we really have to shout out what Dr. Perplex was able to do there. He actually got a nice little 2v1. So not only did he take down ZQI, who picked up the flag, but he also had full control over FWD Horde and allowed his teammates to get there, and that's going to result in a second very quick cap. And these rogues playing defense, Perplex as well as Valcor for the team of Apes Red, I mean, they've been so solid. What a nightmare trying to get the flag out of that base for these druids. We really need to see them get some solid help. Otherwise, it's going to be a real struggle for them to actually get that flag across the map.
And once again, Apes going for another flag cap here. Chloe O'Brien in position, tilted. Once again in position, Storm moving up the ramp here, getting ready to pick it up. Let's see what Tilted can do. He's going to try to pick it up and then blink to the ramp and drop it over onto Storm, but he gets caught up in a scatter shot. Nice fear here onto Cupid. So that having that priest in the offense when you pick up the flag is very, very key. Storm just sitting in stealth, waiting for Tilted to come and drop the flag, and that's so you won't have to deal with warlocks and rogues, kind of classes that are very good at slowing down a druid and kind of cutting him off with things like Death Coil and of course the stuns coming out of stealth. Storm going to be making that big jump here, and he has no problems doing that jump. We've seen a lot of jumps coming out of these druids, and Storm is going to be kind of fine right now, but he does get caught up in a charge. Pre-bear forms it. GNZ on that Ellie Shaman is a big problem right now. Tilted needs to crowd control him. There's about 5 Noggin Poker players right now dogpiling on Storm. I actually want to see a flag swap here to Goike. If he can get in position, maybe try to pick it up. It could be big, but he's just trying to sheep everyone, trying to peel for Storm. Big heals coming out of Midge here. Definitely doing big things here despite that name. And you can see Storm now going to be jumping back and forth here, going to the Zerker, going to...
These jumps, I mean, these druids are just experts. How many times do you think they've pulled off these maneuvers? Because they make those jumps look incredibly easy. Storm maneuvering his way back to his side of the map. And still, I mean, for the team of the Dodgers, they still have not picked up the flag. Just now have they been able to do so. FWD Horde, I don't know if he's going to be able to escape out of the base with his life. He's trying to basically do everything he can. Storm still making it look those jumps easy, but actually gets caught by FN. And I don't know if he's going to be able to escape. FWD Horde now running through the tunnel, trying to reconvene with his team, but he's caught into a blind. Big damage on him. He gets the NS heal. He might be able to actually survive. He's back with his team. And I think for the first time, they are going to be able to get back to their base. I mean, potentially, the flash bomb comes in. The damage from Apes is just completely overwhelming. But FWD Horde, he does manage to hold on. If we look right now, what's going on with Storm? Storm's still trying to make the jump to get into his base, but it looks like he should be okay. He's backed up by his team, looking to easily get back in there. And for FWD Horde, I mean, it is still not an easy road. He's with his team, but the damage from Apes is just completely unrelenting.
Yeah, I do think he should be able to make it though, but Tilted is right on top and he gets counterspelled. No ice block available there for Tilted. Actually has a soul stone, reses, clicks it, returns it, and that should be a cap for Storm here. It should be a quick 3-0, 10-minute game here, basically making the Noggin Fogger Dodgers look like a honor farm team here, basically making it look like they're still ranking. Beautiful stuff.
I think it's pretty clear at this point that when you talk about classic Warsong Gulch in Europe, the Ape squad is pretty insane. I mean, they seem to have that on lock right now. It is going to be Apes versus Apes Bred for the upper finals, and I cannot wait to see that matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting. And if Apes Bred wins that one, that would be kind of hilarious, actually. So we're going to see what they can do there, but we're just moving through today here, guys. And our next matchup is going to be Fanny Pack versus Pressburg Pumper Blasters. And yes, I will be throwing that to you, man, while I look at who is in that team.
Yeah, go ahead, you look that up. Yeah, we can actually take a quick look at the bracket really quick, and we can see where we are at in the losers bracket. In the upper bracket, of course, just as a quick refresher, we do have 2 teams left. It is Apes Bread as well as Apes. And then in the lower bracket, we've got a bunch of elimination games ready for you. And like Zico said, the next match is going to be Fanny Pack going up against the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Matchup I'm looking forward to, and whatever team wins that is going to be going up against Webby Gaming. And we did think that Webby Gaming had a really solid performance yesterday, so definitely not an easy matchup for either one of these teams, but they got to get through each other first to get to that point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Pressburg, Pumper Blasters, XXL Fanny Pack. I'm not sure who I would give it to here. We did see a game coming out of XXL Fanny Pack. And of course, I do have, a couple of friends on that roster. So I'm going to be a little bit more biased towards the Fanny Pack. But we'll see what they can do here today. And of course, we are going to have Weedy Gaming kind of waiting around in the wings, like you mentioned, and that is one of the favorites here in this tournament as well. I'm very excited to see if they can go on a kind of a lower bracket tear a little bit later on in the day. Still a lot of exciting teams to watch. Obviously Wavy Gaming, and I would say Champingo as well would be extremely exciting. So winner of this next series will be facing Weedy Gaming later, and then the winner of that series will be facing Champingo in that lower bracket, and those matches will all be elimination matches. So high stakes and exciting stuff.
Yeah, definitely. It's so good to see how well coordinated these teams are. You just playing Warsaw and Gulch and then watching these players play at such a high level, the strategies they're able to implement, it's been a real joy to watch. So big shout out to all the players that are representing, the classic community and, Warsaw and Gulch Classic. Definitely awesome to see. But this next match, I think we're going to be in here in just a quick minute. Not super familiar with either one of these teams, but looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing and if they have any sort of unique compositions. The only team, we kind of mentioned it early on, the only team in the entire tournament we've seen so far on the broadcast that does not have a druid on their squad, which you would think is, a massive disadvantage, is Champingo. And they run a triple mage setup with a mage flag carrier. Their defense is really, really, interesting. It's very explosive. They just try to go for kills instead of running away. And I'm curious to see how far they can make it in this tournament without even actually utilizing a druid.
Yeah, they're basically just playing a for-fun comp and very, very offensive. Lots of mages on their team, and they're just trying to rely on individual skill and some of that team play that they have, some of that synergy that they have kind of established through their ranking times. And it's going to be exciting to see how far they can actually go. I would argue, I think that they should be able to make a top 6 finish, which would be amazing, because then we get to see them in the final weekend as well. So having, at least one team without a druid, I think would be awesome. And of course, seeing how underrepresented Horde is right now, Ben, having another Horde team there as well would be cool.
We're a little bit ahead of we're in the future right now stream, so I'm just seeing the chat right now and everyone giving Storm heck for missing one of the easier jumps in Warsaw Gulch is kind of funny to me, because as Druid, Storm has been super duper solid so far.
Yeah, Storm is one of the absolutely best druids in the game, one of the best flag carriers, and it's going to be interesting to see how he can do later against the other Apes team, because they have Tiger form, of course, which is, in my opinion, also definitely up there in terms of flag carry. So it's going to be a big kind of showdown there, and I would expect that match to last the full 35 minutes. So, but we are getting into our next game here, XXL Fanny Pack, loading in here on that Horde side, and they are going to be going up against another Horde team. So Horde versus Horde here. In the lower bracket. Name a more iconic duo, man.
Come on. More Horde teams.
Just reroll the Lions, bro. It's sold out everyone in Horde.
That's okay. It's looking good. We can, as we preview this, why do you think it's just just more of the veteran players have gone to the Alliance side? Is that kind of what's going on? I feel like one thing that we don't really talk about too much is how strong Escape Artist is with free action potions. Because the thing about a free action potion is you can use it, but if you use it while you're already snared, you're going to stay snared. You're going to still have to eat that. But As a gnome, you can use the free action potion, then use escape artist, and then you basically, have freedom out of those snares. So you get a little bit more flexibility with that. But I think our consensus yesterday when we were talking is that, we felt Horde has a little bit of an edge, if you are using full consumables, but the Alliance is definitely just owning these games.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a very long debate, but I think you kind of hit it on the you kind of hit the nail on the head yesterday when you said if you're a Horde player, Alliance are favored. If you are an Alliance player, then
exactly,
Horde are favored, and if you die, it is your healer's fault. Always remember that.
Yeah, those are
unless
the
your healer
rules.
is June Ow, because that's my friend. Big shout out.
Those are the rules of World of Warcraft PvP. You just blame the healer. But seriously, shout out to all the healers. I always find myself looking for them. So if you ever find a good healer, treat them right for sure. Add them to your friends list. Treat them right. Make sure they want to play with you again. But we are going to be starting off this game. The gates are open. Let's see what these druids can do. Let's see what these defending rogues can do. Actually, there's no rogues in this game. That's interesting. Not a single rogue.
Huh. That is very interesting. So
go figure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What do they actually have instead of the rogue? I'm trying to see here. What is weird about their comp? Is it?
We've got 2 mages and 2 warlocks for the
Alliance
side.
2 warlocks is definitely one of the weird ones. But on the opposite end,
We actually have a big skirmish in the midfield right now. It does look like Talaku will be the first druid to pick up the flag. Azonga as well is sneaking in, but he's going to be met with the defender Meltzu. So we'll see what Meltzu can do. Defending the flag at this point, double hunter coming in for the Horde side also. So some interesting compositions. We've seen how powerful rogues are able to, be in these Warsong Ghost matchups, especially as defenders, and even with the offense, when it does get into that, defender/offensive push phase of the game. The flag will be picked up by Talaku, and it doesn't look like there's anyone there to contest him. He's just going to walk out of the base. Quite happy to do so as well.
This is probably a good time to have a rogue on your team instead of those 2 hunters. But, he's actually on the team with 2 hunters, so instead of those 2 warlocks. But if those warlocks can connect, double death call could be scary. Let's see what they can do. Noxy flex right now in a fear, but he is looking for his target. But Talaku just having a field day right now, basically doing whatever he wants. Noir is going to be the one to pick up the flag here on the opposite end of the map. He's going to go through the tunnel, melts you. Is trying to melt him in that tunnel, but Noir doing a good job so far, just running very, very quickly there through that tunnel with that speed boost. He's going to go ahead and blink through that improved concussive shot. Not going to be able to do too much. He's going to block the snare. Very slow on the repick there, but he does get the flag, and now hopefully he's going to be able to reconvene here with Azonga and give him that flag drop. But he takes a big chain lightning to the face. There's the blink. Where's the drop? No drop just yet. He's kind of holding on to it. There's a drop, and Azonga does pick it up. A little bit slow for my taste in general with those block repicks and with that blink drop. But, we're kind of nitpicking here. They are going to get the flag across. Azonga only has 1 more player ahead of him. Big Pompiro coming through here before Jatis here goes down. And you got to respect that play. You never know if it's going to crit or not. Am I right, Len?
Definitely. He might actually get the kill. Look at that.
What?
I think Azonga's actually going to fall. Literally, the MVP plays, we were joking around with the Palm Pyro, the Sapper Charge, the Blast Wave. They actually result in getting the flag down. Noir, however, picks up the flag. Can they get him down? He does have big heals, and it looks like Noir should be able to escape through the tunnel. Enough of his team is with him to help out. And Talaku is getting ready to cap the flag. That would have been so good for the Horde side of the map. But the Alliance with Noir, they pick it up, and they will be nice and snug in their base for now.
Yates here coming out with the big play right there. We were kind of messing around a little bit, but it actually worked out.
Well, I believed.
You believed that the Pompiro solo on 10% was going to get the druid, kill the druid. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I believe you with that statement, but okay, if you call it, then good job, and definitely good job by Jatis. You shamelessly taking the credit for that, huh?
No, I didn't think it was going to work, but I was surprised to see it. Happy to see it happen. We do have right now on the Alliance side of the map 8 defenders, I think 9 defenders. So all of them actually 10 defenders here for this team. They're just going to be making sure Azonga is nice and safe, nice and healthy, and Azonga actually positioning away from his team. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure what their game plan here is. They're just sitting at their graveyard. If we look at killing blows, they are ahead. Are we going to go back to the killing blow strategy? Are they going to try to go with that once again?
I'm not sure. It looks like we are seeing an assault here being launched by the Earthshaker squad, but I am not entirely sure here if that is going to work. The Pumper Blasters looking to make their way through the tunnel, but one of them gets immediately erased, that warrior, and we're gonna see Zonga and his squad of defenders move up to the roof, and we are gonna see an offense as well being launched. I think it's a very intelligent pick because stalling out and trying to not die for 30 minutes and also not letting your flag carrier die with no offensive pressure, I think it's definitely an ambitious line of strategy to go for. Instead, we're going to see kind of a standard defense here. We got the hunter and the druid and the priest and of course the mage, and then you also got Rygor down there to back them up. So Rygor is actually the hunter. Akiva is a warrior. So having the warrior on defense is kind of the odd thing about what's going on here on the side of Fanny Pack. Usually you would have that warrior go on offense and you would have Fulio on that Alley Shaman actually be on defense, but they are going to have Fulio on that Alley Shaman in offense. He's extremely potent, but not very mobile.
Yep, and here we go. Horde are going to be launching an assault. The Zonga is going to have to make sure he's paying very careful attention. There's six offensive players here, and we do have Tanari on the bottom side of the map as well. So if he jumps down, he will be met with a hunter, but it looks like this offense is going to be taking quite a hit. One already falls, Jathis, Juno as well. So we are getting cross kills here on this offensive push, but it does seem like the Horde side will ultimately fall. Azonga jumps down, and he is caught now into a death coil. They have the damage to potentially take him down. It looks like Azonga will ultimately fall here. Are they in position to actually get the cap? And it looks like they're unfortunately not. Noir, I think he picked up the flag. Very nicely done by Noir, as he is trying to escape, get back to the graveyard. If they can get a res and Noir can survive, that's going to be a hero play for his team, and it's looking like it will be able to pay off.
Wow. Noir 2 times saving his team by the as close as you can basically be in this match, but so far 2 times making sure that Extreme doesn't get capped on, picks up the flag, some nice kiting, and then he makes it back to the graveyard, swaps it over to his druid once again, and Talakyu is right now sitting kind of on that cart spot there. Maybe we're gonna see some nice jumps coming out of him in our favorite spot there on that tunnel roof. See what he can do on that druid. I think he maybe wants to actually jump up on that little cart on the graveyard, but for now he's just standing very, very far back, letting his team kind of deal with the squad of the Fanny Pack, dealing with their offense. And I do think that offense there is going to fall. Fulio definitely going to be the first one to the graveyard, and shortly his teammates should follow. I don't think this push is going to result into anything. Fulio actually using his Ankh right there.
All right, well, I don't know what's going to be able to do too much. Maybe not the best time to use it, but I guess he will use it. And it seems like both teams' offense have been completely wiped. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Tanari right now, take a look at him. He's kind of like the lone offense on the map right now, just hiding inside the base. Let's see if they're going to be able to take him down. If they can pick him off before the team gets there, that would be ideal to split their offense, but we'll see if they're actually able to pull that off.
Yeah, very sneaky stuff there coming out of Tanari right now. Look at him in the balcony here, just chilling. They don't have a rogue, but this guy is the rogue of the team. You can see him here trying to avoid everyone on the side of Gehenna's and just waiting for his teammates to get in position. He's going to be able to potentially cut off the flag carrier. But the thing is, with his position, if someone walks above him on the roof, they're going to see him immediately. So we're going to see what he can end up doing. But his teammates are slowly but surely getting there. So they have a 5-man squad now on the balcony, and it looks like actually a 6-man squad. He's using the cloaking device. Look at Tanari right now, trying to sneak through while you're on that hunt, trying to be as sneaky as possible. But his pad is not in style. It's in a really nice position.
I want to follow Jatis again. He's that heavy hitter, Palm Pyro Mage. Let's see if he can actually get the damage to take down Azonga. He's in position. He's almost there. Does he be able to get it off? Arcane power is used. Let's see, does he get the damage? The flash bomb lands. There's the Palm Pyro. It doesn't crit, but I think they have more than enough damage for Azonga to fall. This could be a cap, but no. Freda is going to pick up the flag. Nicely done there by Frida, and looks like he will be able to escape the base. Nice pickup, and making sure he could potentially cross, keeping his team in the fight.
Beautiful stuff here. These mages been doing a great job repicking the flag and just being at the right spot at the right time. But right now there is a big opportunity here for the side of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. If they can reach Freda before he can swap the flag back to Azonga, could be a big situation here. But Azonga looks like he just rezzed and is making his way towards that mage. No real enemy players inside, just a priest that you can just kind of counterspell and sheep. He's just going to go ahead and sheep him right there. And now he's going to probably hand over the flag here to Azonga. Should be no, there is a couple of players
time.
Here. Yeah, he's playing it safe.
I think one of my favorite players in this match is Jadis. He's literally just 10% health and just runs in and tries to kill the flag carrier again. Dude, you need to bandage, you need to eat, you need to do something. He just ran in and died immediately, but I definitely appreciate, appreciate the effort. But he does ultimately fall. Looks like Azonga might be able to sneak away. He's taking quite a bit of damage. He has a lot of his team there to back him up. And it looks like the offense might potentially fall. Noir there to click up the flag if he does end up falling. But the heals finally come in as long as it gets topped off. And he's looking more than healthy to sneak back into his base and run. Look at Talaku right now. He as well is in a very prime position. So both these teams going to be looking to set up their defense as well as their offensive push. And we'll see. I mean, there was a really, really close call there. Noir luckily was able to pick up the flag. And Talaku was unable to actually cap. So that was looking really, really close for the Horde side to actually get the first flag. But definitely some solid plays coming in from Noir, the Alliance side, to keep them in it.
Yeah, definitely. So far, high-level gameplay coming out of both of these mages. And once again, Azonga, I want to see him run away a little bit sooner. And I just got to give a little shout-out to Tanari, that hunter that we saw earlier from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Using his cloaking device, getting in position. That was actually the reason why Azonga got caught and why Jadis was able to get that big Pump Pyro on him. That's because the hunter is literally cosplaying a rogue with his, he even uses the stealth trinket, to do it. So definitely big things coming out of this rank 14 geared hunter, and you just love to see it.
Unfortunately for him, the next time he's going to have an opportunity to stealth is going to be in an hour from now. Put the cooldown on that. So yeah, in his next series, he'll be able to pull off a maneuver like that once again. But the Horde are getting ready for an assault once again. Azonga has to be careful. We'll have to take a look at Jadis once again, the Palm Pyro Mage. We'll see if it crits, because if it does, Azonga will easily fall. It's Tanari, like you said, in position as well, just waiting for Azonga, basically taking the role of a rogue, cut off Azonga from escaping back to the graveyard. And this push from the Horde side is looking really solid right now.
Ooh, but look at the hunter.
Oh,
he's ready to cut him off.
He reflected the Palm Pyro.
But he died still.
They still that's a highlight reel for me. I was just looking from above. Jadis, he got his Palm Pyro reflected and one-shot himself.
Yeah, but he did still go down there, dying midair, but also dying. So not going to be the best situation here for Azonga. I think Azonga has probably died more in this match than any other druid has in most of the games we've seen so far. But still, they do have an opportunity here to kind of equalize things if they can get that next cap on the side of XXL fanny pack. So we're going to see what they can do here. And I just got to say, I really think that Fulio would be in the Elemental Shaman's Paradise if he went on defense instead of offense, because right now he's not been able to do too much over there. When we take a look at what he's been able to do in those pushes, it's not been much. His overall damage is quite low so far as well in this game. So just swap side.
Yeah, like you said, the Elemental Shaman have a ton of burst and a ton of range also, and really good defensive utility. So definitely super solid in a defender's position to get that burst damage down. But you also, you can just one-shot a fly carry if you can get in position. But I do have to agree with you. If you're not getting it done on offense, and it seems like you're just getting controlled a little bit too much, definitely have to make some mid-game adaptations. but it does look like a Zonga at this point is going to be running up the Alliance side, looking to get his flag nice and secure. And for Teleq, we do have him sitting Horde side, kind of graveyard at this point. He's trying to just hide. This positioning is really, really interesting. He's literally just hiding in a bush, not allowing the Alliance to spot him. And I think they spotted him? Can they actually see him there? Does this work?
I'm not sure. They do have a mind vision, so they could use that. But Fulio here is literally walking through the Valley of the Shadow of Death now. Still not going to be able to make it to his target. And I think he is going to go down right there. Once again, Dominic as well going to be following in Akiva, entire offense there. If they had a mind vision there, maybe they could have done something, but I don't think that they saw where that druid was hiding. Teleq with some sneaky plays, going to be able to escape that situation, and now should be able to get back to the roof.
Yeah, and I see some people in the chat wondering about a time limit. And yes, there is a time limit on these games. The games go to 35 minutes. If no flags are capped, killing blows will take the win. But if a one flag is capped, it is the most recent flag cap that wins. So if it's tied 1-1, whoever scored last will take the lead. So at this point, the Alliance side, they're still in it. I mean, if they get a flag cap, they will actually be winning the game. They'll be in a favorable position. So all they need is one good offensive push. And we've seen games, a lot more lopsided than this, a lot more one-sided than this get turned around. Definitely possible. But we do have the Horde offense getting ready. And once again, Azonga, he's going to have to play an incredible game of defense here, as it is just him and one priest against a 5-man push. So we'll see if they're able to survive. Let's see if they're going to be able to just kite, because this is not looking good, and I'm very afraid for Azonga right now.
Yeah, Azonga should maybe even just go ahead and jump already if somebody connects onto him right now. The enemy team are just kind of getting in position. He's going to have that parsley waiting for him in the wings there on the bottom side of the map. Azonga going to use his free action potion and now jump down. Let's see what's waiting for him down here. Looks like he is going to get jumped by several members. Flash bomb comes through. Can June keep him alive? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it. He's going to get Vampire to the face, get erased, and it's going to get returned to the base. Teleq with another cap here. 2-0 for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters.
I'll let you know I appreciated that rhyme. Really appreciated that. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but definitely nice. Good stuff. 2-0 right now. Horde side. They do have the flag as well. Maybe even looking for a quick cap here if they can find it. It is Volgor that does have the flag. We'll have to follow him and see if he can actually get out of the base. And if they can get him across the map, he didn't actually pick up the speed boots. Maybe doesn't want to create too much distance from his team. Does make sense. If he gets too far out, then he can be isolated and taken down. But as long as he's with his healers, his elemental shaman, he's going to be feeling pretty secure here to actually cross the flag. But we do have an Alliance side res. They're going to be all over this flag carrier.
Yeah, not going to be the best situation here. Let's see what they can do with it. Fulio still trying to make his way down here with his team. Noxiflex is going to be mounting up Fulio, being kept in combat right now. And I take a look at his life and I realize there's not much left. I do think he might be. Now he's actually going to just let him mount up and run away. So he should be okay here. And once again, we're going to see the flag actually being dropped here, return to the base. And I think Noxiflex and Fulio are going to try to go for the repick here, but not too much is going to come out of that. I think they need to wait for a Zonga potentially here to try to pick that one up. Doesn't look too likely that he's going to be able to get it right now, though. There is a mage waiting in the wings. There's a hunter as well waiting there, defending the base. Actually, 2 hunters, the 2-hunter defense. And I got to ask you the question that's on everybody's mind right now, Van. Is 2 hunters stronger than 1 rogue?
I would be inclined to say yes, I think. But, I mean, I think if it's just 2 hunters versus 1 rogue, I mean, not in a 10 versus 10 game, I feel like you'd rather have a rogue. I mean, is there a different answer?
No, I don't know. I don't really know where I was going with that. But
yeah, me neither.
It looks like 2 hunters are stronger than 1 rogue because the druid does fall down and the flag does get returned. Heavy defense here, but what can Teleq do here on that druid? Can he make his way across? He's running down the ramp right now and he's catching, some shields, some heals right now. Knows keeping him nice and healthy, and he's making his way down to the middle, drowned through the Berserker out there. And so far, it's looking pretty good. If they can keep that defense up, it should be a speed cap here. But Noir does get the flag here. Let's see what he can do with it. He's running through the tunnel. There is a lot of members there on him. He's going to go ahead and change his route, going back towards the roof. But there's a hunter shooting him down. The ice blocks with the flag, picks it up again, but he's going to get dropped. Flag is going to get returned to the base. And Taliq running a marathon right now through that tunnel. Will he be able to do it? Dominic now picking up the flag, but look at all the players here from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters getting ready to go to the base and defend it with their lives. They want to close out this game here and now, Van.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be able to do it. Taliq almost in position. He's fighting for the speed boost. He doesn't get it. It looks like we do have Ragor from Gehennis. He's trying to get there, but he gets rooted. Nice charge by Taliq. Free action potion, and there's just nothing they can do. That is going to be a 3-0 victory. Extremely well done by this team, and they keep their tournament dreams alive.
Excellent game here coming out of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. And that was awesome to see what they were able to do that game. Good offense, good defense as well. And it just goes to show that even if you don't have a rogue, if you're facing a team without a rogue, it's not necessarily a weakness.
Yeah, both teams don't have rogues. No one has an advantage. Okay, fair enough. No. Similar to if both druids, if both teams don't have a druid. We haven't seen that play out just yet. But yeah, great game. And we are going to see the Pressburg Pumper Blasters keep their tournament dreams alive. And they will be going up against Webby Gaming, and we kind of talked about that a little bit. Webby Gaming has been, a really, really strong team in this tournament so far. They do find themselves in the lower bracket, but definitely not out of it yet. All of these teams in the lower bracket are going to be looking to continue to battle it out for that top 6, which is, I would say, the most important thing about, this weekend is the teams making top 6 so they can make it to the championship round in 2 weekends from now.
Yep. And our next matchup is going to be the Pressburg Pumper Blasters going up against none other than Weavy Gaming. Weavy Gaming, one of the absolute favorites here in the tournament. We got the one and only Fat Cow here, Krille on that druid representing. We got Cadet, we got Staybird, we got all of these big name players here on Weavy Gaming looking to make waves in this bracket, Van.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at this team and you look at them in the lower bracket, the reason why they're there is because they lost to Apes, which is nothing to get too discouraged about, because I would say they're probably the best team in this tournament. So Webby Gaming, they have a fair shot of completely making it through that lower bracket if they have a good day like they did yesterday. And I'm looking forward to seeing if they can do it, or if the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are going to be able to really contest that and continue to march their way through that lower bracket and potentially into that top 6.
Yeah, I would be extremely surprised to see Weavy Gaming go down in this matchup, but we just saw the Pumper Blasters basically pump out a big 3-0 right there. So, anything is definitely possible. They just beat out the XXL Fanny Pack, a strong team in their own right. So they could be kind of riding that momentum here into the next match. And I don't know, Weavy Gaming, they haven't really played yet today, kind of coming in a little bit cold. They're going to have to immediately be on their toes here, kind of be ready. And we're going to see what they can do. Definitely a strong team, though, that they are facing.
Yep. And we'll see. We're actually, before we jump into that match, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a really, really quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl European Edition. We're here this weekend. Going to completely march through this bracket. Our next matchup, I believe, is going to be Pressburg Pumper Blasters going up against Webby Gaming and Zico. This should be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been kind of hyping up Weavy Gaming all day, but you just saw the Pressburg Pumper Blasters pump out a quick 3-0 versus XXL Fanny Pack. So this is kind of a toss-up here. There's a lot of good players, though, on this map, and I'm just excited to watch the Fat Cow again. I've been hyping him up a lot, but he deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, this team has just been solid overall. Krille, also known as the Fat Cow, I mean, that's much to my surprise and my happiness as well, because I used to watch those PvP videos way back in the day, and that was a long time ago. But yeah, definitely still holding it down. Their team has been super impressive so far. Webby Gaming, they do find themselves in the lower bracket. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is also an elimination series. But, I mean, Webby Gaming, they can't be too discouraged. They did lose to potentially the #1 seed in this tournament. So they definitely have a fair shot of, marching through that lower bracket and potentially even making it into the finals.
Yeah, and Weavy Gaming, such a stacked team. We saw so many great plays. I would say they were the team that were the closest so far to beat Apes. They had, a pretty good run. I think they got one cap. They were 1-1 at some point where they got the second cap. So they were in the lead slightly against Apes for a little bit, but then that game quickly fell apart. So, and a lot of it was due to Cadet on that warrior doing work for his team. You can see that Bone Reaver's Edge equipped on Cadet. I don't even want to know how much gold he made during that MC run, but this guy, known for a lot of things on Gehennas, and apparently he's insane on Warrior as well. I mean, I've never really played with him or played against him before, but definitely happy surprises coming out from him yesterday. And also, mages like Psych. I have had the pleasure of playing with him in the same team, and this guy definitely is one of the best mages here in this tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see what these guys can do. Of course, Rob as well on that Hunter. Really, really awesome Hunter. Just in general, this entire team is just stacked with talented players.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Return Flag as well, the Rogue. He did a great job on defense yesterday, but I also just want to say how impressed I am with his commitment to his role on the team. It's like the Druid's name was Run Flag. He just was Frost Nova people. Like, he's just really into his role in Warsaw Gulch. But he is going to be in the midfield right now. Likely going to be peeling back, just kind of scouting where the Druid's going to be going in stealth, and that will give him some information as to where he can go. And keep in mind, for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they actually don't have a rogue. We were talking about that in their last game. That was the series we just saw, and that might really hurt them in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned Return Flag. It kind of reminds me of that team that we watched yesterday. They were called PL4, and then their flag carrier's name. And it feels like that's one thing that I love about the classic community in general. They're very invested in their characters. They're very invested in their roles, and a very passionate bunch of people in general. So it's definitely fun to see what they do here on the big stage. And we're going to see the game starting out kind of slowly. We're expecting both teams to not really do anything too aggressively right now, just allowing their Druids to get a little bit closer to the base before they engage. And Talaku is in the base, and you can expect Rob to immediately peel back as soon as that Druid shows his face in the base of Weavy Gaming.
Yeah, Return Flag just waiting in the wings in the Alliance base, defending any Druids that might come. But there is a Druid that is very close, and that Druid is going to be Talaku. If Talaku can get the flag, it's going to be nice. But this little 1v1 between the Rogue and the Druid, always interesting to watch who's going to come out ahead, depending on what items they do end up using. Cheap shot, he actually gets found. This is worst case scenario here for Talaku. Oh, he's getting bursted down. No. He gets caught into the rocket helm, though. That control on Return Flag. Talaku should be able to escape by using that engineering helmet, and he does just walk out of the base scot-free.
Yeah, Return Flag going for a solo play right there, and kind of leaving a gap in his stun lock. and that's going to allow Taylor Q to not only escape, but also escape with his trinket still available. But Rob is hunting him down, and look at Quirle, both of these hunters just doing some work right now. Hunter's Druid, you're going to have both of them being able to spam out those concussive shots, and look at Psych, he's going to reach him. There's a freezing trap, there's the flash grenade. Taylor Q getting Pumpire to the face by Psych. Psych's going to go ahead and return the flag as well before that Soulstone comes out. Very, very nice play there by Psych, and this is exactly the kind of plays that, I've seen personally with him. Ooh, Krilla. Drake?
He lives at 10% health, 5% health, barely holds on, and his team is there to keep him alive. The Pressburg Pumper Blasters cannot believe that he is still standing. Not completely out of it yet. He gets completely one-shot. Jadis from left field once again with the Palm Pyro, saving the day and putting Krule to bed. Both these flags are going to return to their base.
Jadis on that Pump Pyro Mage has been a joy to watch. This guy just throws all caution to the wind. He's like, you know what? To quote a great streamer, if I crit, he dies. And he just goes for it every time. This time around, he does get the big Pump Pyro crit and erases the Fat Cow, a.k.a. Krilla, from the map. But, right now, there's an opportunity here for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters to maybe get a quick cap here. You can see Dexter drying on that mage, using his rocket helmet onto Rob. Return flag is in his heels, trying to chase him down. If you can reach him, a couple of backstabs could be enough to just potentially take him down. Nice blind there on the priest. Return flag doing what he can here, but he is going to ultimately go down. And Dexter drying should be able to drop the flag. Taylor Q is going to be able to pick it up, and now it's the Fat Cow show. What can you do here, Krilla? Surrounded by people spamming flares, people looking for him. If he gets found, it's going to be a quick cap here, man.
This is looking like it will be a quick cap. Talakiu, he's running right now. I mean, it's a race to the finish. Meltzu, he's going to have control. He needs to go to the top side and try to just slow down Extreme Punish and Cadet. If he can do that, and he is in position, if he just gets crowd control on Extreme Punish on Cadet, it will be a cap, and it will be 1-0 for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Extreme Punish, he's just getting snared. Great control and great defense. But Talakiu, he actually gets caught into a nade. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get there in time. Cadet marching forward, and looks like they will be able to pick up the flag, and they do deny that first cap, but what a close call.
Beautiful stuff there. Almost able to take that first cap there. The Pressburg Pumper Blasters really living on that kind of momentum that they got in their previous game. But once again, Cadet doing a great job. And also Krilla, in the midst of things there, was caught up in a really bad situation, surrounded by enemy players. But he did that beautiful jump and made it up to the side of the ramp. And now he's just peeling for Cadet. He knows he can't swap it right now. Jatis with the Pump Pyro looking for Cadet. And Krilla just taking the role of the healer, spamming out the heals, and the AoE's coming down, the blast waves. Big damage here from Jadis with just the grenades and everything, spamming out the scorches right now. But I do think Cadet is going to be fine. Krilla getting caught up in a rocket helmet could potentially break, though. There's a lot of AoE being spammed out. No, he gets dispelled. Cadet catches a couple of heals. Krilla out of mana at this point, using a first aid on Cadet, just trying to keep him alive. But now finally Cadet should be able to perform the swap. Krilla going to pick that up, I do believe. And now he is going to be running for his side, and he should be completely free to get there and to get on top of that roof safely. So after a lot of big close moments, I think we are going to see that standard formation with both teams kind of having half of their team in defense, the other half in offense here.
Yeah, it's looking extremely likely at this point, and we do see the Alliance side gathering outside the Horde Tunnel. They're going to be looking to make a push. There are 6 of them, but they're getting disrupted just a little bit. Definitely don't want to leave anyone behind. Return flag might actually get picked, and that would be worst case scenario. He does. Super unfortunate. And now this offensive push is going to be completely dismantled, and they're going to have to regroup at the graveyard side. I don't think Psych and Cadet are really going to be able to get too much done. And we'll see. I mean, they are looking to just push forward, but looks like Psych will end up falling. Cadet should as well. And they're going back to the graveyard to regroup and gather their forces. But this means there's an opportunity for the Horde side, for the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, to actually get an offensive push going here.
Yeah, and I really like what they're doing here outside of Weavy Gaming. They're going to have Drig, He's going to be the defensive mage. He's playing that Frost build, so he's going to have, rank 1 Frost bolts. Maybe he's even playing that improved Blizzard for AoE slows that can't even be dispelled. They're going to have that Hunter there as well. They're actually going to have 2 Hunters there, and they're going to be having 1 healer and Krill, of course, in that defense. And then they're going to have Psych, most likely going on offense, being that Pyro mage. He can really do some damage to some of these druids. Psych has all kinds of gear as well, so this guy could definitely be what makes or breaks their offense. And on the flip side, we got Jadis, one of the best Pyro mages we've seen so far. Already has his Berserking active right now, and he is looking for blood. Look at this guy. He just wants to shoot scorches and fireballs on anybody. So look at Psych getting erased by Jadis here through the wall. So much damage coming out of this mage, but they are going to be able to survive, I do believe. And actually, even though the Pressburg Pumper Blasters are wiping Weavy Gaming here, Weavy Gaming are going to be able to res with full mana before the Pressburg Pumper Blasters can actually get to Krill and make their own offense. So I'm not sure if this is, a good line of play. Usually both teams don't really want to fight this close into the enemy where they res, the graveyard.
Yeah, we did see a lot of the defense from the team of Webby Gaming actually go through the tunnel and try to support that midfield fight just so they could gather up and go for it. But looks like both teams back on their own side of the map, and they will be looking to gather their offensive pushes. As like you said, it's not standard for the teams to just battle it out in the midfield. It just ends up happening where the offense. You end up burning so much mana and so much health that the offense reses. They already have full mana and full health depending on the timings, and they can actually be a little bit even more prepared than you before you can make that push. But we'll see. Once again, we are going to see a Webby Gaming member fall. Psych in the midfield gets absolutely destroyed. Jadis blinks forward, trying to assert mage dominance. And we do have 6 members right now from the team of Pressburg Pumper Blasters. They're going to be looking to gather outside the Alliance tunnel and make a push, but there is still 7 defenders, actually 9 defenders on the side of Webby Gaming. So we might just continue to see this kind of back and forth between these 2 teams in the midfield.
Yeah, definitely. And I gotta put you on the spot here right now, man. Ooh, Jadis picking up the Berserking. This guy can do a lot of things with that, so definitely gonna have to keep an eye out for him. But since we're on the topic of Jadis here, what do you think about the fact that this guy ranked to High Warlord as a troll male then?
It's definitely an interesting decision. I myself am a big fan of the undead, but gotta give the respect to the trolls out there, just trying to switch it up, do something different, show their toes, all that good stuff. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
what?
man.
Okay, let me put you on the spot. What do you think about the Pressburg Pumper Blasters literally just farming HKs? Like, they're not even going for an offense. We saw Webby Gaming trying to escape on the west side of the map and basically sneak past. But the offense of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're looking like they're just gatekeeping the middle right now. And I wonder if they're just going for HKs at this point. They have a lot more kills. They are winning in that regard. We haven't seen a single team have this strategy pay off for them so far, but just with their positioning and what they're trying to do, it seems like that is their strategy right now.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, what is more fun than playing up on Pyro Mage, stealing the enemy team's Berserk, and just going completely to town on anybody in the middle? I mean, maybe they're just playing for fun. No, it looks like they are going to be going for an offense, and I do think that going for this line of play this early on, it's not a viable strategy. If we were at the 28-minute mark or something, that could be something that pays off. But I feel like if you get there organically, where both teams are just playing a solid defense against the offense, then it's a little bit different there. I feel like at this point, you're going to be just putting yourself behind if you invest too many cooldowns trying to, just get kills in the middle. If the other team gets one single good push, then you have to play the flag capture game. And by then, it could be too late even. So going to see what they end up doing here as they take down the Hunter in the defense here. Free action potions are already used here, and you can see Krilla already just ducking away here. He's just chilling on that roof next to Drig, slowing down anybody who comes close. And I do believe Krillin actually isn't very well geared either on that druid. I do believe, or I know for a fact, that he leveled up that druid fairly recently on Gehenna's. His main was on, I think, Firemaw or somewhere else. But so this is a fairly new druid. Definitely does not have, the full rank set. So potentially maybe like a rank 10 gear or something, but definitely not the full like 14 as some of these other druids do have. And we're gonna see Krillin making his way back all the way up to the roof in that position, and he's getting chased by 6-7 members here from the squad of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, and one of those members is Jadis on that Pompyro Mage. Krillin needs to be extremely careful. If he jumps down here, he could get Death Coil to the face, goes for the bash there on the Warlock and then line of sights before he can even get Death Coil. And that tells me he's wearing a Flame Reflector. He might even use it right now. Jadis is here. He's trying to line of sight. Let's see what he can do here. Pompyro could be enough to secure the win. Let's see what they can do. Blast Wave comes through. Fire Blast come through, and now big damage. If Krillin had a Flame Reflector, this would be the time to use it, but he is not going to be using it. So instead, he's going to get Pompyro to the face. Trinkets out of an impact stun right there. So they do get his Trinket, and that means the next Flash Bomb, the next Kidney Shot, the next Flash Bomb is going to be full duration.
Ooh, Talaku's been on the run. The offense from Webby Gaming is going in, and Talaku finally gets caught. There's a big push here. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? A big Pompyro lands. Psych in position as well to follow it up. Talaku trying to get away. He gets a few heals, but he's just hovering at 30% health. Big Fear out on Noose. Vexterin trying to escape as well, just peeling for his Druid. Talaku trying to get to the graveyard. And it does look like he might be able to buy himself enough time to escape. Still just expertly cutting around, but you can see Return Flag. This rogue, he's in a sneaky position. He's in stealth. If he can catch Talaku, that's going to be good night Talaku, and he is on the prowl. Talaku's sitting down right now looking to recover his mana. He's walking right into Return Flag. Return Flag perfectly anticipated his positioning. He gets caught, and does he have the damage to actually take him down? A full kitty shot does land. Does not look like he has the trinket, but Noose is there. Flash Bomb does land. Metsu there to back him up as well. Looks like Talaku might be able to hold on, but that was a great try by Return Flag.
Yeah, definitely bad news for Return Flag there. Not going to be able to have enough damage in that situation, but Cadet is actually connecting. Cadet could take him down. Warriors in Classic are no joke here, but Cadet does get bashed up, and he is ultimately going to be taken down there. And now on the flip side again, you see Krill here trying to defend himself against that Priest. He has 3 members right now on him, and he's stuck in a flash bomb, but his entire squad here is dogpiled on top of him. Drig basically farming some trash mobs here in ZF. There is a Wind Fury totem down, so Krill needs to be extremely careful here. Arcane Explosions coming out. A couple of more hits should kill off enough players that Krill should be able to survive, and he is going to be going through that graveyard, keeping himself alive. Free action potion as well. Nice defense there from the Hunter and the Mages, of course, on the side of Weavy Gaming. But this is a really close match so far. I thought, Weavy Gaming were going to come out kind of guns blazing here, but I got to say the Pressburg Pumper Blasters have had a little bit of a stronger edge, I would say, so far in the match.
Look at the killing blows. I mean, the top 5 killing blow players in this match right now are all on the team of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. So definitely are winning in that regard, and there's 18 minutes left on the match. So if we kind of continue to see the stalemate of both Druids not being able to capture the flag and both able to just kite around, that could be what ends up closing out the tiebreaker in this one. But there's still plenty of time left for these teams to capture a flag. And I get the feeling with how both of these teams are playing and how close a lot of these calls have been that we are going to see a flag cap. But I think at this point it's too close to call which one of these teams is actually going to be able to score.
Yeah, and we do see a flash bomb here on Talaku. He has a lot of Gehenna's players on top of him here. Return Flag is all over him. Cadet as well, caught up in the scatter shot, gets polymorph. Beautiful peels here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Kitty shot comes through. Return Flag kicks nose, on the cast actually. Let's see what they can do. Do they have the damage? Cadet with the execute. Does he get the return? He does. And where is Krill? That is the question right now. He gets scatter shot. He cannot get the cap, and now he's exposed his position. He needs to try to get away and allow his team to potentially take down this charge here. Krill needs to play it safe, otherwise they need to pick up the flag and carry it all across the map. A very risky game here, so it might look like Krill is making a bit of a mistake here, but this is the correct line of play. You cannot risk it if you are Krill in this position. You already have the flag on your side of the map, and that alone is a big enough victory. Your team can always collapse on the person who has the flag in that situation, and right now it is going to get swapped over to the Druid, who is caught up in that scatter shot in the tunnel. Can they connect onto him? Freezing trap coming through. Staybird is there spamming out the dispels, doesn't get the fear. He does get it now, and there's the flash bomb. He's in caster form. Rob is digging through, aim shot being loaded up, big damage coming through, and return flag with the follow-up kidney. Out of form still, Taylor Q taking huge damage, but Krill getting Pompyro to the face. Jad is almost soloing him right there. Krill now going to make the graveyard jump. Can he do it? If he can, it could be a cap here for Weeby Gaming, but Tanari looking to pick up the flag. Do they have the crowd control? They do. Drig there beautifully backing him up, keeping him, but Krill failing to jump. No!
He failed it twice. He's trying to get over, and Tanari, that was honestly a massive blunder. I mean, Tanari was in a position where he could have just gone and picked up the flag, but instead he went to attack Curly, completely misreading that situation. And I mean, as a result, that's going to be a cap for the team of Webby Gaming. I would have to say definitely a positional error there for Tanari. There was an opportunity for him to avoid that flag cap, but he went for it. He went to take down the flag carrier. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off.
Yeah, and that's going to be 1-0 here for Weeby Gaming, but this game is far from over. It's been quite a close one here. You know, Jad is almost taking down Krill there as well in the midst of things. If Krill failed, you know, a couple of more graveyard jumps, maybe he wouldn't be able to pick that up. But, of course, maybe some nerves playing there, but he does make the jump, and he does get the cap. And I got to say, Drig played it beautifully there as well. Crowd controlling the Hunter, realizing that he's the only one who can actually do something about this cap. Now, both teams looking to get ahead here with the potential in the middle here. There's a big potential for a speed cap, but Taylor Q, I think, is just going to go down here. Takes massive damage from return flag and Cadet, the deadliest duo here on the side of Weeby Gaming. Going to send him back to the graveyard, and Krill is slowly but surely sneaking across. There's two people defending, and Drig is with him. This is looking like a really good situation here for Weeby Gaming to set up a quick cap if they can slow down some of the members of Pressburg Pumper Blasters a little bit longer.
Yeah, Drig making a charge. We can follow him as he moves forward. If he can get this flag, it's going to be nice. Potentially even set up for a quick cap. He much more easily escape this situation. He runs in with the Skull of Impending Doom. Going to be taking a decent hit of damage. A nice silence, but both him and as Parsley did get silenced there as he continues to make this push. The free action potion. He blinks down. Can he reconnect? He actually gets into the tunnel. If Curly can meet him there, Drig, MVP, running down the tunnel right now with the speed boost. It looks like he might be able to escape, but he is met with quite a defense. I think Meltzu and Salai should be more than enough to take him down, but Krillay, if he can just blink on top of Krillay, they can actually drop the flag off. He gets the heals, he blinks, the handoff, and that is the power of the Mage and the Druid together. Nicely done there by Drig.
Yeah, Drig definitely been stepping up big for his team so far, helping them secure the cap, doing a good job with the defense, and now swapping over the flag. And look at that, return flag once again all over. Dex drying here with the blind, making sure that they kill out Discharge. Taylor Q going for the flag here, but he is surrounded by enemy players. He's caught up in the flash bomb. There is plenty of damage here. Staybird is there as well, spamming out the dispels. He's going to go for the double fear here. Staybird doing a great job with that crowd control, but knows playing that Undead Priest is going to be able to get out of that fear and then just keep spamming out those heals. Krill looking for maybe an NS Hibernate here. Not sure what he's going to try to do here. He throws a little grenade there, and then he needs to just run and fend for himself. He is a flag carrier. It's very rare you see a flag carrier try to set up a kill on the other flag carrier, but we have seen it a couple of times. Bomb Pyro from Psych. If he can get a Pyroblast, that could have been enough. Psych almost getting him down there, but Drake could be here to finish the job. Cadet getting counterspelled there. Not sure if he's trying to prevent that intimidating shot, but Cadet's got to reconnect here on Talaku. If he get the freezing bad proc. Cadet cannot believe his eyes right there. Talaku was in a stun on 20% in human form. He could have just executed him, but that freezing band procs immediately on that auto attack, and Cadet is not going to be able to take down Talaku. He's instead going to get back to his side of the map.
And there's a reason why these players use this item. Sometimes a little bit of good fortune is all you need to survive those situations. And Talaku safely gets back into the base. and it will be a defenders and attackers game once again. Talaku and his team should be able to set up here. The Pressburg Pumper Blaster is going to be looking to set up an offense as well. I mean, they are behind in the match so far, down 0-1. But if they do get the next flag capture, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind that they will be ahead. So there's a huge opportunity for them to come back in this match.
Yeah, it's exactly it. We have a whole bunch of tiebreakers in place right now, 23 minutes on the clock. And just for clarification purposes, that means about 21 minutes have actually elapsed in the match. You spend roughly 2 minutes in the starting area, and then it is 35 minutes after the gates open before, the game times out. So keep that in mind. There's still, about roughly half of the game remaining, a little bit less. For these players to try to equalize the score and try to get ahead. And right now it's looking like Weavy Gaming are trying to get ahead, setting up a push here in the tunnel, looking to get aggressive here on the flag carrier. 3-4 people here going to be making a push, but I don't know if they have the people that they need. Return flag, sapping out the Warlock here on defense, basically exposing his own position there. And I don't think this push is going to be amounting to too much, but we'll see.
Yeah, at the same time, the Pressburg Pumper Blasters, they're going to be moving forward, but their offense is getting dismantled. We see Jatis fall. Without Jatis, the mighty Palm Pyro Mage, I don't think we're going to see Krille fall. But Corey might die. It did fall, and the numbers are starting to even out here just a little bit, but still, I don't think this offensive push is going to do nearly enough. And right now, the team of Weavy Gaming is going to be feeling nice and secure in their base. In the meantime, though, we can take a look at what's going on with Talaku. He's also kind of just sitting back as both these offensive pushes get dealt with quite easily, and both these druids are going to be feeling very secure once again.
Yeah, that wasn't really like a full offensive push. Both of these druids basically just got into position, and the teams are just trying to use their position on the map to get a quick hit in. You never know, you can force out some big cooldowns or maybe even secure a kill. Not going to amount to too much. The most important thing here for Weavy Gaming is to keep Return Flag alive. Return Flag right now should be nice and safe in stealth and able to provide a lot of info for his team. And on the flip side, we see a push getting set up here, and there's an Elemental Shaman here in the front line of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. So definitely scary stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, those Elemental Shamans, if they can get that damage off, it's going to be massive. But sometimes they do get left behind and kited, so it's going to be up to them to make sure they're using, the free action potions, as well as any speed buffs, so they can get on top of the flag carriers. That can be the difference between light and death. You have Weavy Gaming setting up an attack here. They have Return Flag there as well, so a 6-person push here on the Horde side. Talaku could definitely be in a little bit of danger.
Yeah, and Jadis has Berserking. There is arrow speed boots as well in the tunnel available for him. So if he free action pots, takes the speed boots, maybe they can even spell batch them, and then they could be making some big plays here. Vulgar is going to take the speed boots, use the free action potion, and he's going to have a great time right now getting aggressive. He should be having no problems getting on top of his target, but Drig, realizing what's going on here, polymorphs him up. Nice dispels here on the free action potion. Jadis getting instantly erased there by Rob before he can even get that Vampire off, and now it looks like Krille should be able to kite through that situation. So we're going to go ahead and turn our attention to Talaku. He's caught up in a gouge, uses that abolish poison, trying to avoid the blind here. Return Flag getting caught up in a rocket helmet, getting caught up in 2 rocket helmets, and there's a blind on Talaku. He gets dispelled, big damage coming out. Now Cadet should be able to connect onto his target here. Big damage coming out. The Saber Charges, 4 or 5 Saber Charges coming out. Talaku in execute range. Can Cadet finish? Looks like a freezing ban is gonna.
No way!
No way. Cadet is so unlucky this game.
Cadet is so mad. He's like, are you kidding me? Get in position. I'm going to execute him. Freezing ban. That happened twice in this game, and it looks like Talaku should be able to stay alive. It's still a 3-person push here by Weavy Gaming, but 5 versus 3, the numbers are not in their favor, and it looks like they will ultimately fall with a res from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. And now we can take a look at what's going on with Krille. As he is just kiting around on the Alliance side of the bridge, of the entrance to the tunnel. Volgar trying to make a play, but he gets caught into a bash, and I just don't think Volgar's really going to be able to accomplish too much here. Krille jumps down, and once again going to be nice and secure in his base, partially looking to be a one-man army here as they are making a push, and I'm not sure how I feel about this, but looks like Parsley's still going to just go with it. 4 versus 1. I think they should just turn around and take him down at this point, but they're not going to. It looks like Crilly once again will get in the base and will be nice and healthy. If we take a look now, what's going on with Talaku, and a little bit of danger right now. Actually, not too much danger. Out of mana, losing a little bit of health, but cutting back to his team and now be able to drink the full. I think both these druids are going to be feeling secure.
So this is what we were talking about earlier. Do you go for kills now? Well, I guess you can because it's one.
Kills don't matter,
yeah. Kills don't actually matter here, and they got plenty of them on the Horde side. But unfortunately for them, they allowed a cap to slip through the cracks, and they're gonna have to keep playing for that 1-1 scoreline. But if you are Weavy Gaming, at this point, you cannot turtle. You have to keep playing offense because if it's 1-1, you lose the game if you're Weavy Gaming. So you're going to have to try to make it a 2-0, and also just having that presence in the offense. It's a great defense when it comes to that classic Warzone. 29 minutes so far on the clock. I think around 37 minutes is when the game will be timing out. So still a lot of time here for these players to try to equalize the score, but now we see a big push here happening on the side of Weavy Gaming, and this one is looking great. Cadet, I don't think you should waste too much time here. Free action potion should be coming out immediately here, and now melts you, slowing down everyone with that trap. Beautiful stuff. You look at that Hunter defense, Nose and melts you doing work here. If they have a rocket helmet though on Nose, that would be insane. Return flag in position here to potentially try to crowd control the Druid. The Druid jumping down, realizing return flag could be on the bottom, and Talaku going to use that Skull of Impending Doom, a Polish Poison, everything like that, just trying to avoid that situation. And return flag using his Skull of Impending Doom, gets the blind at the end of the Polish Poison was still active there on Talaku. Return flag was going for the play there, but not able to find it just in time. I think he wanted to blind him and then potentially catch him with, a gouge or something. But Talaku, misses the jump. He's going to go jump down the tunnel. And this is actually an opportunity for Cadet to turn around and actually catch him. Cadet and Extreme Punish could punish this situation, man.
Yeah, Talaku is on the run, picks up the speed boost. Return flag not going to be able to catch him. Really good kiting there by Talaku. Return flag ultimately will fall.
Oh, the gouge.
And now he's trying to avoid Cadet. Can Cadet get the charge? He's there. He gets the charge. He gets scattered. The scatter nicely done by Meltsu. Beautiful peels coming in from this Hunter, but Cadet gets the intercept, and now he is all over the Druid. Crilly does end up falling, and this is an opportunity if Talaku can actually return the flag. Are they going to be able to? I think Syke's in a position to actually grab it, so I don't know if Talaku has the time he needs to return the flag. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. I think we might actually see both of these flag carriers fall, but Talaku looking reasonably healthy at this point. Still just kiting around back with his team. And now, if we can see the Pressburg Pumper Blasters come back and pressure Syke and take him down, that's an opportunity for them to come back in this game.
Yeah, and the thing about Syke is that he is a Pyro Mage. He doesn't have ice blocks. He doesn't have his ice barrier as well, which is a massive defense here for the mage in Classic. So he's just relying on that mana shield right now, and he wants to swap that flag with Krill as soon as humanly possible. Right now there's a Hunter shooting him down. There's a mage following him as well. Big damage coming out, and Syke getting Pyro to the face. Could just go down here. Cadet might need to try to pick it up. He's gonna get it. Drake gets it. Beautiful stuff here, but Drake could potentially fall down as well here. He kites, he ducks and weaves towards the mana shield. He drops it, but I do think he's gonna get picked up by Krill. I cannot believe it. The passes coming through, and they do get the flag. What a close call there. The Pressburg Pumper Blasters definitely turning up here.
Yep, 6 minutes left in this game as well as Crilly marches his way into the tunnel. Tanari there to get a little bit of damage off, but just so low. I think it will end up falling, but I don't think Crilly's completely out of it yet. There's a lot of offense here from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. They can slow down Crilly and get on top of him. They might be able to take down this pesky Druid. The 5-man push from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. Crilly grabbing the speed boost, looking to reconvene with his team, and this is the safety he needs. There's 8 members here of the team of Weavy Gaming, and Crilly's going to be feeling it's about as safe and secure as you can in this situation. What a close call, but beautiful pass by Syke to Drig to Crilly, and ultimately that's going to keep Weavy Gaming in this game.
What a close call right there. And this is exactly why you want to have presence in the offense, because otherwise the Druid is just, Talaku is just going to be waiting on the flag spot. So there's never going to be an opportunity for Syke to actually pick it up. But because of Cadet and Extreme Punish kind of intercepting the Druid, the druid has to turn around in the tunnel and run away from his own base where, he can cap the flag, and that's going to give Syke the time he needs to pick up the flag and look to escape through that situation. So having a good offense is very, very key in times like that. And narrowly, I would say Weavy Gaming escapes that situation by the skin of their teeth. And at this point, Van, what do? You have 4 minutes left on the clock. Do you go for a full-on turtle defense? Do you go for a couple of offensive plays? It looks like they are going for the defense here on the side of Weavy Gaming. Only 2 players on the enemy team here from the Pressburg Pumper Blasters sitting in defense, just a hunter and a druid. So
I like
I'm not
this.
sure.
They're sending cadet and return flag, so a 2-person push, making sure that at least a couple of defenders are there and to pressure down Talaku, just in case, like you said, if Crilly is pressured and he does fall, if Talaku, is forced to kite around, there's an opportunity to at least grab the flag. But I don't mind the fact that they do have such a big defense right now. There's not too much time left on the clock, and if we do see the team of Pressburg Pumper Blasters fall, they're only going to have a few more offensive pushes available. And you can see return flag. They're actually going to be moving forward. They might actually take down Meltzu. That would be massive. If they can pick off this hunter, that's going to be a 2v1 situation. But at the same time, Cadet might fall. As like push here. He's getting some heals. Nicely done. Good heals coming in from Talaku. But Cadet and return flag, they're just going for it. They're sprinting in. They get the blind on Meltzu. And Talaku is on the run. He's looking to escape if he can. But Cadet might get there with the intercept. Can he get the charge? He gets the charge off. And now it's going to be Talaku versus Cadet. Can Talaku survive? At the same time, we do have a push coming in here from the team of the Pressburg Pumper Blasters.
Yeah, I don't think Cadet is going to be able to reach his druid anymore here, unless he has an intimidating shout. It doesn't look like it, unfortunately, for Cadet here. And it looks like most of his teammates are respawning right now, so return flag, not going to be able to do too much. And I think the interesting story here is, of course, going to be the defense of Weavy Gaming. Krilla just sitting back right now with an army between him and the enemy squad. And Jadis, I think he's going to have to just go in by himself and pump pyro somebody to try to win this game for his team. But they are running out of time, and I do think Weavy Gaming will be taking this one unless Jadis can make some miracle plays.
And Talaku is going to just have to hold on. Him and his hunter pal, Meltzu, they need to allow their team enough time to actually make that offensive push. So the defense is going to have to be a little bit weak here, but so far Talaku has been doing an excellent job with the kiting, and it looks like Meltzu is actually going to be able to take down return flag and potentially Cadet. Both of them are going to fall. Actually, just return flag for now, but Cadet, I think he's so low on health that we could just see Talaku go forward and try to take him down, but kind of a risky play as to how strong Warriors are in Classic. Meltzu finally getting there. Nice double roots coming in from Talaku, and Cadet will likely fall in this situation, and now it's going to be all about the Pressburg Pumper Blasters offense, and can Crilly survive?
Yeah, and that's the thing, though. Cadet forcing, a lot of members to sit here and on the defensive side of the map, at least by having that pressure. But now this is a clean opportunity here. If they can take down Krill here, it is going to be the game. This is potentially the final push of the game here. Can they make it? Nose charging through. Jadis is going to be the man of the hour. Can he get the pump pyro? Can he get the crits that he needs? And Krilla knows he just needs to buy himself time. But if he jumps down, it's a risky gamble. He just needs to stay with his teammates right now for a little bit longer, and they will be able to take this game here. Jadis charging through here. Can he get the Pompiro? Can he connect? Mind Vision coming through, but beautiful slows here by both of these mages. Syke is there on defense as well, doing what he can together with Drig, blessing of protection onto Drig as well, just allowing him to stay in the fight and do what he can here, AoEing everyone. It's less than a minute left on the clock here, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming down to the wire, but Talaku actually going down here. No, drops the flag. He's just messing around there, I think. I'm not sure. And it looks like Krill is going to be able to win, and Weavy Gaming are going to win the match.
Wow. Extremely well fought by both of these teams. A very close call, but some beautiful plays coming in from the team of Weavy Gaming. It does get them that 1-0 lead, and they were able to run with that lead until the end of the match. So well fought to both these teams. Congratulations to the Pressburg Pumper Blasters for putting on such a show in this tournament, but that will be the last time we see them this weekend. And Weavy Gaming will advance to play against Champingo, which is a very solid team here, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, Champingo is going to be a fun game to watch for sure. I can't wait to see how that game is going to play out. But definitely big shout outs here to the Pressburg Pumper Blasters for what they've been able to do so far in the tournament. I mean, this is a team that we didn't really expect too much from them, but they came through. Definitely putting Weeby Gaming here, one of the strongest teams in the competition, and they put them to the test. There was just if Drig doesn't get that little click when Psych died on the recap, that would have been a 1-1 even early on when they got some kills from Krill. Just super close game here, and both teams definitely playing it out pretty much perfectly.
Yep. Speaking of perfect play, we're going back to the upper bracket for our upper finals. And that does mean we are going to see Apes versus Apes Bred. And I know, Mo, this is something we talked about. I think it was at the beginning, before the show even started yesterday, how awesome it would be just seeing Apes, the first Apes team on one side of the bracket, the second Apes team on the bottom side of the bracket, and if they would actually meet in the upper finals. And that is exactly what's going to happen. I think this is going to be one of the most intense matches we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, this is both of the teams that haven't lost so far yet in the competition going to be going head to head. They're, guildies. And I can just imagine if Apes Bred beats the Apes main team, there's going to be a lot of trash talk going down. So it's going to be fun to see what these players can do here. And of course, whoever wins this fight will advance to the grand finals, if I'm not completely mistaken here.
You're
and
right.
That will secure them a bye later on in the championship round in 2 weekends from now. So going to be very important to make it to that final. And, having one of the Apes teams, represented there, I think is good for them.
Yeah, and just to clarify for everybody watching the stream, this bracket, what we're looking at right now, is mostly just to make it for that top 6 for the championship bracket, like Zico and I have been mentioning. And that's when, the prize money is going to be on the line. But for these teams, making it to that top 2 and getting a bye in the championship round are going to be very important. And I think more so than anything this weekend, just the bragging rights, winning, one of the first official classic Warsong Gulch tournaments is going to be massive for both these teams. And I think it's very likely, I think it's a strong possibility we see these teams, whatever happens here, rematch in the grand finals. Definitely possible. So we'll see what these teams can get done. Both of them have put on such a strong performance. Neither one of them has lost so far. And this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be super close game. And I don't know who is going to win this one. I would feel like the double mage versus the double warrior, I would give the advantage just compositionally slightly to the Apes main squad. And of course, we're going to have Storm going up against Tiger Form. It's just going to be awesome here. Zolpi going up against Monkey News,
Valcor,
big names. Big names. Big head-to-head matchups here for sure.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think it's safe to say, too, that, these guys are all in the same guild. Would you say that they have a lot of experience, playing with each other as well? So I'm sure they're going to be able to pick up on each other's tendencies. Like, I guarantee you that, we've seen Monkey News play with Storm and Valcor play with Storm and Storm, play with XN. There's just a lot of history between all of these players. So, kind of knowing what they want to do is going to, I don't know if it's going to give either team a necessary advantage, but there could be some mind games in some of the strategies that we do see.
Midge is just spamming right now in /say death to the enemy. Yeah, they are guildies, but right now they are enemies. There is a lot on the line here. Getting a free ticket essentially to the grand final would mean that you get a bye later on. You're gonna have an easier road in that championship round, and it matters a lot if you're able to do that. The gates are now open, mages are blinking out, everybody's mounting up, and we are live here with Apes versus Apes. And Van, putting you on the spot, is Apes gonna win?
Is Apes gonna win? I think one thing that I'm very confident in is at the end of this matchup, one of these Apes teams will in fact win this game. There's no question about it. But I don't know. Both these teams have looked so strong, so polished in their gameplay. I feel like I'm a little bit biased towards Apes Bred just because, Valcor and I have played together quite a bit. So I think I would, be in favor of Apes Bred just a little bit. But it's just so hard to go against Storm and, the rest of his squad.
Yeah, I personally, I played with a lot of these players on both sides, and it's like picking who your favorite child is, and I would say because Apes Bread is, not they're the bread, they're not just apes. I feel like they are the underdog, and my heart is always going to be with the underdog. So we're going to see what they're going to do. I think this game is safe to assume is going to go the full 35-minute length, though. A lot
You
of
think so?
experience on both sides. Absolutely, I think so. And we're going to see if my predictions here are coming true. Drip, drip.
Once again, you're just going to be a little leaky faucet. Oh, man. I remember the days when you weren't a leaky faucet and all your predictions came true. Well, let's see. You have a chance to redeem yourself here. Zico's prediction, this game's going straight to 35, or not straight to 35 minutes, but to the full 35 minutes. There's so much experience. It's just going to come down to little outplays here. Tilted actually picking up the flag. Valcor trying to slow down Storm just a little bit. He actually returned the flag. Nice pickup there by Valcor. Did see Tilted try to drop the flag to Storm, but Valcor with beautiful plays, and that's the kind of MVP defensive rogue plays we've seen so far. But equally so, I mean, we've seen Dr. Perplex pull out some insane plays himself.
Oh, look at that right now. He's rocking out Tiger Form. He gets him with the sap, and Tiger Form actually Perplexity scolds the helmet. Yeah, and he gets the big damage here. Tiger Form going to go ahead and drop the native swiftness. He gets blinded. No, abolish poison. Dr. Perplexity right now having a PhD in rogue mechanics. Let's see what he can do here. He does get dispelled out of that blind, but look at that sap onto Gracious. He's going to look for a sap onto Parla here potentially. He nets Parla, gets the sheep shot. Perplexity just crowd controlling 3 members. There's the gouge. Parla looking for the mind control, gets kicked on it. Perplexity doing everything he can here to slow down Tiger Form as much as possible, slowing down 3 different members here from the enemy side, and he's doing some fantastic rogue gameplay, and he's still on Tiger Form. No nature swiftness, finally getting caught up in the polymorph, vanishes out of the root, but now getting caught up in another polymorph, and Tiger Form will be able to escape. That was amazing rogue gameplay coming out of both the rogues.
Yep, such just little micro outplays. We also saw a moment in the match where Storm in the midfield almost got taken down, but big heals. It does look like right now Apes is coming out ahead, and Bread, unfortunately, will get, essentially wiped in the midfield. But they did what they needed to do. Tiger Form has been able to cross the map, and it does look like him on the Horde side getting to the special jump. He should be able to get into his base safely. But it looks like Zolpi and UHDX, they're actually going to be looking to make an offensive push here. Tiger Form unfortunately fails the jump. There's so much pressure on these druids. Let's see if he can get it this time. He needs to get into position. If he fails this again, he might actually just get caught out. And it looks like he will be safe to get and reconvene with his team.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Tiger Form. I feel like because we've hyped up all these druid jumps so much, like now every time a druid is going for a jump, we're like sitting there, really inspecting it with like a spyglass, making sure every step he takes is the right one. But Tiger Form is going to reconvene with his team. They're going to be able to get back onto the roof, and now we're going to see who plays the team portion of this game better. We've seen both teams kind of go for that quick cap strategy in the start, very standard, and usually it's the rogues and the warlocks who can be the playmakers in that situation. We saw beautiful stuff from Valcor with that kind of return in between the drop, and we saw beautiful stuff with Perplexity, sculling the Rocket Helm, controlling multiple members as well at the same time. But now we are at the stage where you're going to have a standard defense and a standard offense being sent out, and it looks like Apes are the first one to be in position here to potentially go for that attack onto Tiger Form. And usually we see Mythos in the offense, but Mythos himself is going to be trying to take matters into his own hands. And I think it's an intelligent thing. It's like kind of like when King Joffrey is down at the battlefield, kind of inspiring his men to fight better,
But isn't he back on defense, hiding in the castle?
Actually, true.
I don't think he's inspiring anyone right now. He's just turtling up. He's horrified of what's coming. Apes is charging up the Horde side tunnel. They're going to be looking to make a push here, and Bread is going to have to defend. Mytos on defense, like you said. He's going to be able to deal quite a bit of damage and punish this offense if he can, but we are seeing that patented 6-person push coming in from Apes. They have 6 members getting ready to charge in, and Volpe, he's just going for it here, Zika.
Yeah, we're gonna see him get scattershot right now. Midge going in with the rocket boots, with the freedom. Let's see what they can get done. Zolpi already in position. Rocket around on the priest, so important to get that off right there. Now there's not gonna be too many dispels here. Tiger form potentially gonna need to jump down here. He catches a couple of swings here from Zolpi. He needs to be careful. Sitting in bear form. Vuike is in line of sight. There's a Pompiro. It's a big crit. That is going to be the ignite, potentially taking down Renz, throwing out the heals, keeping him alive. That improves counterspell, doing work, but Perplexity is right behind him. Tiger form, what are you gonna do here to stay alive? Perplexity trying to keep up with the druid here of Tiger form. Tiger form doesn't really have too much going for him, and he is gonna have Gracious though there with him, backing him up with the Sabotage coming out. Big damage as well with the Eviscerates. No heals right now, just that frenzied region. He gets blinded. Perplexity buying his teammates time to get on the target. Mythos charging Zolpi, drops the flag. Who picked it up? It gets picked up by Mythos, and Mythos on that warrior should have his shield wall ready. Could potentially need to use it right here. I think he is going to use it, but he's going to take a big hit once again, getting a couple of heals, but Rancy's counterspell. Can he get a few heals? Shield comes out, Renew comes out, Storm drops the flag, and Monkey New return it. Can Mythos cap it?
Ooh, Mythos. Is he going to be able to do it? He's running. He's charging over. Can he actually get the cap? This would be so big. They're trying to slow him down. He's just charging. He is marching. The blink coming in from... Does he get it?
No
Actually
way.
cap. It is going to be bred to get the first flag. And this is going to be quite the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. What an explosive start here. Both teams having a beautiful offense. Monkey News in offense, securing the kill, securing the return. Mythos on the flip side, being the hero for his team, picking up the flag, using his shield wall, using all of his mobility, barely getting in position to cap that flag. And that rocket help on Vuike, I think, was what slowed him down long enough for Mythos to get that cap. Wow.
What a beautiful flag capture there. Definitely so much teamwork and synergy going in. Equally so, I mean, that was such a close call. If that Pompiro just did a little bit more damage, that could have easily been a cap for Apes. But that's how evenly matched these two teams are. But we are going to be seeing both these teams kind of reconvene in the center of the map. And we do have Monkey News actually pick up the flag for the team of Apes Bred. Let's see if he is able to actually cross. He has the entire team of Apes all over him right now, but with big heals coming in, I think he should be able to survive. He's got the sword and board, going to make him very durable against Volpe. I think that they should be able to crush this offense and get Monkey News safely in the base.
Oh, Valkor, I think he scolded Rocket Hound there. I'm not sure if he got Dispel there, maybe actually. He's chasing down Stormy here, down the middle. Let's see if they can reach him. Flash Bomb connects. Can they connect here? Monkey News smells blood in the water. Midas is there as well. Big damage coming out. Did he have any crowd control for Chloe O'Brien? He's just standing next to him healing. Where's the kick? Monkey News with beautiful awareness actually just deletes him with a whirlwind. I think he wasn't even trying to hit him right there. Storm, though, taking a big hit there. Valkor going to return the flag. Let's see, can they get the cap here? Tilted with the repick. Let's see what Monkey News can do, though. He has the flag for now.
Tilted's going to be running Graveyard, just trying to avoid everyone from the team of Apes Bred and reconnect with his healer, but Mythos is there. This warrior is going to be looking to absolutely crush this mage if he can connect. He just gets a little bit of uptime. Nice counterspell keeping Mythos in combat. The intercept comes in, standard blink, and unfortunately for Mythos, it will look like Tilted does get away, and more often than not, that's what happens if you're a warrior. The mage will be escaping, and now back with Chloe, back with Storm. Storm's going to pick up the flag, and we are going to see both these teams rotate back to their standard offense and defensive pushes.
Yeah, and we're going to see Tiger form in position here on the roof. Should be completely safe in that situation, but I do think Storm, he's going to be making it to his side here shortly as well. Nobody really going to be able to contest him there. So both teams now finally getting a moment to breathe here, regroup, rebuff each other, quickly sell some water if your name is Gracious, and hopefully keep going here, regrouping. And I don't know, the last push was so close. I really don't know how it could be any closer than that. So the next push, I'm very excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely. We can see right now, Tiger form still just kiting away. Medj is, very close to him right now, so doesn't want to get, too comfortable. But I think at this point, we just have so many members of Apes Bred on their side of the map they should be completely fine. They're actually just going to be looking to clean up this offense coming in from Apes. And if they can do that, they can reconvene. That's when they're going to be feeling confident to really push forward and try to make an offensive play. But, man, you talked about earlier Mytos being on defense. Definitely paying dividends for Apes Bread, being able to pick up the flag and get that cap. Extremely well done. And now we are going to be seeing Apes Bread set up their offense. It's going to be Valcor, Monkey News, Centec, XN, and Parla. So he grabs the rejuvenation to reset his mana to make that push against the 4-person defense of Apes.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, having Midas on that defense for sure was the right line of play here. And, with hindsight, of course. And obviously,
you're going to be taking credit.
Well, I'm just saying drip, but having Midas on that defense, being the person carrying the flag, I personally, if I was an Apes member, I would hesitate a little bit, don't want to really get loot banned or G kicked, taking him down. So definitely working out in their favor. But we're going to see here the standard defense. Mythos, Tiger Form, Gracious, Slicey, and Rant. 5-man defense. But now Zolpi going through here, charges onto the Hunter, gets blessing of protection immediately. Rocket Boots comes out. Mythos trying to slow him down. And now once again, Tiger Form, what are you going to do here? Let's see how it looks on the other side. Monkey News as well pushing through here for Storm. So both flag carriers could be in trouble, but it looks like Tiger Form is the one who is in the most amount of trouble. Chips the flash bomb right there. Gets a bash onto Zolpi, charges over to Polythesia, and it looks like he's actually going down very unorthodox way here through the kind of a banana here, going down to the tunnel potentially. Gets Hammer of Justice here by Midge. Pyro comes through. Mythos and Zolpi in position here. Tiger Form, what are you going to do? Nature Swiftness comes through. That Tiger Form surely will go down here. Freezing ban, but it's not going to be enough. Perplexity returning the flag, and Storm on the flip side going down as well, and the flag is returned again. Look how close these pushes are, man.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, they're having a really, really solid offense with those 6 members, but at the same time, we are seeing the team of Apes Bread able to take down Storm. It is not nearly as easy for Storm to kite these players, as they are exceptional veterans. Just dealing with this offensive push has not been super easy for the team of Apes just yet, but extremely evenly fought. Monkey News is going to be picking up the flag for his team and trying to get down the tunnel. At the same time, we do have Perplex as well, crossing the midfield. It doesn't look like there's anyone there to really contest him. It looks like Storm will be able to pick up the flag. Good teamwork there. And now it's going to be up to Monkey News to make sure that he can get his flag to Tiger Form, as that is going to be the most durable flag carrier they have available.
Yeah, and Storm actually running into Valcor right now. Let's see, he gets cheap shot out of form. Valcor, does he have the damage to back him up? Chloe's there, and Valcor's trying to CC him, I don't know, with maybe a kick or a gouge or something, but looks like XN, he's going to find him with the rocket arm. Does he have the death coil, though? That is the question. XN doesn't look like he's going to have it. Storm, though, dotted up fully. If XN can connect here with a death coil, it could just be the end of Storm. He's life tapping on very low HP. Storm realizing that he needs to be extremely careful. Warlocks and rogues are what can just erase a druid from that map, and XN is still chasing him down. He's trying to get in range for the fear. There's the shadow burn. Does he have the damage that he needs? He gets nailed into a fear. Look at XN here, but what happened to the fear? He resisted.
It happens. It's classic. Storm's gonna get away. He rolls around. Trust me, I've experienced a lot of those resists in my days playing Classic, but Storm, he will reconvene with his team, and that's got to be heartbreaking for XN. Was literally making hero plays. He's just gonna he's just gonna burn down his mana, life tap, and actually kill himself just so he can reconvene with his team. As being by himself in that spot, definitely not ideal. Storm completely safe with his team, and at the same time, we can take a look at what's going on with Tiger Form as well with his team. So both these teams are going to be looking to set up that offensive, defensive strategy once again, but still, Apes Bread has the lead, but Apes not out of it yet. And they just get one more flag cap, and all of a sudden, they will be the ones that are ahead in this match.
Just unbelievable. I can't believe that fear. I don't know if he would have had enough time to maybe put up a curse of elements curse of shadow, to remove some of that shadow resist. I'm not sure if he would have been able to still get the fear, but if he could have min-maxed that, XN might have actually been able to make the hero 1 versus 3 play right there, solo kill the flag carrier. But We will never know as he reses and reconvenes with his team. Another offensive push here being set up. So Monkey News and Valco, the entire team here of Ape Spread in position. And on the flip side, let's see how Tiger Form is doing. I actually think that Ape Spread is going to get the first pounce here. Looks like it anyway. No, both teams once again in position here to get aggressive. Midas already charging in immediately, trying to piercing out everyone, trying to slow everyone down as much as possible. Let's see how these druids deal with this situation, man.
And Dr. Perplex is going to be waiting in the wings once again if Tiger Form does jump down. And I think that's why we did see that positioning from Tiger Form, where he went back to the banana, like you said, just to avoid jumping down, as he knows this rogue is waiting there. And that is a very experienced rogue at taking down druids. Zolpi could fall right now in this offensive push. Let's see if he's able to do it. Tiger Form's on the run, but he gets caught into a death glow. Perplex is there. Do they have the damage to take him down? Tiger Form's going to be in so much trouble. In the meantime, we see Storm just kiting around, avoiding a lot of the incoming damage. Tiger Form jumps over the fence. He is on the run, but he has the team of apes chasing him down. Can he get in the tunnel? If he can get away in the tunnel, it looks like he is going to be able to escape. And right now, Tiger Form's going to be feeling relatively safe, as he does manage to get away, but still just so low on health.
Dude, Tiger Form, when he got coiled right there, he shifted out to human form, shifted a flash bomb, and then he NS'd himself and was able to survive as a result of that. Tiger Form playing that so beautifully. And now let's see if Storm can make similar plays here on the flip side. Doesn't look like Storm's going to be in too much trouble right now, but could still happen here as everybody is gathering up in that tunnel. Monkey News now looking for the push here. What can he get done here? Doesn't look like Storm is going to be too pressured, but he only has one May. He has a pretty standard defense. Let's see. Monkey News leading the charge right now. Big plays could be happening here, Van.
Yeah, definitely. Perplex all over Tiger Form. A big Shadow Bolt lands as well. Palm Fireball. Tiger Form now in a kitty shot, and it looks like Tiger Form will ultimately fall. Does get some heals. Storm now trying to get there. Monkey News picks up the flag. They can't believe it. Once again, Monkey News will be getting that flag, and he's going to be going down the tunnel side of this base. And it looks like he will be able to escape. Apes really needs to reconvene, peel back, take down Monkey News. But Monkey News has to be very careful here. We can take a look at his positioning here on the field, because he's actually just going to be rotating into the banana, going to the upper portion of the map. He realizes if he crosses right now, there's not going to be too much backup for him, and he's just going to be running into the team of apes who are peeling back to take him down. This is a very scary situation here for Ape Spread.
Yeah, Monkey News is going to have to play this delicately. He actually charged an alarm bot right there just to get a little bit more distance. So far, Monkey News has been doing a great job here, kiting Zolp, charging his charge, charging to bots and everything, and now he's just taking over this side. Chloe O'Brien getting mind control capped. And the Storm, what is going on?
Storm and Monkey News just right on top of each other at this point. I think it's kind of funny, just the positioning of it.
Look at Chloe O'Brien, though, with that backfired mind control cap. I'm not sure if he got I think it was a backfired mind control cap. It's pretty hard to tell, though, because Monkey News was out of combat for a second there, so maybe he did it. Would be an insane play for sure, but Monkey News is buying a lot of time for his teammates to get to him, but at the same time, it's gonna be a scary situation. Tiger Form is up there, Monkey News jumping down, and he's gonna go ahead and try to juke everyone. I actually think he has a pretty clear line here. If he can make it all the way down that tunnel, no speed boosts available right now. Tiger Form not gonna be in position. Perplexity's all over him. Let's see what they can do. Valcor is there, peeling up everyone with that gouge, dropping, all those peels from the rogue. Monkey News takes a big hit to the face, and they're gonna return the flag. It looks like Ape should be able to get a cap here if Storm can get it.
Oh, that was so close. Tiger Form was right there trying to slow down Storm. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it. And now Apes is in a position where they are actually ahead in this match, as it is going to be the most recent flag capture that does win if it results in a tie. But I mean, I think it's very likely we do see these teams get another flag cap in this match. We are 21 minutes in. It's quickly going by. We do have about 16 minutes left in the match, and there are opportunities for both these teams to get the flag. Right now, Horde side does have the flag, but unfortunately, Gracious gets dropped, and Perplex will return that flag and make sure that it's not going to be easy for Ape Spread to pick it up.
Yeah, Perplex kind of denying that speed cap right there. Gracious is going to fall, and they wait with the rest before they kill him. And this is what we were talking about a little bit yesterday. Valcor looking to potentially get in position here. And you can see Storm as well looking to pick up the next flag here for his team. Right now, not too much presence on the map from either team as everybody is kind of just getting in position. And there's a heavy defense here on the side of Apes.
Right now, Storm, he's going to be moving through the tunnel by himself. Valcor NXN on defense. I don't know how Storm is going to be able to sneak out of this horde side base without at least a little bit of backup from his team. But you can see Apes, they're going to be repositioning, relocating themselves to get in a better position to actually help Storm and help him pick up that flag. But there's no real rush at this point. I mean, Tigerform also trying to get in the Alliance side base so he can pick up the flag. But at this point, neither one of these Druids is really in a big rush, as we are all tied up here. I'd say for Apes Bred, there's a lot more pressure at this point, because if they don't capture another flag, they will end up losing this game. So they really have to make sure they're playing a solid offense.
Yeah, and Tigerform is in the base, so 1v1 between Dr. Perplex and Tigerform coming up here. Let's see, can Perplexity lock Tigerform down? Can Tigerform get the flag and escape the room? Right now, Perplexity's trying to cut him off here in the balcony, and he should be able to get that first hit. You can see he's got Impending Doom, free action potion. Let's see, Perplexity looking for the blind. He shifts the flash bomb. No, he does get the flash bomb there, and into the blind as well. I'm pretty sure he's out of form here. You can't really tell because of the noggin poker, but I do think we're going to see a sap here potentially. No, he is in form. A gouge coming out there from Perplexity. Picked up a flag by Storm. Perplexity using that vanish.
Oh
and
my
big
goodness.
Fat ambush right there. Gonna be downing Storm, and that was with the Tistle T right there. Spell batching on that Nature Swiftness heal, not gonna come through.
That is absolutely heartbreaking for Tigerform. Really good defense there by Dr. Perplex, not making it easy. You can take a look at where Storm is. He's actually outside of the tunnel, and now the pressure really is on for Apes Bred. They have to grab this flag. Gracious going to be moving forward to do so, but right now, I mean, Apes is looking like they could potentially get a quick cap on the map. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Storm going through the midfield. Gracious basically the only person on the Horde side on Apes Bred that has a chance to grab the flag, but Seralia as well as Perplex can shut him down. He actually gets sapped. At the same time, Storm into a flash bomb. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to cross midfield. Tigerform trying to get there desperately as well. He doesn't have that much time, but this defense from Apes is looking solid. Gracious picks up the flag, but I don't know if he's going to be able to escape this base. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. And now it's going to be Tigerform and Valcor. They are racing into the Alliance base to grab the flag. In the meantime, Storm's still just crossing. And I mean, this is their last chance. If Tigerform and Valcor can't get the flag, if Seralia and Perplex can defend, that's going to be 2 up for the team of Apes.
Yeah, but look at the map. It's just full of blue nameplates here. So even if Tigerform and Valcor doesn't get, crowd controlled here to pieces by Perplexity, they are still going to have to go through a gauntlet of Apes players here. And you can see Perplexity now looking to get the opener. Tigerform already using that free action potion. And you see the flag does get picked up, and he gets scattered on 1 HP. Perplexity gets blinded, gets dispelled out of it. And now Tigerform actually making a charge play right there. He actually is going to be able to survive for now, but Perplexity with the vanish, with the ambush. Can he make it? Tigerform barely there in time. Gracious is there to back him up, trying to pick up the flag. Dr. Perplexity getting netted right now, but Zolp all over Tigerform, and the flag will get dropped, return to the base, and capped by Storm right before he goes down. This game is on a razor's edge, man.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, if we really sit back, that cap doesn't matter that much at the end of it, right? I mean, for Apes Bred, the fact is they need to get another flag at this point if they want to win this match. So that cap is nice for Apes, and I mean, they're 1 away from just completely closing out the match, which is nice. But for Apes Bred, they just need to go back to the drawing board, focus up once again, because the end result doesn't really change for them. If they don't get a second flag cap, they are not going to win this game. So they just need to really pull together here, get their defense, get their offense ready. But I mean, Apes, they're playing so solid. Dr. Perplex on defense is making it a nightmare for Tigerform.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job just CCing everyone and also putting out the pressure. And I think it comes down to that kind of 1v1 situation that Perplex had versus Tigerform earlier on, where he was able to take Tigerform down. That kind of slowed down Tigerform too much and allowed that kind of fast cap situation to happen. And now, once again, Apes moving in here as a unit, trying to take down Midge in the tunnel. He actually gets rocket helmeted. So So I'm not sure about that. I think they're trying to go for a quick play here. Mythos dropping the flag. Tiger Form is going to be able to pick that up and get into position here. Let's see, can they get the flag out though? Where is Storm right now? He is on the graveyard right now. And Chloe O'Brien getting crowd controlled, so Storm has no healer. He does have a free action potion running for a little bit longer here. Let's see if they can reach him. He does have 2 mages backing him up, so I do think Storm should be able to cross the map here, no problems.
Yeah, I think Storm's looking quite healthy at this point. You can see the map. There is a ton of Apes members in the midfield, and there's just no way that XN is going to be able to do anything. It's basically a one-man army at this point. 5 versus 1 as an offensive attack. But we do see Tiger Form as well in the Horde side base. Nice and safe, nice and secure. And it's going to be up to Apes to set up that offense and really just keep the pressure. Even though Apes is ahead in the match, we've seen time and time again that you need to continue your offensive pressure. You need to make sure the Druid isn't feeling too comfortable, too safe. And I think that's going to be really, really important here for the team of Apes. Apes Bread, however, is reconvening in the midfield. We've got Valcor, Monkey News, Renz, Sen, Parla, as well as Martos getting ready to make an offensive play.
Yeah, and Storm getting in position, and he's going to be able to make it there. It looked like those players in the tunnel might be able to cut him off, but Storm is in position here with his entire team defending him. And on the flip side, if we take a look at Dr. Perplex, he is sneaking around in enemy territory. Renz is there, so Perplexity is there, just feeding information to his team, allowing them to get some extra knowledge here of what Tiger Form is doing. Perplexity, look at him trying to sneak in, avoiding the trap there that's placed on the entrance. No flare right now from Slicey XD, and you can tell Slicey is tapped out or something right now. I'm not sure, but he allowed the rope to sneak in, and that is a big, big mistake here. And Perplexity is going to take that knowledge and take that win and run with it. And you can tell right now Perplexity is telling everyone, they have this many people, this is the buffs that they all have, we should do this. Everyone, can you get here? He's just feeding his team. You can see Polytesia, Midge, everybody on the side of Apes kind of getting ready in that tunnel. And this is going to be a very deadly push. We saw a similar situation happen yesterday.
Ooh, Renz almost gets him out. Renz is just spamming Holy Nova and almost gets Dr. Perplex out. He gets the sap and avoids it, but now they know the rogue is here, and they know that they are in trouble. I can't believe what Renz just did. Like, what? Okay.
How did he know that?
I don't ask me. Maybe the hunter's like, yeah, you know what? Actually, let's take a look right now. Where is Slicey on the map?
Did he DC?
I think he might have actually DC'd. There's no way I can spectate him here. So they avoid the flare. Dr. Perplex in prime position right now. Apes is ahead 2-1, and this offensive push is going to be a nightmare. Sap is so devastating in Classic. A lot of classes can't even get out of it. We've got a Sap on Gracious, a gouge on Renz, allowing the entire team. Dr. Perplex in a 3v1 situation, just controlling up the entire team, and it looks like his team will get there. Apes is making the push. Tiger Form's on the run, but he runs into the entire team. Polythesia, Dr. Perplex, Zulpi all over him. Can he survive here, Zico?
I'm not sure. He gets feared in cast before he triggers out of it, and that means he's going to get stunned fully here as soon as Dr. Perplex uses that kidney shot. But Tiger Form using the pounds, using the sprints here rather, actually kiting beautifully. He doesn't have a free action potion though. Now Zulpi is all over him. Midge is there as well to back him up. Zulpi getting sheeped. Nice counterspell onto Midge to deny the dispels here, and he gets sheeped again. Gracious definitely playing that mage gracefully so far, but he needs to try to get some sheep here onto Midge. Midge having those dispels. Oh, look at that rocket how nearby Midge, buying more time for his teammates to get there. Zulpi smells blood in the water. DX looking to load up the damage here. Can he do it on that Warlock? He's casting the fear. He gets the Curse of Shadow. He goes for the Shadow Bolt. Monkey News is there. He gets kicked by the mage once again. Gracious playing this defense beautifully. Look at that beautiful rocket helm as well onto the Priest. But Tiger Form finally going to jump down, and he should be fine in that situation. And on the flip side, what is Storm up to here? He's just chilling right now, but there's a lot of players dogpiling onto him. He's going to jump down towards the graveyard and begin kiting there. So Storm should be okay in that situation, and it's all going to be Tiger Form. I think Tiger Form as well, so far looking good, kiting defensively, and I do believe Slicey XD is back in the game now. So that's going to be good news for Apes Bread there. But the bad news is they have about 5 minutes left of this match, and they need to get one more flag here, man.
And that is not an easy thing to do. But Slicey being back, definitely going to help them out. But we do see right now, Tiger Form could be in some trouble. He's got Dr. Perplex as well as Zolpi all over him. Tiger Form on the run, but he has abandoned his team. He's by himself. If Zolpi can reconnect, that could just be the end of Tiger Form. Looks like he is still kiting. He does get
Flash
caught
bomb
into the flash bomb, and Zolpi might be able to just take him down. He's in execute range. Does he have the damage? Swing that big rank 14 sword. Tiger Form still barely holding on, but ultimately will fall. But a nice pickup there by Valcor. But this rogue is going to be one of the least durable classes in the game, and that is going to be it. Storm in position, and it will be Apes as our first grand finalist.
What an amazing match there, though. That was such a close game. So many small things could have gone differently, but I do think Apes started pulling ahead there a little bit towards the end there. You can see a lot of kills in this game as well. And, things like XM having his fear resisted when Storm was like 60% HP, that is an obvious cap because there was no presence from Apes in the offensive side and Tiger Form was in his base. So if XN can get a kill like that by himself, that's going to be a 2-1 lead for Apes Bread. And all of a sudden, maybe they're going to play a different strategy, maybe play a little bit more defensive. We'll never know, but that is the beauty of Classic, though. It's a lot about... everyone gets dealt a little bit of bad RNG, a little bit of good RNG, and it's kind of a lot about how you adapt to that. When you take those big crits, how you play from behind, when you get those good resists, how you take an advantage of that situation. And that was a great game, though. And of course, congrats to Apes making it to the finals. We're going to have our next game coming up. It's going to be Pirates versus Last and Sleep. Last and Sleep, that Russian squad that we saw yesterday, really powering up towards the end of the day.
Yeah, and the winner of that match will be going up against the Noggenfogger Dodgers. So Pirates, Last and Sleep, the next match we do have coming for y'all watching the stream. And I think you really hit the nail on the head just talking about, some of the RNG in Classic WoW. That really is the beauty of the game because it is about consistency over time. And also, there can be these really unexpected situations that come into the game, which makes it, not necessarily scripted because if one little thing goes wrong, then all of a sudden you have to completely adapt the way you're playing, the trinkets that you use, how you use your rotations, all that good stuff. So definitely looking forward to seeing more of these matches. We are going to be jumping back down to the lower bracket. Big congratulations to the main team Apes. But I can bet that Apes Bread, they're going to be waiting for whoever is going to try to contest them to make it into that finals and that potential rematch that they have.
Yeah, Apes looking solid on the day. They're only really giving up a cap against, I think, Weavy and also against, Apes Bread now. So very, very dominating performance so far. And if we take a look here on the bracket, you can see we do have, a lot of big teams here. We've got Pirates versus Last and Sleep, and then we got a game that I am super stoked for, which of course is going to be Champingo versus Weedy Gaming. Weedy Gaming, we've been hyping them up. We saw them a little bit earlier on in the day, having that super, super close game versus the Pressburg Pumper Blasters. They're going to be going up against Champingo, which has had the closest game of the tournament yesterday, getting a tie on their flag score yesterday with, something like 30 seconds or something left on the clock. That was amazing. They are the team that plays without a druid, very aggressive strategies, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do a little bit later on.
Yeah, no question about it. Very exciting games coming up. And at this point forward in the tournament, every single one of these matchups is going to be an elimination matchup. So lots on the line for all of these teams, but I need confirmation from our admins, but I think we're getting very close to knowing what our top 6 is going to be. I think after round 5, we will know for sure what our top 6 teams are going to be representing Europe in that championship bracket. And of course, if you guys are enjoying this tournament, next weekend we are going to have the North American region. So all the Warsong teams from North America that have signed up going to be going through this exact same process, trying to make it into the North American championship round.
Yeah, and then the weekend after that, we're going to be spending the Saturday crowning our champion in Europe, and then we're going to be crowning our champion in North America on Sunday. So plenty of Summer Bowl for all the Classic fans out there. definitely don't want to miss it. Make sure that you are following the stream if you haven't already. And it's going to be interesting now to see here the next matchup coming up: Pirates versus Last in Sleep. I personally, I got to give it to the Russian squad here. They were very impressive yesterday. The one game that they lost to the lower bracket was one of those games where they had the lead. They were constantly getting kills on the flag carrier, but they never got that repick. And then eventually the team of Antinome was able to tie the score and win it based on that. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do here in the lower bracket. So far, they've been able to really put some of these players to the test.
Yep, no question about it. And this will be a matchup that is the Horde versus the Alliance. So we have one team, which is going to be Last in Sleep, our Russian team, utilizing that Elemental Shaman. And then, of course, for Pirates, they are going to be playing the Alliance side with Orleans on that Paladin. And they will be on their respective sides of the field, as when it is Horde versus Alliance, the Horde will be on the Horde side, and the Alliance will be on the Alliance side. Go figure.
Yep, that makes sense. And
sounds good.
Oh, but this is a squad that did pretty well yesterday as well here on the side of Pirates. I remember Sanchez having some big moments here, and I really like just taking the initial couple of seconds here to just look at what kind of weapons at least the players are wearing, because everyone is wearing, Deviate, the Lights, and Noggin Foggers. That is because those consumes are dispellable, so it gives you protection on your good buffs. So it's very hard to see the actual gear that they're wearing, but you can at least see, their weapons. And I see a lot of rank 14 weapons in this game here, man.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams, I think at this point in the tournament, every single team that's left, they're one of those players that takes Classic extremely serious, and they are going to be doing basically everything it takes to fully gear up. And I think it's really, really important that you did shout that out. I saw some questions in the chat about, why are these teams just spamming out the Noggin Fogger? And it's like Zico already said, it is just going to be dispel protection. So, I mean, these teams, they're going to be utilizing full consumables. There are a few things that have been removed. An example is just flasks. Essentially, the line of thinking was, if everyone's flasking, it's almost the same as no one's flasking. And at that point, it's just kind of a waste of gold for these players. So that's going to be removed. But, I mean, we are seeing flash bombs. We're seeing every engineering item you could possibly think, free action potions. And these teams, using all those consumables are definitely going to give them an edge. And we're seeing basically the top level gameplay you could ever experience or witness in Classic WoW.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a joy so far. And, I got to give a big shout out to you, Van, as well, for, sticking around, covering the action. I could not wish for a better co-caster here.
Sticking around, I think I was going to take off.
Well, I don't know.
But I appreciate it. I understand. Sentiment is an absolute joy for me as well. Says voice crack. Sorry about that. Just need some water really quick. But yeah.
How much? Three stacks, a gold and a half, if you're interested.
No, wait, you're not gonna trade me a stack for free. I got you back later. Don't worry.
We'll see about that. Free does not exist in my vocabulary when it comes to selling water, but these teams are going to be charging in here in the middle. We're going to see that big brawl here, and I am going to be looking at this Russian shaman from Last in Sleep. This guy is decked out with full gear, Elemental Mastery charge up. Let's see it. Boom! Big hit here onto the Warlock, and I Am Rage gets erased immediately. I love that shaman.
Yeah, Pirate's going to be taking a huge hit, losing a couple of key members, but we have seen not matter too much. And there's actually a lot of action going on Horde side right now. Fatecast moving forward. We have a 3-person push for the team of the Pirates, and that's probably why they ended up losing that midfield fight. They're committing a lot right now to actually picking up the flag. Does look like Fatecast is going to be able to pick it up, hand it off to Pats. Now with the Druid getting that flag, should be able to cross. But here's the thing. When you lose the mid-fight that bad, there is an opportunity for the Horde side to rotate back. Have a lot of pressure here on the Pats, so we'll see how he deals with this pressure. He's definitely have to get some of his team to rotate and help him out. As, I mean, look at this. They do not have the numbers advantage right now, and Pats is a very vulnerable target.
Look at the Ele Shaman already spanning out the purges here. If he can get a Chain Lightning, it would be massive. But that Frost Nova by Fatecast is going to keep the Shaman away from him. But look at the coil pathing. Getting into the Shaman's line range, but He's actually just mounting up in the middle of the fight here, trying to get to his target. I would have loved to see, a Skull of Impending Doom or a Rocket Boots or something, and just go for the early plays there. I think with that death call, he actually had an opportunity to maybe at least put some pressure on that flag carrier, but Pat's going to be easily walking through, and Sanchez actually able to return the flag so far. Let's see what they can do with that.
They're going to get the cap, the nice scatter! Beautiful scatter, stop the priest, he gets the trap, and they get the cap.
Wow.
Nicely done there by Sanchez, beautifully done. Actually, it was Macunia who had really, really nice hunter plays there. The scatter, the trap, denying the priest from picking up the flag, and that will be a very fast cap for the side of the Pirates.
The Pirates definitely not looking to get exterminated here in this match as they sail on and take the 1-0 lead, man.
Yep, take the 1-0 lead. Now it's going to be up to... No, that's good. I like it. Appreciate it. And sometimes, you get the puns inside and you just got to get it out. I'm all too familiar, You work with Super T's quite a bit. So here we go. And Healing Stat as well. Big shout out to those two. And Rich. Basically all of them. Pat's looking to get in position. He's going to be hopping around using some of these jumps. He's actually in stealth right now, and it looks like he should be able to go get the flag once again. Crit's going to be helping him out, and we can see, let's see if this Russian Druid can actually get in and grab the flag, sitting in stealth on the Horde side, or on the Alliance side of the map. Got the flag. He is sneaking in, and he might be able to grab it. Sanchez sitting in stealth, coming back up, grabs the flag in bear form, but doesn't really use too many consumables. There's a free action potion, does get gouged on it. There's still a sap on the priest, so there's not going to be too much backup. The flash bomb does land, and it's looking like this druid is going to be easily dispatched with big frost bolts coming in, big crits with an ambush, and once again the flag does get returned. And honestly, the defense from the Pirates is looking so solid here.
Yeah, definitely. But on the flip side, the defense is also looking good so far in Last in Sleep. They are able to at least kill off Crit and return their own flag. So right now, pretty neutral situation. We see a mage here going for the hero play down the tunnel. He has the free action potion. Is he going to be able to make it? He's very low on HP. Blinks, gets the hamstring, catches a fat heal right now by the elemental shaman, and he should be able to sneak that flag around. And this could actually be Last in Sleep's chance to equalize the game here at the back of this mage's play. He's making big plays for his team. Blinks forward. He's going to go ahead and reconvene here with his flag carrier. He drops it to the other mage, who's going to be blinking, dropping it to the druid. These guys are playing a game of dodgeball right now. He's going to go ahead and use his movement speed actually himself, and now Pats has the flag here. Is he going to be able to make it out alive? That is the question. Heavy defense here from the side of Last in Sleep. Pats with a beautiful Abolish Poison on the blind with a rocket helm onto the rogue. He's making his way down the graveyard. He gets feared though. Time the Rage looks to dispel the fear. He is able to get it. The Warlock chasing him down with that Skull of Impending Doom. Big damage coming out. The flash bomb gets whiffed right there, and Pats is going to be able to make it out. Flag gets swapped over to the Druid on the side of Last in Sleep, and Pats needs to avoid about one or two more members, and he should be fine. He gets caught up in a flash bomb, trinkets out of it just to reposition, not allow the enemy team to kind of collapse on him, and I think that's a smart play here, man.
Yeah, no question about it. We see the Russian mage in his base is going to be just defending the Druid the best they can. Let's take a look at what's going on right now with Pats. Looking pretty safe, crossing the map right now, should be able to get into the base, especially with backup from Hogus, and it's looking like we are going to be going into the defender's position as both the flags are in their respective bases. It does look like we're actually going to have a charge here onto Pats and potentially reasonable damage, but in a 5v1 situation, I think it's incredibly unlikely we see this warrior actually accomplish too much.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't count him out necessarily. He is an extremely geared warrior here with that rank 14 weapon, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do too much here. Instead, he's just going to need to wait for his teammates to be able to reconvene with him here. You can see there's a rogue on about 1% in that tunnel. Macunia chasing him down. And if you can get that kill, I think he has a serpent sting on him. Oh, look at the health pot coming through. This rogue is extremely sneaky, but he does get taken down there by a multi-shot, I do believe, and he's going to be sent back to the graveyard and also just missed the res. So big opportunity here for Pirates to potentially sneak away and plunder that flag from Mr. Druid here in the team of Last in Sleep.
Yeah, Pirates, solid defense right now. They have 6 members actually grouped up, ready to just defend. And I mean, right now they do have an advantage in terms of caps, so maybe committing a little bit more to their defense is something they want to do, but there's just so much time left. They really got to continue their offensive presence on the map, or else, you know, we've seen that situation backfire many times. You aren't forcing the Druid to kind of run away and play scared, then all of a sudden it becomes a lot more scary if your flag carrier is being attacked. And we can see right now the Russian offense, they are grouping up in the tunnel, but 4 versus 6, numbers definitely not in their favor. And we're actually seeing more members of the Pirates rotate back. It's looking like they're having an 8-person defense at this point, trying to wipe this horde onslaught in the middle. It looks like Orleans might actually get pushed down. If they can take Orleans out, now this is a good opportunity. They just need to turn around and run straight up the tunnel and try to make an offensive push.
Yeah, and we're going to see that happen here. How are they going to answer? Right now, the side of Last in Sleep are in a very comfortable spot, but in terms of defense, there's not really anyone on their side of the map except for Sanchez, but I don't know if they have the amount of damage that they need here to take down Pats. There's a lot of players defending on the side of Pirates. Let's see what they can do here. I think they're about to pull the trigger here. They're running in. The Warlock gets polymorphed right away here. Let's see what he can do. Get spell locked. They're trying to slow him down, Pats, using the Skull of Impending Doom, using that beautiful free action potion, gonna make him immune to stuns, snares, everything like that, and also allow him to basically be immune to crowd control because of that Skull of Impending Doom, doing damage to himself all the time. Going to be able to kite up to the roof and be completely fine here. So good defense so far from Pirates, just kind of sneaking around, but they haven't really killed off anybody on the side of Last in Sleep. So he's not out of the woods yet until we see some players go down. The Warrior right now is going to be the first one to go down right there. Rogue, if they can take down the Rogue, I don't see Pats really going down in that situation. And it looks like he should be able to, but he's hesitating a little bit going up the tunnel. And I do think it is a smart choice. He has time to just, jump back up and just take his sweet time here to reposition and try to get back on the roof. He's actually failing the roof for a jump here, Mr. Pats. Ooh, he fails it again, Ben. 3 times!
Oh my goodness gracious. Is it going to be 4? I just want to comment on, ooh, look at Sanchez right now. What is going on? Sanchez is just hiding. Look at him. He's just in the corner. That's going to be really important. Pat's actually, nice rocket helm over onto Pats. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. He's looking okay right now, but there are 2 members of offense on him, potentially even 3. Pats could fall here. If they can take down Pats, that's going to be massive. He goes for the jump. Unfortunately, he fails it. He's on the run. Warrior, if he gets the intercept, this could be so scary, but there's a lot of backup Hammer of Justice on this Warrior, and that should be more than enough for him to get shut down. I think Pats is going to be feeling more than secure, but I just wanted to comment on Sanchez's positioning. Look at him right now. So you might think that, what he's doing is completely worthless, but he is setting himself up in a prime position. We have seen it in the past. They do not know where Sanchez is right now. And if we can see an offensive push coming in from the team of Pirates, Sanchez, he can lead that push with a sap on the healer, a blind, on the flag carrier, allow everyone to dogpile, and that could be the difference between life and death, that rogue control. So Sanchez, he's just going to wait. This is a very strategic move for him to just be bouncing here in this corner.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very safe corner to be in as well. Not going to be expected to be found in that position.
He almost got found. I don't know if you saw, but there was a mage who was running right at him. He actually committed the vanish so he wouldn't get seen.
But I think that is a good line of play here. And look at Sanchez right now. His gear looks kind of like bad. He's got a core hound tooth. He's got a nice Perdition's blade, so not too bad in terms of weapons. But the rest of his gear looks kind of meh. I don't really see like the Bloodfang stuff. I don't see, like what are those green shoes he's wearing, or like what?
Those are rocket boots. Those are rocket boots.
Oh. What are those? Oh, he's going to activate the sprint. He's going for the 2v1 against a mage and a druid.
Sanchez. Set it up. If he gets the blind on the druid, get the blind on the druid. Is he going to get it? Free action potion, abolish poison. That's going to make him immune to most of the things the rogue can do. And right now, Sanchez, he's going forward. He gets the blind. Can he get the gouge? He needs to get the gouge. He's caught into a bash. Oh no. The druid does manage to get away. Sanchez, that was his opportunity. But the hero death call coming in from Brew gets interrupted on the immolate. Going to be no conflag for him. It looks like MP, or I don't even call him MP. I don't know how to pronounce that. The Russian druid. And we apologize for, just saying the Russian druid, the Russian warrior. I have no idea how to pronounce these names, and I don't want to, even attempt to.
Moy. Moy. And
we could try.
Let's try the bottom mage. Chanti Snino.
All right.
We're just going to keep referring to them as the mage from Last and Sleep or the Russian mage. We apologize in advance. Russian druid right now in a kidney shot, trinkets out of it, going for the jump. He fails to jump. Sanchez, this is your moment to redeem yourself. Let's see if he can do it.
You almost hate to see Sanchez fail at this point. He's going for it. He's just committed so much of his time in this game. He's been AFK in the corner for literally 5 minutes. Now finally getting the advantage. Cheap shot. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? They're still going forward. The jump gets failed. Unfortunately, he gets caught into the immolate. The Warlock has so much burst damage available. So jumping falls again. What a nightmare here for this druid. He's got the warrior all over him. The heals just are not coming in. And I don't know how he's still alive at this point. How is he still alive?
If Cameroon can connect, he's got the charge. Here comes the crits. 1, 2, boom. He gets the flag. He gets the return. And that is going to be a cap. And we got to give a big shout out to our boy, Mr. Sanchez. It wasn't clean. It was kind of dirty, actually, but he does get it. And they are able to get the cap there with the backup of Cameroon there on that warrior.
Nicely done there, Sanchez. Like I said, you almost hate to see him fail at that point with how much he committed just sitting in that corner. But it does pay off. They got the second cap, and now we really see the team of Last and Sleep in an unfortunate situation. They need to get 2 caps if they want to come back in this game. They do pick up the flag, and potentially they could come back in this game if they can get a quick cap. Let's see if they're able to do it. You see the warrior just getting outside of the tunnel right now. He's going to be charging forward. But I just don't know if they are going to have enough time. It's looking like we do see Fake Cast pick up the flag, and this warrior will go down. The flag gets returned, and now nobody has the flag at the point, but Fake Cast, he's actually just going to go for it, try to pick it up. He does get caught into the cheap shot, and we'll see if this rogue can actually defend his base. It's looking like it is going to be likely. Fake Cast gets immediately deleted, and now there's no real rush as it seems like, Pats is at a pretty good spot right now. He's just sitting outside of the Horde base near the graveyard, waiting for his team to help him out to actually pick up the flag. But like I said, he's really in no rush to grab it.
You can kind of tell there's a little bit of a gear difference between the rogue in Last and Sleep and our boy Mr. Sanchez there, kind of tickling these druids, whereas this rogue here, this Russian rogue, just one-tapped that mage right there who tried to pick up the flag. And now once again a death call coming in onto crit. I don't think that was a crit though, but that backstab definitely looked like a crit. Look at that, taking off 60% of his HP, but crit with the beautiful blink right there. He's going to go for the drop here as well, passing it over to Pats, and let's see if Pats can make it out alive here. He gets flash bomb, trinkets out of it, should be fine in that situation here as he keeps making his way down the ramp, man.
That Warlock is in a prime position, gets out the Shadow Bird, Pat's taking so much damage. The Elemental Shaman is there, he wants to get the damage. He gets caught into the Iron Grenade though, and now he does get Rocket Helmet as well, so great control coming in from the team of the Pirates, and Pat's in a great position to actually cross the map. I don't think there's anyone that's going to be able to really contest him too much. He's with his team, and for the other side of things, they do not have the flag. At this point, it is going to be up to, I believe that it's actually the druid. Yeah, the flag carrier has an opportunity to actually go grab it, but we'll see if there's anyone there to really meet him with contention. It doesn't look like it so far, so at this point, Last and Sleep, they're still in a great spot.
Yeah, but look at Pats right now. Pats can make a big play here. If he goes for the NS Hibernate or if he has a Rocket Helm or something, he could set his team up for the final cap here. Let's see what they can do here as everyone is trying to dogpile onto the Druid. Warrior gets a charge in. He gets immediately snared. Macunia looking to make the hero play. Gets blinded there. The Russian rogue is here backing up his Druid. If he didn't get that blind onto the Hunter, that would have been a full trap onto the Druid, and that could have been the game. But look at Sanchez leading the charge on his Tiger, waiting for his team. He just jumps down into 5 people. He does not care. He has his rocket boots ready, and he wants to use them right now. And it looks like the Druid here from Last in Sleep is going to be able to make it across to the safety of his own side, but that was a close call once again. Big shout outs to the Rogue in Last in Sleep, been impressive all tournament long, and honestly the only reason why the Druid is able to still, the only reason why Last in Sleep is still in this game is because of that blind that he just did. He just completely left the defense and went and escorted this flag carrier.
Yeah, Pat's now secure in the Alliance side of the base, and it does look like the Russian side as well. The team of Last in Sleep, they will be nice and secure as well. They need to commit kind of a solid defense here, but at this point, the pressure is on. There's not that much time. I guess there's a reasonable amount of time left for these teams, a little under 10 minutes for them to come back to caps, but definitely not going to be easy. Really have to focus on their offensive push, and it does look like they have 5 members getting ready, crossing the midfield just now, getting onto the Alliance side, looking to make a push and really put some pressure here on Pats. But the meantime, we do see the team of the Pirates also making an offensive play. They're marching up the tunnel, and they might actually be able to strike first blood.
Oh, let's see if they can do it here, Pirates. Our boy Sanchez once again here looking to make the plays. Can he sneak in again? Oh my goodness, he's actually doing it again. He's getting into his favorite corner, getting ready to spend another 5 minutes. I hope he brought his campfire because his teammates, actually he's not going to need it. His teammates are in position, and look at that. He's going to be able to maybe get a blind here early on onto the Druid, should allow his teammates to just brute force through it. But look at the Druid already spamming out there. The abolish on the blind Sanchez. No! He misses the flash bomb again.
Sanchez is going for it, though. He gets the gouge, and that might be more than enough time for his team to get there. Rocket boots, free action potion. Druid is on the run. He's trying to get to the tunnel, but Sanchez is all over him. He gets feared away. No, Sanchez, no! And the Druid is creating enough space here, and it's looking like he will be healthy. I mean, we could follow him just for a little bit and see if he is able to escape. There's no one on him, going back to the graveyard, reconvening with his team, looking to make the jump once again, and unfortunately going to be failing it. I think he needs to work on this jump a little bit. I mean, with the level of play we've seen from some of these Druids, he's actually not even going for it, just going to be jumping back into the tunnel, and it looks like they will just be going back to that standard defensive position, but definitely really, really good kiting. A little bit unfortunate there for Sanchez. And if you look at what's going on with Pats right now, Pats, no pressure onto him, just looking nice and healthy.
Yeah, but it looks like for once, Last in Sleep are actually going to be in the best position to attack first here. Sorry, excuse me. It looks like Last in Sleep will be the first team here to be in position to attack here. They are going to have a couple of members already in the base here, but the Rogue does get found, and actually the Warlock here getting counterspelled. Little bit of a brawl going on in the tunnel here as they all get Frostnova here. So potential for a lot of damage here, but Kamaloon once again doing a great job here, pushing everybody back. And it looks like finally Pirates also getting a little bit aggressive here on the opposite end. And I'm not sure here. I think the push from the Russian team should be more potent just because of this skirmish that's been happening on the side of Pirates in that tunnel. You're going to need to spend a lot of time drinking here. You can see Orleans basically tapped on mana right now for his team.
Yep. And Pat and his squad does look like they have a 5-person defense, but with 6 members of the team of Last in Sleep, they are looking to make a push and try to get their first flag cap. They're still 2 flag caps behind, and this is not a great spot for them to be in, but they are making a play. They are moving forward. They're just rushing through this defense, trying to get on top of Pats. The thing is, Pats realizes, hey, we're outnumbered. I'm leaving. Goodbye. He's got the free action potion, the abolish, just making sure there's going to be no trickery coming in from this rogue. And he's been able to kite and create quite a bit of space, leaving his team to just snare up the offense if he can. But this is a dangerous game to play. If we do see the team of Last in Sleep connect to their target, they can actually get to Pats. This is going to be a really scary situation with the beautiful cutting of Pats and the Druid mobility, it's looking like he's going to be able to get away.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to reconvene with the Hunter, with the Mage, those premium classes for slowing down an assault. And it looks like Pirates are going to be completely fine in that situation, kind of going back to that rooftop position. Now, if we take a look at Last in Sleep, also in a pretty good position, but there's a push happening here. New Orleans looking for the Hammer of Justice. Can he find it? And a free action potion preemptively used there. Flash bomb getting immediately whiffed. You can tell there's going to be a lot of people diving for those pearls after this game. A lot of flash bombs being expended here so far in the tournament. But Camloon able to reconnect onto his target. I did see a death call just used there by the Warlock. The Druid is hesitating a little bit to jump down. He jumps down to the balcony to avoid the Warlock. And now he's juking.
He fixed him! That is, it feels bad. We are all watching, and they just got outplayed quite hard. Nicely done by that Druid, but we'll have to see if it's going to end up mattering. He's still got Alliance all over him at this point of the game, and they're looking to reconvene, and they're not happy. They just slipped off the edge, and I just don't know if he's going to be able to survive. The flash bomb lands. Take a look at where Pats is at as the Druid does fall. This could be the third flag cap, but unfortunately, Pats, he does get forced away, and that's the benefit of having a great offense, forcing Pats to kite. They will not be able to return the flag, and at this point, Last in Sleep, they're still definitely in it.
Yeah, and no matter what happens after that jump, I feel like Last in Sleep, they can keep their head held high. That was the play of the game for sure, right there.
Maybe the highlight on that one.
It reminds me of in TBC, like with the old Blades Edge, when people used to like go to the bridge and then they would like fake jump and try to juke people down. Definitely beautiful stuff there, kind of giving us a little bit of a throwback, but it looks like the flag is being picked up here by the Rogue, not the most ideal person to hold it, Pat, in position to secure a cap. So if this flag does go down, it will be the end of the match. And Sanchez, who else better than to do it? He's going for the Vanish Sheep Shot. He should have just went for the insta-vanish right there into the Sheep Shot. He went for the gouge into the Skull of Impending Doom. Rogue is going to drop it over to the Mage, and the Mage should be able to pick that up. A couple of mechanical errors there by Sanchez, but we got to give Sanchez a lot of credit here. He's had such an excellent presence in this match, always at the right place on the right time. So definitely beautiful stuff here coming out of him on that Rogue, and he's not skipping a beat right now. Beautiful mind control cap on the enemy Rogue here from Last in Sleep. They're going to wait. You see that? They're keeping him on 1%, waiting for the rest timer, and then they're going to go and kill him right now. Fake Cat still holding up for a couple more seconds, and there it is. Now you can expect that Rogue to not be able to res anytime soon, and let's see if they can set up that offense. Pat's in a beautiful position on that roof, and it looks like the Mage should be able to pass over the flag to the Druid once he gets to that roof as well, unless they start harassing the Druid there. But it looks like the Druid is just going to be able to make it to that banana and pick up the flag and get in position.
Yep, flag has been picked up, but we do see the team of the Pirates marching up the Horde side tunnel, and they are looking to continue the pressure here onto this Druid. Let's see what they're going to be able to do as a response. Sanchez also getting in position. They seem to be very sneaky in this match so far. Let's see if he can pull it off once again. Get in position to really try to disrupt the defense. Take a look at what's going on with Pats as well. Pats is looking very, very safe, but the Russian offense, Horde side offense, in the tunnel right now, getting ready to make a play as both these teams are looking to get aggressive here.
Yeah, Sanchez, it's been just a joy to watch this guy on the Rogue. Definitely been making some big plays for his team. A good positional plays as well. And right now he's trying to cut off the Druid, and look at him once again at the right place in the right time. There's the Skull of Impending Doom. There's the free action potion. Sanchez, where is the Flash Bomb, bro? This is the time to use it. Flash Bomb into blind. He uses the Rocket Helm instead, which is an excellent choice as well. And look at those dispels chances once again, setting up his team for victory. The Druid gets completely dispelled, but where's the stance? Finally, a kidney shot coming out. There's the charge, big damage.
Whoa.
The Druid gets dropped, flag gets returned, and Pats should be able to cap that flag.
Nope.
No, there's so many people in the base of the Pirates that they are not going to be able to return that flag back to the docks.
Now, there's 6 members right now of Last in Sleep assisting this warrior get down the tunnel. And I think it's really likely he is going to feel safe getting out of this tunnel. But we do see the team of the Pirates rotating back their offense to their own side of the map. And you can see this warrior is deciding, where do I go? Do I want to run into that offense? Are we going to keep wiping up this team? This is not an easy decision to make because there's a lot of members of the team of the Pirates at the bottom of this tunnel, but it looks like they're not going to go for it. They're actually just going to turn around, try to use the positioning to their advantage, and try to just rotate to the Alliance side graveyard. But it seems like they really are not certain. They actually get caught, and now this warrior is going to be in a heap of trouble here, Zico.
Yeah, it looks like this warrior could potentially go down, but Pat still not able to make his way back into his base. The Russian warrior is harassing him big time. The warrior does get dropped. The flag gets returned there by Camloon. Now Pat's trying to make his way down through the tunnel. There is a couple of enemy players here from the side of Last in Sleep, but I do think Pirates have the numbers advantage here. They are in their own base, basically. Look at the rocket and look at the crowd controls, stopping everyone from picking up the flag, but the mage does get it. Will he be able to escape is the question. Gets scattershot on his blink. Look at Crit going for the big crits here. Can he do it? The flag gets dropped. Does he get picked up though? Does not. Gets returned, and Pat's getting coiled, getting rocket out, getting slowed down so much, but he does get the cap in the end, and that is going to be a 3-0 here for Pirates, basically stealing the win.
Yeah, extremely well done. Extremely well done by the Pirates, and they will be advancing and playing up against Noggin Fogger Dodgers. So that is going to be a very exciting match as we are slowly creeping through this, actually very quickly, creeping through this lower bracket right now. Next game is going to be Champingo versus Webby Gaming. And I know, Zico, this is one you are very excited about.
And this is the game to watch here. To be honest, I think Webby Gaming are, quite advantaged because they're good players. They have a good flag carrier as well on their side. But Champingo, they got all the high individual skill. They got the fun composition. They got, a good roster. So anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. And they are one of the only teams, I think the only team we've seen so far that doesn't actually utilize a druid as their flag carrier, opting for a really explosive defense, which to me is it's a joy to watch, especially as a mage player. They play a 3 mage defense and they just focus on one-shotting the offense as fast as they can to shut them down. Instead of kiting and running around, they just go all in for it. And I think this is going to be a very explosive game. I'm not sure which one of these two teams is really going to have an edge. I think compositionally, Webby Gaming will have a slight edge, but Champingo, they really make this mage flag carrier work.
Yeah, definitely. And, Champingo, they just had such a nail-biting series yesterday, and we are starting to kind of narrow it down here to who will be making it. I do believe after round 5, maybe if we can get some confirmation from the admins, we should have our top 6 as soon as we're done with the round 5 here. So definitely a lot on the line here. I do believe Champingo and Webby Gaming, whoever wins that will be qualified for that final round. So definitely a lot to play for them. If we can get a confirmation on that later.
I think it's safe to assume at round. So let's do some quick math. Just us at round 6.
All right.
At round 6, there's 5 people in the lower bracket, 5 teams in the lower bracket, and 1 team in the upper bracket in the finals. So
what's 5
plus
1?
1 plus 5, I think, is 6, and that would be our top 6. So I think we're correct in that assessment that, for Champingo and Webby Gaming, this could be the highest stakes game of the tournament so far, because they really, if you want to be playing for that money, you've got to make it to the championship bracket, and that, of course, is going to be in 2 weekends from now. So, yeah, lots on the line.
Yeah, and with that knowledge, we can also go ahead and congratulate our good friends in Pirates for sailing through to the final weekend here with that win over Last in Sleep. Last in Sleep, they're going to have to try to wake up for, potential other tournaments. And for now, it was fun to see them, but they will be going home here. And now we're going to be moving into our next series here, Champingo versus Webby Gaming. Winner gets qualified. Loser goes home. What's going to happen?
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but we do see both teams have loaded into Warsong, and it will be the team of Champingo who will be playing the Horde side with their triple mage mage flag carrier. And on the Alliance side, we have Webby Gaming. Once again, we're going to see Krille, aka the Fat Cow, return flag, who's been such a solid rogue for their team, as well as, I mean, Drake, Syke, and just a shout out to their entire team. All these players have been putting on a show for us this weekend, and I think this is going to be a great, kind of evenly fought match.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there was a team to take down Webby Gaming that didn't have a druid, these would be the guys to do it.
They're the only ones that it's even possible.
Yeah.
Because everyone else has a druid.
I didn't actually think about that when I said it, but that is definitely true. So we are going to see Genova Hero potentially be the flag carrier. He was able to do some big plays yesterday, and I think we got this is a Horde versus Alliance matchup. So we're going to have the Horde team starting on the Horde side, the Alliance team starting on the Alliance side here, as we're about to get ready for this game to start. And I do believe we have 2 more Horde teams after this still left in the tournament. So if we see Champingo go down here, we're going to have Stuck on Dadma and Noggenfogger Dodgers, and that is it. So the Horde Finals dream.
Not too bad. 2 out of 6, right? Come on. Horde's looking good.
Are they? They're looking good, but are they looking great?
Maybe Horde's better in NA. We'll have to wait till next weekend to find out. There's still opportunities for these teams. And this is the thing that is going to be the most interesting to me. Genova Hero has been that flag carrier for this team. And I think for a mage flag carrier, you really, if you want to survive, kind of 1v1ing that rogue who's going to be playing defense, you really have to be quick with your ice blocks. You're canceling your ice blocks and repicking up the flag, as that is such a huge utility to avoid, being stunned and actually freeing yourself from those bonds and snares. But the problem is, when you're a mage flag carrier, you don't have stealth. So, I mean, as long as we do see the team of Webby Gaming, got to keep tabs on Genova Hero. He's not going to be able to really sneak by. Or at least maybe this is honestly the point in the game where it feels like you kind of have to force a fight in the middle. Otherwise, Genova Hero is not going to be able to cross.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what he's waiting for. He's trying to find an angle on the side, but look at cowardly. Look at the Hunter trying to slow down Genova here. But look at that cloaking device. But he gets found. Skull of Impending Doom was not used. Another Viper Sting here. Genova here, I do feel your pain right now. There's 2 Hunters spamming out those Viper Stings. He's trying to make his way across. He gets caught up in an ice block there. I think it could have been a trap. Not sure, but Genova Hero is not having the easiest time here. These guys know how to abuse these mage flag carriers, and having 2 Hunters is definitely a good way to do it. Second ice block coming out of Genova Hero, which means that Noxie is going to have to be the one that steps up to the plate here. Look at him making his way through, but look at Noxie's mana already being drained pretty heavily so far by those Vipers. He's completely tapped already. Playing against, the only thing worse than playing against 1 Hunter is got to be playing against 2 Hunters here.
Yeah, these mages are not going to be having fun in these midfield skirmishes. We're going to have to see, Poison Cleansing Totem coming in from Liam. And if not, these mages, look at them. They're just completely out of mana. And a mage out of mana is pretty much worthless. So definitely not the greatest spot to be in. You can see Nuxie right now. Honestly, I feel like we're going to see Genova Hero actually move forward. He might be able to actually grab the flag. And good job for them. They are looking like they're going to be able to do it. Poison Cleansing Totem does come out. Poison Dispels are looking good as Genova uses the Skull of Impending Doom to get back to his team, and they do grab the flag. And I will say, for Champingo, the thing they struggle with is this: getting the flag and going to their side of the map. But once they get in their base, their defense looks super solid.
Yeah, and what they want to do essentially is get the flag and cross with it and then try to kill the enemy flag carrier as they're crossing. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for Krille here. Will he make the graveyard jump? He's not pressured right now, and it looks like he should be able to. Flag gets dropped by Noxie and return. So if Krille can make this jump, he will be the first one to make it to the base. It should be an easy cap, but he fails. The fat's got a little bit too fat on his step right there, but he is going to be able to make the jump. And another jump.
Oh, so much pressure. That's going to be a cap. That's a cap.
Yeah.
Right? Genova Hero, does he have any speed buffs? Is he going to be able to do it? No, it doesn't look like there's enough time. And that will be a 1-0 lead for Wavy Gaming. Oh, yeah, scatter shot. That's going to secure it. And I mean, that is the problem with not having a druid, is it can just be an absolute struggle. And I mean, if your main flag carrier is a mage, there are 200 just spam Viper Stinging. I mean, yeah, I mean, Zico, you can kind of speak to it. It is so difficult to do anything as a mage with no mana.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what are you saying right now? Am I always out of mana?
No, I'm not.
Too much water.
I'm not always
right
throwing shots like you, okay?
Hey, okay. Let's just dial it back here for a second. I'm sorry, man. Okay. But I know you meant well, but yeah, definitely. If you're playing that mage flag carry, you're basically banking on getting in and out of the base as quickly as possible. And the only thing you can really do about that Viper Sting is, of course, those consumables that you can use to remove it. That anti-venom, which you can use about once a minute, if I'm not mistaken. But Hunter Viper Sting doesn't even have a cooldown, so they can just reapply it. And it's going to be devastating for Nuxie. It's going to be devastating for Genova here, as they are allowing another flag here potentially to slip through. Krilla is in position to pick it up, but look at DDCL. Oh, that was so close right there.
He blocks, he grabs the flag, they actually return it. Nicely done by Zizgod with very quick fingers. Drake tried to ice block and re-pick it up as he was in danger zone, but I feel like that he had the heals incoming. Can't really blame him for trying to go for the ice block play, but ultimately it is going to be those quick fingers from Zizgod that does pick up the flag and return it.
Yeah, and look at DDCL as well. You got to give him a big shout out there, because the reason why that was even able to happen is because he rocket helmed the druid as they were doing that swap, and that kind of made it so Steezy had to pick it up, and then when Steezy wanted to drop it, or when they wanted to drop it, they were able to get that flag return. So Steezy has the flag, and I think is going to be able to cross the map here. Going to be dropping it to Genova. Genova making his way to the horse side, and this is where the game gets interesting, because Krilla is on enemy territory, and if they can collapse and get the mage into the base, all of a sudden they can tie us 1-1, and that would actually put Champingo in the lead.
Nova has the flag, and he gets the rejuvenation. He's going to need that mana before he eats a few Viper Stings here. And let's see if he can actually sneak into his base, because I think at the point, like for Champingo, like I mentioned, I mean, they feel very safe, very secure if they can get into the base. And it looks like we are going to be getting into that phase of the game. However, I mean, Wavy Gaming, they're already up one flag capture. They are also going to be making their way to the base, as Krilly is now entering the Alliance side tunnel and is looking nice and healthy with the backup of his team. And I think at this point, there's going to be a skirmish in the midfield. But once, the dust has settled, both these teams are going to be looking to set up their offensive push.
Yeah, and I got to give that edge to the team of Webby Gaming. If it comes down to a situation where you have a mage in his base on the roof with, a team defending him, and you have a druid doing the same thing, I feel like that's where the druid kind of gets to shine.
Yeah, look at return flag. See if he can get into a spot. Maggie right now actually does have a flare, but if he slips up just for a second, return flag might be able to sneak in, and that's going to be big. We've seen what happens when these rogues can actually find their way to that position, but he just reveals his location. He didn't want to get found, but now they know the rogue is close by, and you can bet Maggie, he is just going to be standing up the flares. The arcane explosion actually comes in. Nicely done there. Good awareness by Nuxie. I mean, that's the problem when you go for that sap. Maybe he had no choice. It's just so obvious where the rogue is, and it's really difficult for a rogue in a tunnel like that to avoid the arcane explosions, and ultimately the rogue will be put down.
A little bit of a mistake there to go for the sap from a return flag, and that will make him return to his base.
So the graveyard.
Yeah, it makes him return to the graveyard right there. And we do see a big push here being set up here. Psych, Extreme Punish, Cadet. Everyone is on the offense here. Cadet with their Skull of Impending Doom and the Rocket Helmet here onto Maggie. Everyone is just dogpiling here onto Genova. What are you going to do here, Genova? How are you going to survive? that damage from Ward is going to be insane with the Polymorph Genova right now. And look at the defense here coming out of Champingo. This is exactly what they love to do. They just take the fight up here and they just basically play it out as like a big 5 versus 5 fight here. You have a lot of crowd control with those mages, a lot of polymorphs. Look at Noxy, look at Zizgod doing some work, AoEing everyone here. I think Genova actually might need to go in and get aggressive. Psych in position here, could go for the Pompyro if he still has it. And there it is. Genova's going to take a big hit there to the face, jumping down, slow falling at the very end. Big pyroblast, and Cadet is there. No blink for a couple of seconds for Genova. He might just drop it here. Links back to the base, going for the jukes here. Can he do it? Asmi coming out with some big heals there, but his man is not looking great. He gets crowd controlled by Extreme Punish as he goes down, but I do think Genova here is going to survive there. Beautifully executed fight, and let's see what is Krilla doing here. Actually getting caught up by DDCL. Big damage coming out here from this rogue. Krilla just kind of defending here. Cash me outside. How about that? Going for the death coil into the kidney shot. Drake falling down. Polymorph gets goal. No, it does stick there onto DCL, and that should be enough there for Krilla to survive. DCL still hot in his heels, but I don't think he's going to be able to catch the Druid, and this is exactly when the Druid is kind of favored. He can just jump around, kite, go down the tunnel, jump back up on the roof if he wants to, go back into the banana, go back onto wherever he wants, essentially being that Druid, whereas the mage has to basically pick the fight and win the fight. And it's pretty hard when you're the squishy flag carrier to also, make yourself useful in a team fight. So definitely playing a very scary game here on the side of Champingo.
Yeah, and the banana, of course, is going to be that connector that connects the bridge to the top side of the base, and that's where we see a lot of defense kind of bunker up and make their stand. They really try to defend that location, as there's just so many places that you can rotate around, and Curly's going to be doing an excellent job of that. Now we can take a look at Genova and what's going on. He's got a warrior on him. Cadet is all over, but the free action potion, the root, is looking like Genova is going to be okay, and he's been doing a great job so far. Really positioning himself in a great way. If anyone gets a little bit too over aggressive, he's able to put out damage. I mean, that is one of the main, benefits of having a mage flag carrier is you have an extra damage dealer, whereas the druid not going to be able to provide that extra damage. So when they are in this situation where they are just turtled up, there is so much damage that only one of these healers, they only have one healer on offense, right? That healer has to deal with 3 improved counter spells and a heap of AoE damage to actually keep his offense alive, which is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure how they're going to be able to crack through this defense here on the side of Webby Gaming. They're going to have to try to brute force it through. They're gathering up in the tunnel. DDCL is in position in case Krilla jumps down. And I'm wondering one thing. Most of these rogues are always staying in this. DDCL gets sapped. That is disastrous. He's going to go down. Return flag. Once again, finding another rogue, and that is going to be a quick kill on DDCL, and that's basically going to allow Krilla to just jump down like he just did right here and go for a full lap while his mages are taking care of business alongside with those hunters. So it should be completely safe here on the side of Webby, and now we're going to see what Genova can do here on the opposite end of the spectrum. Doesn't look like there's any offense really gathered up here against Champingo, so Genova here is going to take this time to just buff everyone up, maybe sell some water, just make sure that he shields himself, and make sure that he's healthy and buffed up. Look, Zizgod is actually making water right now. I think he's selling it right now to ask me. This is right now it's like a delivery happening as well. So Zizgod definitely hopes that you charge a lot for that water right there.
Yeah, and we can actually see on the alliance side of things right now, the team of Webby Gaming, they're looking solid. Purely just kiting around. There is such a massive defense. Your 7-person defense for the team of Webby Gaming, and they are not making it easy, utilizing hunters, snares, and roots and damage just to allow Krilley to sort of kite around, maneuver around his base, and avoid incoming damage. And keep in mind, it is right now Webby Gaming that is up 1-0. 15 minutes have elapsed in the game. There is about 22 minutes left, or 13 minutes have elapsed, 22 minutes left in the match, roughly. And we'll see. right now the clock is definitely ticking here for Champingo. They need to set up an offense, but this defense is looking basically impenetrable from Webby Gaming.
Yeah, Webby Gaming looking impenetrable, but look at Genova here right now. Definitely looking like a scary situation that could be happening here. Return flag at the back end of that tunnel, looking to make his way into the room potentially to prevent Genova from jumping down. Everybody else on the side of Webby Gaming are ready to attack. We're going to expect to see Cadet here leading the charge. Let's see what he can do on that warrior. He's just waiting for his teammates to get in position, and I think he's going to go for it right now. Blessing of Freedom, Skull of Impending Doom, charging somebody just to get more distance. Skull of Impending Doom is going to be breaking that polymorph. He actually gets dispelled right there as well. Now he's caught up in a Frost Nova. Where's the Dispel Cadet? No, he's so sad. He uses his Gnome Escape Artist right there, but Psych with big damage here coming in, and they all get erased there by these mages, triple mages. AoE farming some HKs right now in between the water that they're selling and making it look easy on the side of Champingo. And this is exactly what we love to see from them. This is why they're such a fun team to watch. They just pick those fights up there on the roof, and usually they end up winning them, because if you're fighting in a close, in a choke point against triple mage, it's not going to be great. And you can see here on the enemy side.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an understatement, but we can see, return flag, he gets caught. Oh no, scattershot coming in from Maggie. We will find this rogue, and return flag will be potentially returning to the graveyard, but looks like he might be able to escape. Not a chance. Goodbye, return flag, as they clean up the offense coming in from the team of Webby Gaming. But still, I mean, the pressure is on for Champingo right now. We can take a look at Krilly and see what's going on. He is just kiting around, and it looks like for Webby Gaming, they clean up the offense of Champingo, and we're going back to these positions where the offense kind of has to regather. And I mean, what do we want to see from the team of Webby Gaming? What do we want to see from Champingo, actually, to actually force a kill here onto Krilly?
Oh, well, just a little bit cleaner pushes on their offense, but it's been looking pretty good. I like what they're doing in their defense. Right now, the most important thing for Champingo is do not drop that flag. Genova Hero needs to be able to be backed up here well by Nuxie, by the other mage of Zizgod, and as long as they can do that, they're going to be in a good position, and then they should just keep sending in their Warlock and Rogue, and eventually they're going to be able to find a kill that way. But if they ever drop the flag, it's pretty much game over at this point. So what I want to see from Webby is just crowd control Asmi. Use a Rocket Helm onto Asmi right away. Like if they go in right now with a free action potion and they just Rocket Helm Asmi, that's it. There's no way Genova is going to be able to survive without, heavy peels coming out of Zizgod. So if they can do that, I think that is just going to be the recipe for success here. You can see as well, they don't have any other dispeller on the side of Bingo. So I'm not sure what they can do here, but we're going to see a push. Genova Hero getting mind control cap, or getting Rocket Helm. He should have used it on the Asmi. He just got dispelled out of it instead, but they blind Asmi, and Asmi gets out of it. Another Rocket Helm here by Psych. Dispels are coming in. Big damage here from return flag. The Sapper Charge is coming out, and that is going to be a quick one-shot Cadet returning the flag, and Grilla is going to be able to cap it. And that is pretty much going to be a very hard situation to recover from if you are on the team of Champingo.
And I mean, that's what can happen. A mage doesn't have bear form. If you get on top of the mage and he does not have the mobility to get away, he is likely going to fall. And I mean, that is especially what happens when you see a rogue on top of a mage who can land, an ambush or a backstab or a big eviscerate. Your health is going to get evaporated. And that's going to give a 2-0 lead for the team of Webby Gaming in the match. Really just mounted up right now, crossing the field as fast as he possibly can, trying to back up his team, trying to get on top of Cadet as well. If they can pass the flag, that's going to be a great situation for the team of Webby Gaming. Really just running over to Cadet. Looks like Maggie will fall, and that's the last kind of defender that they have available. Curly picks up the flag, and now, this is a situation where, once again, we need to see Steezy try to cross the map. That is the difficult thing. Return flag actually returns the flag. Incredibly done. It gets a crowd control on Genova on the drop, and that means that, once again, we need to see Champingo go and pick up the flag. Well done. by this rogue return flag, really making a name for himself here, quite literally.
Definitely. And you can see right now, Krilla dropping down to the balcony, looking for an escape route here from this enemy territory. Right now, you have a shaman running down the tunnel with the flag. He's backed up by his team. And this is what you got to do. When you don't have a druid who can just spam shift the slows and kind of cross the map by himself, you need to kind of escort the flag carrier with a lot of members from your team. And, that's a big reason to why they fell behind. It was just that early cap because they weren't able to do that. Those mages were getting shut down by the hunters. And Genova Hero right now getting a little bit shut down as well. Viper Sting's coming out. The concussive shot on the blink. Look at Liam X though loading up a big hit there with that chain lightning. Got to be sending one of the hunters out of the battlefield to the graveyard. Genova Hero though still not out of it just yet. Rob spamming Viper Stings, spamming concussive shots, trying to drain his mana. Look at that ice block on the concussive shot. He takes a big hit from that aim shot. Another big hit here. Cadet is onto him. Big execute. No freezing man. Got to be proccing for Cadet this time around. And Krilla, is he going to be able to make it here?
He's in the lead, and catching up to a druid is not easy. This is looking like it is just a matter of time, and there is a look of desperation in the eyes of the team of Champingo as they know there is no chance they're going to slow down Crilly. Crilly will cap this flag, and it will be a 3-0 victory for the team of Webby Gaming.
Pretty much what was expected. When you have these high-level teams going up against each other, if one of them has that druid advantage, especially if he's as good as Krilla, then that's pretty much what you can expect. So still though, we got to give a big shout out to Champingo. Definitely one of the most fun teams to watch so far in the tournament. The only team playing without a druid, and they were able to make a pretty big name for themselves here in the tournament, running that triple mage comp and just performing miracles, one series away from actually qualifying to the finals with that composition. Just hats off to them.
Yep, and I think that's what it comes down to. Obviously, a phenomenal team, but the lack of druid, definitely not standard in a format like this. But they seem to make it work, and we can take a look at the bracket and kind of see where we are at right now. We do, of course, now know our top 6, so congratulations to all the teams still left in the tournament. They are going to be the top 6 that do graduate to the championship bracket in just a few short weekends. Our next matchup today will be the Noggin Fogger Dodgers going up against the Pirates. And I think, Zico, this is going to be an excellent game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Noggin Fogger Dodgers, they've been a team that's been doing very well for themselves as well, only losing 2 apes so far, taking down, Antinon, which was one of the strong teams in this competition. They're going to go up against Pirates, who basically just dismantled Last in Sleep, which also has been one of the stronger teams, a lot of rank 14 gamers on that squad. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Noggin Fogger Dodgers can do in this situation. And it's going to be a close one, I think. That one should be a very close match.
Yeah, and we did talk about how there's only a few Horde teams left in the tournament. Ultimately comes down to just team versus team, but faction pride definitely is there, and we'll have to see if Noggin Fogger Dodgers can hold on in this match. But we are going to be going to a quick break before we jump into the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. It is all about Europe and all about Warsong Gulch. This weekend, we have our top 6 that have qualified to the championship bracket for Europe. But this next matchup, Zico, it's definitely going to be a good one because there's still lots left to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have some exciting games in general here. We're going to be crowning an entire champion here today. So definitely a lot of big stuff happening. But since we did finish out, I do believe we have finished out the entire round 5 now. So we should know who our teams that are qualified are. Let me just double check that. And yeah, that was the last game of the round 5. So now we're going to have the Noggenfogger Dodgers going up against the Pirates. Stuck on Dadma versus Weedy Gaming coming up a little bit later. And we're going to have some more matches for you guys after that as well. Plenty of action here with the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. And we are getting right into game right away. Our admin's wasting zero time here. We're going to see the good old-fashioned team of Pirates here making their way into the BG once again here. We got Sanchez on that rogue, backed up by his team, and on the opposite end of the spectrum, Noggenfogger Dodgers. One of the last 4 teams in the tournament.
You know who I'm going to be looking out for in this game? I'll let you guess.
Sanchez, obviously.
yeah.
100%.
Sanchez is a real playmaker on that rogue. He's been absolutely, beautiful with how sneaky he's been and actually getting into position. But yeah, this should be a good one. We do have the Pirates on the Alliance side of the map, and I believe they actually are an Alliance team as well. It's looking to be the case, and they are going to be going up against the team of the Noggenfogger Dodgers, one of the few 4 teams left. I think Ghost just slammed the door behind me, but we will. Not sure if that actually got caught on camera. But yeah, these gates should open up here soon.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, if it did, I'm haunted. Yeah.
We might be solo casting this game, so get used to it here, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into game, and putting you on the spot, then. Who do you got here? Pirates just got off of a dominating 3-0 performance, but Noggenfogger Dodgers undefeated until they fought against Apes. Who do we got?
I'm going to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I feel like I'm going to be going with the Dodgers in this one. I think the Dodgers, representing the Horde side, I'm going to give them an edge in this matchup. But, I mean, we have seen just really, really great plays coming in from the Pirates, and definitely can't count them out. They just had a great performance. Let's see if they can continue.
Yeah, if I had to guess, if I follow my brain, it would tell me the Noggenfogger Dodgers got this one, but my heart is screaming Sanchez. So, of course, I am going to go with the Pirates here. Let's see what they can do. The gates are open, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at another beautiful game here, round 6 in the lower bracket. Whoever wins avoids elimination, and whoever loses goes home. But both of these teams are qualified for the finals coming up in 2 weekends. So definitely beautiful stuff for them. And now we can see here both teams kind of getting in position. You can see here Zeki trying to pull ahead here, maybe get some crowd control onto Crit. He does land a sheep, gets ice blocked here by Crit, and another sheep on that. And look at Zeki. He's trying to play a mage v mage 1v1 here on the side. And I don't think it's going to go too well here for Crit. Using his ice block like that, being surrounded by 3 members of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. The guy just basically slipping Crit there. And now all of a sudden, the Druid is not going to have his mage to back him up there.
Yeah, FWD Horde is going to be marching forward, and he is going to be met with Sanchez, who's playing defense this time. Let's see what he's able to get done. Actually, sort of rotating back up at the exact moment that FTW is entering the Horde. So definitely great timings there. And let's see how this little 1v1 goes. Who's going to get the better end of this exchange? What is FWD Horde going to be able to get done? He is sneaking in. Sanchez is right there. I can't believe the positioning of Sanchez is just almost perfect for getting FWD Horde. I swear he must just know these timings down to heart. FTW now picks up the flag as he is on the run to Sanchez. manages to find the rocket helm and keeping him locked in place. And that is going to give the team of Pirates an opportunity to rotate back and actually start getting some damage onto FDW Horde. But Sanchez gets caught into a rocket helmet, and FWD Horde is just going to walk out of the base. No problems whatsoever.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to Sanchez here. Honestly, this guy has been doing a great job. Like you kind of mentioned, he's always at the right place at the right time. And in Classic, timing is so important. Speaking of timing, though, we see Camloon here reaching FWD Horde with the intercept here. Let's see, does he have the damage? Doesn't look like it. FWD Horde should have no problems kind of escaping here. Another rocket helmet being used kind of defensively here. FWD Horde making these jumps look easy, trying to earn some caster points here for us with those stylish jumps here. But he is going to be able to carry the flag across here. And on the flip side, if we take a look at Pats, he's now having to go through the gauntlet of players. He takes that big, fat chain lightning to the face. Sartex is there, dispelling him, making sure that Pats is not going to have an easy time escaping. And look at Sartex with a nice rocket helmet as well. Could potentially allow his teammates to collapse here onto Pats if they're not careful. I Tank You Heal should be ready here to potentially charge onto his target. Iron Rage very low, using a cloaking device on 1%, should be able to maybe get that leaf in the hut and potentially keep himself alive. But Pats not out of the woods yet. Flash Bomb comes out. He shifts out too late, and he trinketed already, so he's not going to be able to do anything. Blackout procs as well. I Tank You Heal with a big fat crit to the face. ZKI going to be able to return the flag, and FWD Horde with the first cap of the game here. Excellently played here, Benruki.
Yeah, FWD Horde rotating back with that offense in the midfield to shut down Pats. Beautifully done by the Noggenfogger Dodgers. And now they will have a 1-0 lead as FWD Horde going to be looking to go and pick up the flag once again. Sanchez likely going to be playing that defense to try to shut him down. Let's see if he can do a little bit better of a job this time to slow him down from actually rotating. Pat's in the meantime also going to be looking across the map. He's just going to be sitting in stealth. It doesn't look like there's anyone in too good of a position to really help him out at this point. Crit, of course, on that mage near the Zerker hut, and Fake Cast, both mages from the team of the Pirates, going to be pushing forward and trying to just get that flag into the hands of their druid so he could rotate across the map once again. But Cupid there to shut down Crit. Fake Cast in the tunnel. He's going to be met with FN. And at this point, the defense is looking solid. Pats is trying to get in there. And we'll see. It does look like FWD Horde is able to pick up the flag, and he actually gets caught into a flash bomb, and it looks like he actually will be taken out. There is way too much defense there. The Pirates really committing a lot to their defense. They were able to shut down that druid.
Yeah, that was going to be a pretty quick cap right there if they weren't able to secure that kill right there. So beautiful stuff there. But I just have to give a big shout out to Sartex. I got to say, so far, he's got to be the most impressive player we've seen on the Noggenfogger Dodgers. At the very start of that game, able to go into his base, dispel FWD Horde on that rocket helmet that Sanchez secured early on in the match, freeing him up, allowing him to crowd control Sanchez with his own rocket helmet, and then kind of escape, walking through the map, and then of course also setting up his own rocket helmet a little bit later on onto the flag carrier, which allowed of course ZKI and the rest of his team to secure that kill and also get that flag return, which is what put them ahead here. So definitely Sartex doing a great job so far in the match.
Yeah, no question about it. And take a look at where Pats is at right now. He's kind of caught in the midfield, gets caught into the flash bomb. Let's see if they have the damage to actually take him down. This is the big skirmish in the midfield. Pat's taking quite a bit of damage. The flash bomb just is not breaking. Blackout proc coming in as well. He's caught to the stun. Silence on I Am Rage. And Pat's just tanking through, but a big Elemental Shaman hit. That Elemental Mastery, Chain Lightning, Earth Shock, almost taking him down, but the heals are still rolling in. They can't believe that Pats is still alive at this point. He's looking to rotate to the position to go up the tunnel, and it's looking like he still might get away. He's got the free action potion running. Orleans looking to help him out as well. Pats escapes, but his team is left behind, and it looks like his team actually will get wiped. Pat's going to have to be very careful, making sure he can rotate back up to the graveyard to get the help of his team.
Yeah, Pat's definitely doing a great job so far, and this is kind of the good thing about the Druid. You're going to be able to make it up that banana. You're going to be able to use his kind of sprint right there and his free action potion. And now he is going to be able to kind of reconvene here with his teammates. So he should be in a good spot here. I tank, you heal. I don't know if you can tank that many members on the side of the Pirates. I think Pats should have no problem just tanking this one out. I tank, you heal. Gonna be going back to the graveyard there. Sartex in position though. They do have a Warlock here. A couple of members still dogpiling onto him. A Warlock and a Priest. Very deadly duo right there. You're gonna have that Death Coil combo with those Dispels, but without the Warrior providing that Mortal Strike, and with this many people from Pirates here in the base, I don't think Pats is going to be able to go down.
Yeah, it's looking like he's going to be very solid on the Alliance side of the map. And if we look at FWD Horde, he's also looking pretty solid on his side of the map. There's just no offense committed just yet by the team of Pirates. So Pirates right now, they are behind in the match. They definitely need to be looking to make an offensive push here. But if they can get that flag, even though it'll be 1-1, they will have the advantage of capping last, which will actually give them the edge in the match. And we can see the Alliance right now, they are at the bottom side of the Horde base, going up the tunnel. And they're going to be looking to make an offensive push. But there is a lot of people for the Horde defending right now, roughly 7 people defending, but it is going to be Sartex and Jinzi. They're just going to be rotating with their offense and trying to make a push here.
Yeah, and we're going to see if that push is going to be kind of yielding any results here. I find it hard to see how a kill could get secured in that situation when they're kind of outnumbered at this point, but if anyone can do it, it would be Sanchez. Look at him already in perfect position once again here on the balcony, ready to cut off any druid that jumps down, doing his job on that rogue beautifully. The only thing I want to see from him that he could improve on a little bit is when that druid jumps down with the skull and the abolished poison up, wait a couple of seconds, then flash bomb into the blind. That is the play that he needs to go for. That's going to allow the skull to fade away and allow the abolished poison to stop ticking and also prevent the reapplication of that druid. And then they're going to be able to catch him and do big bursts. But now the push coming through, Cameloon leading the charge here. Let's see what they can do. FWD Horde with the sneaky jump into the free action potion, actually doing a complete 180 from what we usually see. Instead of jumping down the roof, he jumps down into his own tunnel and then free action pots and just runs away. Look at him. They're using mind vision on him. Like, where did he go right now? FWD Horde failing the jump, but he bought himself so much time. He could just jump 5 more times and still fail that and still be completely okay. But his team is getting kind of wiped here in the start, but I do think he should be fine in this position, man.
Well, there's still an offensive push here for the Alliance. There's 5 members. ZQL is going to be blinking out of the Hodge, looking to get some damage rolling. He's met with a cheap shot into his silence, and I think ZQI should end up falling here, as we do see for the Horde caught into a stun, but unfortunately for Brugrim, it doesn't look like he has nearly enough damage. Although a big Hellstone heal comes in, might be able to hold on, but he's just met with way too many members of the Horde. And right now, the Dodgers, they are looking good. So far, FWD Horde has been able to dodge the Alliance for the most part. Sanchez coming in, trying to land a flash bomb, but unfortunately, I don't think that's really going to result in too much, as he's basically by himself. Actually reconnected by Cameloon, but just one member at a time. I mean, he could die, but I think he's ultimately going to fall here. Orleans actually keeping him alive, but just look at how many Horde are here to back up FWD Horde. They do not want to take any chances. If there's an offense in their base, they're going to make sure they take their sweet time cleaning them up before they decide to rotate and go offensive themselves.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that recklessness there from Cameloon. I think he could have held on to it to a little bit better timing. Maybe when Sanchez is actually connecting onto him with a stun lock, or at least there's a kind of a better flash bomb than that one, where there isn't that much members of the enemy team kind of between him and his target. But Cameloon was able to put his team in this match by getting a big kill earlier on with that recklessness. So, I like the confidence coming out of him, and I do like what he's been able to do so far in the match. Acuna will be able to secure a kill here on the rogue of FN in the base. Derp as well now, kind of getting cleaned up here. As we can see, the team of the Noggenfogger Dodgers kind of just flailing a little bit, gonna have to regroup here, and now the Pirates are looking to make their own offensive push here, man.
Look at this though, Jinzi. Look at this. I Tank You Heal, Jinzi, Sartex. They're all rotating back. They're literally coming back with a 10-man defense. They are not messing around. They realize that they have the lead. We're 13 minutes into the game, and as long as they can continue to wipe this offense, they're going to be looking solid. I mean, right now they are pincered in the tunnel. I don't think there's any way that we see the Pirates survive this assault, and the Dodgers are definitely playing cautiously in this one. I think the Heal is actually going to fall, but they're all coming down, getting AoE'd, and I just don't think they're going to be able to survive much longer here.
This situation right here, it's like when you're on a little just lifeboat of a pirate ship, and then all of a sudden there's this big boat sailing into you, dropping their like the wooden thing that they walk across on, and then they just make your whole team walk the plank. And that is going to be back to the drawing board here for the Pirates. They're going to be going back to their harbor, and now once again you're going to see the Noggenfogger Dodgers dodging a sticky situation and looking to potentially advance on the map here, looking to create a situation where they can attack onto Pats. And we're going to see if FN here on that rogue can get into a good position here. Sorry about that one, man. And FN here looking to make his way up the ramp, actually, putting himself in a good position once again. And he's going to stealth over to that balcony position. And this is one thing that we kind of haven't been talking about too much. These rogues, they usually opt to go for the position inside the flag room, kind of where where you cap the actual flag. But I do like the position a little bit more when it's kind of on the bridge in the connector where FN actually is right now, because that way, if the druid drops down right here, you can go and cut him off. And if he goes the other way, you can cut him off there as well. And look at FN. He's going to be able to do exactly that. He gets the gouge, he gets the blind. Let's see what he can do here. He goes for the vanish. Going to be able to duck, dodge, and weave. And there is was that a gnomish cloaking device coming out from I Am Rage right there? FN on his target. Flash bomb comes out.
Nice.
FN making big plays here, man.
Yeah, he actually trinkets out. Pat's trying to run. He got caught into the flash bomb. Big NS heal, but FN is all over him, and the damage is overwhelming. It's looking like he might fall. The Pirates are trying to hold on, but a massive chain lightning lands, and that is going to be a return as well as a flag cap. And right now, the Dodgers, they're looking great. That was a huge offensive push, and they were fully able to capitalize on it. Pats just could not survive. He could not get away. Really nicely done there by FN.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was just talking about. FN really doing exactly what you love to see. Going
you
for
love to see.
or what his whole team loves to see, because they just capped. So he goes to that connector positioning, and that way he's covering both exits from that flag room. If the druid drops down, he can take the left, cut him off on that side. If the druid drops on the balcony, he can cut him off there. And the only thing the druid really can do is go down the tunnel, but that's where the rest of his team hopefully should be. So I feel like FN really set that up nicely. He played the 3v1 situation perfectly as well, getting those cheap shots and gouges and everything that he needed to, and he bought enough time for his Ellie Shaman to come through. But another push here happening, and we're going to see Camloon here making his way across the map then.
Yeah, definitely. Camloon is going to be looking to reconnect to Pats. Let's see if he can do it. He does drop the flag. Nice little handoff there. And now it's going to be Pats trying to get back into his base. Nicely done there. Getting I Tank You heals charge at the same time of his own, kind of batching that. Creates a lot of distance that way. And looks like he will be able to escape. But ZQI in hot pursuit as well as Jinzi. Not completely out of it. I'm curious to see if he's going to be looking to go for the jump up to the Alliance side graveyard, as he's going to be going for the tunnel. A bit risky to go for the jump, especially if he gets snared. Very difficult to pull off, so we'll just be rotating to the tunnel and looking to get into that very defensive position once again. But you can see FN, he's mounted up. He's looking to make a play. If we look at FWD Horde, right now he is completely safe with his team. And I think for the Dodgers, they're feeling quite confident and quite comfortable with their lead. Their pushes have been looking great. Their defenses look solid. And I feel like for the Pirates, they really need to step it up here because things are not looking good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're down 0-2, and it's looking like it could be at 0-3 here. FN in that balcony position here, he's moving back to the connector. I do like it. The problem with that position, it's very nicely, it's a very nice position aggressively, but it's also a kind of a risky position to take because, you know, you're going to be twice as likely to get caught since there's two entrances here, and you could get kind of sandwiched there. So I do like that positioning right now, but he does need to be somewhat careful of that situation. But we do see a push happening here, potentially on the opposite end of the screen. Fake cast going to be kind of in position here, fighting a little bit in the tunnel against the team of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. They're just drinking up there, and Sartek's going to be having about half mana at this point. And Macunia, look at him just going out, Viper Sting, multi-shot, going back in, and this is to slow down the assault of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. Macunia doing a great job so far. Honestly, been very impressive throughout the tournament. Him and Sanchez, I would say, are the MVP so far of the squad, especially Sanchez, of course.
Yep. Especially Sanchez, yeah. But yeah, slowing down that offense, obviously very important. And you can see right now, the Pirates, they are getting ready to make an offensive push. At the same time, though, we do see the team of the Dodgers in the tunnel. I Tank You Heal getting ready to charge forward and really start putting some pressure here onto Pats. FN in a great position as well, just like you were talking about on sort of the mid side or the mid portion of the base. And if Pats jumps down, FN's going to be looking to meet him. And that's exactly what we might see here. A gouge on the Pats, allowing time for his team to reconnect. Let's see if he can do it. The Vanish cheap shot onto I Am Rage. And now it's Pats all alone with the Warlock and a Rogue all over him. Jinzy getting there as well. And it's just a matter of time. I mean, Pats is going to have to pull off some miracles to survive this one.
Yeah, he's going to need a couple of pats on the back because he's stuck in that flash bomb right now, getting feared into the connector, but actually getting feared perfectly into the other exit right now. But FN is all over him, doing tons and tons of damage. The Ellie Shaman is there as well. If Jinzy can get a single cast off, it could just be the game. We saw what happened last time when this Ellie Shaman was able to do some work, but it looks like Pats right now is going to be able to hop, skip, and jump to safety for now, going down to the tunnel, using that sprint again in that kitty cat form, and he should be able to pick up the speed in the tunnel if he chooses to. He is going to do that, kind of just denying that shades down potential. Anybody hunting him down, not going to be having that 100% movement speed, and ZKI would be that member. He's looking for him right now. He smells blood in the water, but I do believe ZKI is playing that Frost Mage. If I take a look at him, I do see an Ice Barrier on him right there. So he's not going to be the most deadly mage specialization, you know, and not really like a Pyro Mage or a Fire Mage. So in terms of offense, I think ZKI might be stopped in his track here. Yeah, he is going to go back to the graveyard.
Meanwhile, FWD Horde up top in his base, the Horde side base, still just kiting around, looking to avoid Kamlun, Orleans, Sanchez, who are in hot pursuit, and he can't be feeling too comfortable right now. There's only 3 Horde defenders, including their fang carry. Next, he jumps right down onto Sanchez. Sanchez has an opportunity. There is the death coil. Sanchez is all over him with the flash bomb. Nails that one, and they might be able to put a point on the board if they can get him down, and they do. Can they get the cap? That is the question, Pats. Is he going to be able to get there?
Yes!
He does. They get the flag cap. Alliance puts one on the board, and that is looking good for them. They need one more, though. They're still behind in the match, but that was a great play. Well done there by Sanchez, catching that Druid.
Yeah, and this is why we said he's looking like the MVP of this team. Always at the right place, in the right time. Sanchez does it again here on his green-geared rogue there, and he's able to, he's not actually green-geared, but his rogue definitely, you know, when you look at it, it doesn't have like a full blood fang set or a full PvP set or anything. I think he has like some mixed, you know, raid epics here, but he's definitely using them to their full potential here, and we're gonna see him fancying his chances here with the mage. Now he's just gonna go for a little sap play right there, and both teams just looking to escort their flag carrier here. I Tank You Heal, gonna be swapping over his flag to the Druid. Now the Druid from the Noggenfogger Dodgers looking to cross the map here. and I think he should be relatively safe to do so. Let's see what Camloon can do here. He's taking a big hit. Chain Lightning comes out. There's the Blast Wave. There's the Sapper Charges. Nature Swiftness coming out from Patch. He's looking for a drop there. Did he get it? No! I thank you. He'll returns the flag, and it's going to be a cap potentially as a result of it. No, yeah, 100% going to be a cap because as a result of it. And I got to say, Camloon and the Druid were extremely obvious with that one. I mean, if a washed-up retail player like myself could see that swap coming, you can bet that I Tank You Heal, with his big Thunder Fury and rank 14 plays, he's going to be able to read that situation, click the flag in between the drop, and secure the match, man.
Yeah, and that will be the unfortunate end for the Pirates as the Dodgers, the Noggenfogger Dodgers, have a very well-fought game. Exceptionally well done, and they will be advancing through that lower bracket, and we'll have to take a look and see where we are at on the bracket right now. But I mean, I think at this point there are only 4 teams, potentially 5 teams left in the tournament. Apes still waiting in that upper side of the bracket, and then of course in the losers finals we have Apes Bread. So I mean, think about it. For any teams that are still in the round of 6, waiting to see who they're going to play against, or even in the round of 7, in order for them to get a win in this tournament, they have to go through Apes Junior and then Apes Senior. Definitely not going to be easy.
But the good news is the Noggenfogger Dodgers, they are a Horde team, and they are going to be staying in the tournament. So right now, for all the Horde players, all the Horde fans in the chat, we got stuck on Dadmaw, and Noggenfogger Dodgers still representing. But bad news is they are on a collision course. Weavy Gaming, if they end up going down to stuck on Dadmaw, well, the Noggenfogger Dodgers are going to have to face stuck on Dadmaw. So one way or the other, one Horde team will be eliminated very, very soon in the next 2 series. And then, of course, we got Apes Junior and, of course, Big Brother Apes waiting as well. With Big those brother. Alliance teams, so a lot of Alliance teams here still in the tournament in good positions.
Yeah, I mean there really is no question about it, in the best positions, in fact. So we're going to be waiting a few minutes just to get these teams ready. But I mean, from what we've seen from Stuck on Dadma as well as Wavy Gaming, what do you expect in this one? I'm going to put you on the spot. You've been asking me these questions all day. Who do you think is going to come out ahead in this one?
Yeah, you're the host, but I've been just throwing you under the bus on CD here. I don't know. I think Stuck on Dadmaw. I don't know, though. Would I vote against the Gehenna's boys? I don't know. Weavy Gaming have been... I was expecting a little bit more from them, but they have slowly but surely kind of been powering up. I think this is going to be a close game, but I think I would give it to Weavy Gaming if I had to make a prediction. You absolutely
had, as a Canadian prediction.
Yeah.
It's very conservative with your approach, Yeah. Not going to be going one way or the other. Again, I guess we could ask, let's ask chat. I mean, which one of these teams do you think is going to be able to pull out ahead in the round 6 losers? Is it going to be Wavy Gaming or Stuck on Dadmaw? We've seen quite a performance from both of these teams so far. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this one and see, who will take that victory, because the winner of this series, they are going to be going up against the team of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. And then after that, we will once again see, Apes Bread. And then that will be our lower finals, which will transition into our grand finals where Apes are waiting. And they are probably eagerly waiting at this place, because I think nothing would make them happier than to have basically a perfect performance in this tournament and to really prove once and for all, if there was any doubt, that they truly are the best Warsong Gulch Classic team in Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is the qualifier. They're going to have to prove it again in the actual final stage of the bracket. But walking into that portion, being in the finals, going to give you a bye. It's going to put you ahead in the bracket. And of course, it's going to give you those bragging rights that you were the number 1 team in those qualifiers, And, a lot of time, those number 1 teams in the qualifiers ends up doing very well, especially when it comes to the classic scene. I remember a mage who was playing in a dueling tournament. He was number 1 in the qualifier, and then he ended up going on a very deep run later on in that tournament. So definitely going to be looking out for that. And we got
Are you talking about yourself?
I'm talking about you, actually. Me, I was a tiebreaker in the qualifier. I barely made it. But yeah, the stakes here. We got Firemaw versus Ganas. We got Horde versus Alliance. We got a couple of apes versus a couple of fiery moss. And I'm not sure where I was going with that last one, but
yeah, the last one was a little sketch. I'm not gonna lie. The rest, I was like, yeah, this is sounding great. This is going good.
You could have stopped me at any moment.
I don't know. I needed to add a hard stop there, but I appreciate the effort, the hype. We are, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, in the lower bracket right now, and it is going to be two fantastic teams going up head to head. We do have Webby Gaming versus Stuck on Dadma. Stuck on Dadma, one of the two Horde teams still left in the tournament. Let's see if they can dispatch with Webby Gaming and make it into a match with the Dodgers a little bit later on. I think that'll actually be has to be our next match. Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. Definitely not an easy opponent in front of them. I mean, we've seen Return Flag, Krilly, basically the entire team of Webby Gaming have such a solid performance so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to see the Dadma gamers here going head to head now with some of the best names on Gehennas. Let's see what they can do here. Team Fight is looking to erupt. YWN charging in and taking, soaking up some damage for his team. But look at that Elemental Shaman burst, almost one-shotting Cadet right there. But Cadet is going to get a couple of heals, should be fine. And once again, we see Excrement actually in the team fight here in the middle, which means that Pepage is going to be solo in that flag room. Right now, though, there is no rogue there. Return Flag. Where are you, my friend? Let's have a look.
He's across the map with Krill. He's actually, this is really interesting. So instead of Return Flag actually defending the Alliance side, he's actually going to be pushing forward and trying to take down the defender on the Horde side. He actually lands the sap, and that should be more than enough time for Krilly to just roll on in, take the flag, and get back to his base. Now Rob P will be rotating back to meet Pep H, and we can see if he's able to really get too much down on that Hunter. I think Pep H should be able to avoid him. He will be going tunnel side, and I think he should be able to escape this tunnel. However, there are a lot of Alliance members at the bottom side of this tunnel, so he's going to have to make a run for it to reconnect to his team.
Yeah, but we already see a beautiful setup here because of that play from the Rogue. Let's see what they can end up doing, though. Can they slow down Pep H on that Druid? That is the question. It looks pretty good so far. He's kind of walking towards that left side of the map, and it looks like potentially Pepage is going to go for that graveyard jump and try to make it up there. But look at Return Flag already in an aggressive position. But look at the other Rogue backing him up, and now he's banishing his opener. Return Flag making huge plays. Pump Pyro connecting from side. Where's the improved counterspell? There's a Tidal Charm. If they had an improved counterspell, they could have denied the Nature Swiftness. Ignite is taking Pepage, going for the jump. Is he going to make it? He gets scattered in midair, and that's going to make him fall down. The Return Flag already preemptively jumping back up, getting that big cheap shot. He gets Trinket out of Pepage. Do they have the damage? Excrement doing what he can here to slow everybody down, but Cadet charging through here, getting a big intimidating shout, but he doesn't have a free action potion. The flash bomb gets shifted by Pepage, and it should be enough here for Pepage to escape that situation. Still an excellent performance so far in the early stages here, though, coming out of the Gehenna squad, man.
Yeah, definitely, but Pep H does manage to hold on and gets safely into his base, although there was a few close calls there. Take a look at what's going on with Krilly right now. You can see he is also in the Alliance base, looking nice and healthy. So we are going back to the standard defend and attack formation for both these teams, and the question is, what are they going to dedicate to their defense, and what are they going to dedicate to their offense? And we'll have to see. I mean, at this point in the game, if we look at killing blows, there's no really clear leader. No one really has a big edge. So killing blows is definitely not something I think these teams are going to be playing for. It's going to be all about that flag cap, and they have to regroup, set that offense. But in the meantime, we do have a bit of a 4 versus 4 skirmish in the midfield, a little bit of a battle of chicken. No one really wants to commit, as it does look like the Alliance squad, they do want to just kind of rotate, get away. Webby Gaming don't really want a team fight in the middle. They're just going to be looking to make that push on offense.
Yeah, and it looks like We're going to see some pretty big plays here from the Firemo squad as well. We got 4 people here gathered up in the tunnel looking to make a push. They got YWN on that warrior. They got an Ellie Shaman. They got their priest. They got their warlock. So they got everything they need. Their rogue is nowhere to be seen right now. He's still making his way to that position. And they need to wait for him, because if they push and the rogue isn't there, well, the flanker is just going to jump down and run back up. So they have no option but to wait, and that is going to allow Webby Gaming to actually gather up as well. They're in a pretty good position here, I would say, and they are looking to make the first move. They got the Pyromancer, they got Cadet, they got everything they need. Return Flag is in position as well. Both teams here looking to set up a big offense, Van.
Look at the positioning of Drig right now. Verdi and M and Drig are just kind of meeting eyes. Sap now onto Drig, and this is going to be the cue for this team to push in. It will be the team of Stuck on Dadma that makes the first move. Drig actually gets out of the sap, and now is going to be more than happy to just help out Krille with the defense, and Verdi M giving up his positioning and kind of showing where he is. I don't think he's going to be able to really accomplish too much here. Let's see if he goes for making a play. Unfortunately, misses the flash bomb, gets caught into a title charm, and now I think he's going to get absolutely erased from the map and sent back to the graveyard. Drig with a big shatter combo. But Verdi actually holds on. He gets a heal, maybe even a health potion. He's just going to make a charge onto Krille. Krille's been isolated from his team. He's all by himself. He gets caught into the coil, but he jumps down to the perfect position to avoid damage. And at the same time, Pep H ultimately falls. Krille is going to be looking to march through the tunnel, but he's caught into a flash bomb. I don't know if he's going to have an opportunity. YWN realizing he needs to go back. He needs to grab the flag. He will be rotating into the Alliance base and picking up that flag, but not an easy position for him to be in. Krille is hot on his trail, and if YWN gets caught, that's going to be a cap here for the Alliance squad.
Yeah, and it's looking very likely there. I got to give a big shout out there for return flag, not returning the flag right there, allowing his team more time to deny the repick there for the warrior, and that's going to allow them to actually potentially close the gap here. YWN, what is he going to do? Does he have a shield wall? Does he have anything? He charges Drig. He's using his movement speed, trinketing out of the snares, trying to get across, but so much damage here. So many players from Gehenna's dogpiling onto him. I want to see some sapper charges come out here. You guys are in the tournament. There we go. Sapper charge coming out. Return flag, stopping the heals here from Pepe. Sheep shot coming out, and he's going to slow down the heals, but the damage is done. Big AoE fight here in the middle. These mages, Excrement, everyone just spamming out the Arcane Explosion, spamming out the Cone of Cold, and they are going to wipe Webby Gaming. Wow. But that was a close call right there. Pepe is going to be able to pick up the flag and get back to his side.
That was a massive wipe, and now Krille is going to be Pepe is going to be feeling very secure, rotating back to his base, and now it's going to be all about the offense. But look, the entire Alliance side, they go from the graveyard. They're just going to be running to their flag carrier and making sure that he has full mana, their entire defense has full mana, maybe even clean up this offense before they decide to rotate. And with this 10-man defense, it is not going to be easy for the Firemo squad to actually get some damage rolling and sort of punish this push. Psych as well as Extreme Punish now rotating off. They're going to be peeling off the Alliance side, making a charge. And it does look like they do want to commit some members if they can sneak through. Return flag as well in stealth, rotating through the midfield. And now it's a 7-man defense for Webby Gaming and a 3-person offense. And let's see what they can get done. I don't think it's going to be too much. They need a little bit more committed to their offense, as we do see the Firemo squad, the team of Stuck on Dadma. They are going to have 5 people on defense, and 3 versus 5, the odds are not in their favor.
Definitely not. I think they're going to have to just wait it out here. I don't think that push is going to amount to too much. They need Cadet there. They need players, and instead I think they should actually focus on trying to wipe the offense of the Dadma gamers here. We can see actually pretty good spot here for Firemo team. Let's see what they can get done. One thing I don't see is their rogue here. Once again, he is not going to be in the best position. He's moving into I want to see him more in that connected position we were talking about a little bit earlier, but I do think there's a flare denying him right now, and I don't think he's going to be able to do too much, but I do want to see Verti a little bit more aggressively positioned, because the further away that he catches Krille, the longer he needs to crowd control him so that, the people pushing onto Krille can catch up. So if he catches him here on the balcony, then all of a sudden the people up on the roof, they just need to jump down to the balcony. But if he's already outside, then he's going to have access to all of his forms as well. Travel form only working outside, so it's going to be much more slippery target. And now here we go. There's the jump, Krilla. Let's see the flashball. Bertie getting scattered out of stealth right there. That Hunter with that detect stealth doing work for his team. He's just going to scatter Bertie and completely deny him in that situation. And Bertie's not going to be able to do anything with that push. Once again, it looks like Krilla is going to slip through the cracks, and now it's Pepe here on the run. Let's see what they can get done. Return flag, hot in his heels, man.
Yeah, definitely trying to connect, and he's been trying to connect, but Pepe has been very elusive on that Druid. Now into this position, let's see if Return Flag can actually land it. Can he get there? Pepe is jumping around, and this is not an easy jump to make. Return Flag does manage to get on top of him. Let's see who's going to win this battle of basically jumping around this position. Return Flag gets the gouge. Let's see if his team can get there. He's going to be looking to deal some damage, but the Dagger Rogue not going to be able to do too much to the very durable bear. And Pepe reconvenes with his team, hops over the fence, and is looking like he might be okay. But now 4 members have connected. Pepe's going to be in some trouble. He's caught into the flash bomb. Not too much he can do. He's going to need big support from his team, but they are all over him. 40% health. Where is the damage? The nades come in, as well as the death coil. They're committing so much of their offense just to making sure Pep H stays alive. Another flash bomb is landed onto Pep H, and Return Flag is trying desperately, but he gets hit with a massive crit, and he will be wiped. And now things are looking very, very solid here for Dadma.
Yeah, and that's all 2CB right there. If you look at his position right now, 2CB is just on the opposite side of that fence, spam healing, because that fence is not going to be like a point of line of sight there. So very, very nicely done there by 2CB, kind of abusing that position. Pepe staying in his line of sight, jumping back and forth there as well. And it's going to work out for them in that regard. Krilla and Return Flag kind of just running right now away from the offense of the Dadma gamers. Let's see what they can get done here. This game is still extremely close. Any of these Druids slip up for even a second, and it will be an immediate cap here. I do think that the team of Webby Gaming should be able to wipe the remaining Dadma gamers here in their base, and hopefully for Webby Gaming, Krilla should be able to make his way back onto the roof.
Yeah, it's looking good for him. I mean, 8-person right now on defense for the Alliance squad. And let's see what they can get done. Cadet charging in, trying to really clean up this offense. It's looking like Spill will fall. I mean, if I attempt to pronounce that once again, I want you to, roast me. Lilija, yeah. Lilija up top for Firemaw is going to be, in a prime position, but right now both these Druids can be feeling nice and secure. And I mean, if we take a look at the scoreboard, there is a killing blow lead actually for the team of Dadma. So Dadma ahead in killing blows. So if it does come down to a tie, right now they are in the lead in that regard and in that tiebreaker. But there's still so much time left in this game. Only 12 minutes have elapsed, which means there's still 23 minutes left in the match. And there have been quite a few close calls for both of these Druids. Definitely still anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely could go either way here as we see Krilla back on his roof. Mind Vision going to come out. They're going to know his position. And that's basically the thing about Priests in Classic. They basically have a unlimited range stream snipe ability that they can use to see anybody's position who is not in stealth, and obviously you cannot stealth with the flag. So these Druids are always, even when they escape and you don't know where they are, you can quickly get that information by having a Priest on your roster. And I'm going to see another push here being assembled in the tunnel of Stuck on Dadma. You can see Webby Gamers kind of gathering up here. Psych, Cadet, Staybird, all in position. Return Flag also down in the base. They're waiting for that Paladin Extreme Punish to also get in position. And then they're going to have their 5-man offense ready to go. And it looks like they should be able to pull the trigger on that soon. But right now it's Krilla potentially getting pressured here. You can see Spilla Feber and Lilia going for the plays, but Lilia gets erased there by Drig. Spilla Feber caught up in a trap, gets dispelled out of it. YWN trying to make his way there to Krilla, but I don't think this push is going to amount to anything. And now instead we're going to turn our attention back onto Pep, jumping down the balcony. already kiting with the Skull of Impending Doom, as well as that free action potion. And both druids should be fine, but we have seen the team of Webby Gaming kind of catch Pepage when he is in this rooftop position, or this tunnel roof position. So he needs to be kind of careful. He just failed his jump too. So at any moment, if we can see a rogue maybe catch him, that could be big. Return flag is right there with him. He gets charged. He falls down as a result of it. And he's going to try to make the jump. Let's see, can he do it? Pepage, not even going to gamble that. He's going to go back to his team. And they are wiping Webby Gaming. So should be fine for Pepage here. Both druids are going to be able to hold on.
We have a bit of a stalemate going on right now. Neither one of these offensive pushes have been looking too strong. So far, Pepage and Krilly have been able to survive quite easily with kiting in the match. And we'll see. Maybe some adjustments need to be made. Because right now, it doesn't seem like what either one of these teams are doing is working. But it is going to be the Dadmos crew who has a push ready to go. You can see Verdi M on the lower side of the Alliance base, waiting patiently for Krilly to jump down, and that'll be an opportunity for him to open. But their three-person offense is not going to be too solid right now, waiting for the Elemental Shaman as well as Lilija to reconnect. And once they do, that's going to be their cue to push, and it is going to be a 5 versus 4. So numbers advantage right now in favor of Dadma, but there is an Alliance spawn. They're actually just going to forget about it. They're going to go for their push. 6 people from the Alliance are going to be making a push, as Webby Gaming going to be making a little bit of a risk here. We'll see actually Carly going to be going up the tunnel. And if they get a pick on Carly here, that's going to be ideal for Dadma. I think they might want to consider doing it. If they can rotate back up, take down this Hunter, that'll give them a chance to push forward. But right now, Carly actually looking like a bit of a bait. Let's see if they can get away. It looks like they will be taken down. And with that Hunter down, they should just turn around and make a run for it. Verdi's in a prime position right now. Could actually push up a little bit more. I'm surprised he's not, but still he'll be waiting for Krilly when he does jump down.
He's going for the sap when he reses, but I don't think he has the time here. Verti, what are you going to do? He's kind of caught between two places. He realizes he could go for the sap on the Hunter when he reses. He might need to right now, and Rob trying to slow everybody down, but Verti's out of position. No, he's going for that wrong decision. He's going to go get the sap here.
He won't even get the sap.
He didn't even get it. He gets found. No, Verti. What is going on here?
I guess the gouge. Blind on the Hunter. Here it is, Verdi trying to set up the plays, make up for that error. Can he do it? Can he get on target? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to sprint and the free action potion. He's on the run, but he's running in the wrong direction. And Trilly, once again, is looking like he's going to be fine. I feel like if Verdi had just been there and kept Krilly locked down, it would have been so much better. But I guess hindsight really is 2020. It looks like Verdi will ultimately fall, potentially. Still alive with the Moonfire, but they actually get the kill. Are they going to be able to cap the flag? And it does look like YWN will be picking up the flag. And let's take a look at his position right now. I mean, he's with the rest of his team. A 5-person push going down the tunnel right now, and things are looking good here for Dadma.
Yeah. Verti, it's time to get a timer for the res, you know. If he has that, he knows when the Hunter is going to res, and he's going to be fine. But making the wrong call there, but still, the flag is not on a druid right now. It is on the warrior, so warrior's going to be susceptible to sitting in crowd control, but warrior crossing the map with a bunch of healers, definitely not the worst case scenario. We've seen Cadet able to carry the flag across many times, but Psych coming in with the Palm Pyro right now, and there it is. Big damage, Ignites rolling, a lot of damage coming out here onto the warrior. Do they have the damage to finish him off? They need to interrupt the heals here. You can see Spillifever getting counterspelled, but a little bit late, and is it going to be enough damage here in the arsenal? It looks like it could potentially be here, but YWN catches a couple of big heals, still about 50% though. Pepage nowhere to be seen really just yet. He's just spamming out heals there in the backline. They need to interrupt Lilia. They need to interrupt Pepage. What are these mages doing? What are these hunters doing? They need to use their kicks here. And I'm not sure YWN is just going to be able to walk through because of that lack of crowd control. And it looks like Webby Gaming is going to be wiped in the middle. Flag is going to get swapped once again to Pepage. And it looks like both teams should be able to return to that safe position. And I cannot stress this enough, but you have to crowd control the healers. The thing about Classic is damage is super high, but so is healing. And especially if you don't have a Mortal Strike effect, the Warrior's HP can just kind of go up and down like a JoJo. So definitely want to see a little bit more crowd control on those healers. and that could have been a cap there for Wavy Gaming.
This is actually, with the way this game is going, I can't help but feel like this might be the first time we do see a 0-0 at the 35-minute mark. And I mean, just as a refresher, Dadma right now, they are way ahead in killing blows. Like, it is not even close. So the Horde side definitely has that going in their favor, but they're going to continue to make this push. This does look like they have 5 people ready and waiting in the tunnel to make a play. We need to see Verdi get into position. I really want to see Verdi push up a little bit more. I feel like he's sitting way too far back. He needs to be there to actually catch Krilly. With his positioning right now, it just seems like Krilly has more than enough time to always just kind of escape, and then Verdi just ends up being by himself so far away from his team that they're not able to get much done. But it's being stubborn about it. Once again, he's going to try the same thing. But I just can't help but feel like if something's just failing over and over and over, adjustments really have to be made.
Well, he's actually moving in a little bit more aggressively here, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. He's always hesitating to just enter, Birdie. Do it. Just do it. But Krilla, he's just going to be sitting on that roof, kind of biding his time right now. Rob and the rest of his squad doing a great job here in this team fight. And I think Krilla won't even need to jump down in this situation. They are outnumbering their opponents, and they are just doing a great job shutting them down with the trap, shutting them down with the CCs here. Lilia catches one big heal there. If they have a little bit more damage, they could take down the healer, but Lilia actually healing himself back up to full, and Rob now in a full fear here. This actually looks like a pretty solid offense if they can make it through, but I don't see any free action potions. Now finally YWN going to be leading the charge here on that warrior with the free action potion, and gets sheeped on it and gets immediately dispelled right there. Beautiful stuff. He's going to be crowd control there, and Krilla, he's just it's like he's like the little princess in the back hiding in the castle, and you can see all of the warriors here on the battlefield just fighting, trying to defend Krilla with all their lives. And YWN, look at this, he gets polyed on the edge. It looks like he's about to fall down, but actually it walks him back in, but now he does jump down instead. And I do think that this push is over. Now looking at Pepe, also in a prime position, but Cadet is about to charge an attack of his own here, man.
I mean, we'll see. Cadet's going to get wiped. Saber's going to get wiped. Extreme Punish is going to get wiped. And, I mean, yeah, it's either one of two things is happening. The offense has just been a little bit sloppy by both these teams, or both these teams are just playing an incredible game of defense right now. But we are at a bit of a stalemate still. 0-0. And there have been not too many convincing pushes by either one of these teams. I kind of wonder if at any point one of these teams is going to say, you know what, let's do a 4-person defense and a 6-person offense and try to make it happen that way. Or if they're confident, to just keep trying this particular strategy over and over. But for now, both Krilly and Pepe are more than healthy and solid, sitting back in their base. And I mean, what really can be done? We're not even seeing Krilly forced off the edge at this point. Like, he's not even having to jump down to Verdi. And basically at that point, Verdi is kind of a wasted member of offense. If their 4 players can't actually force him down, then he's not really going to be able to do anything as an offensive player.
It just comes down to the team composition here. You have 2 hunters, and that is unfortunately for Webby Gaming a little bit of a disadvantage. You have 2 hunters. You want them both on defense. You have a Pyro mage. You can put him on offense, but the other mage has to be on defense. You need to have at least 1 priest on defense, and then you need to have the flag carrier on defense. And having 2 hunters, a mage, flag carrier, it's just too many players, too many defensive classes on their roster. If they had, a warlock, for example, instead of one of those hunters, then all of a sudden you would have a rogue, warlock, warrior, paladin, priest, all on offense, and that's when you can find those big kills, having that death coil. But Bertie looking to set up a play for his team here. He does catch out the priest here. He's actually soloing the priest, almost taking him down there. Bertie with some big damage there. He's going to go ahead and use the title charm, but I do think it was used into that free action potion of Krilla. And now Bertie caught up in a bash, getting dotted down. And I do think he should be going down in that exchange. Pepe just kiting everyone. And I would say Pepe is the one on the back foot right now, man.
Yeah, I mean, There's no question about it, but even Pep H on the back foot just a little bit. Still looking healthy as we do see Cadet jump, and it's going to be a little bit of a battle here. He is caught. Freezing band again. Cadet, no! Is Sight going to fall? Cadet gets out of the freezing band. Pep H getting a little bit lucky there with that proc, but that might be more than enough for him to actually stay alive. Nice Iron Grenade coming in from Cadet. Crowd controlling 2CB, but 2CB now potentially able to just free cast. I don't think Pep H will fall. Cadet trying to solo him down, but Flamey on defense, really pressuring down Cadet. Jumping over the fence, Cadet doesn't seem like he's going to be able to make that jump, and ultimately eats a chain lightning and is sent back to the graveyard. There's still a 3-person offense here for the team of Webby Gaming, but it's looking like Pep H, they're going to be solid. They're going to be rotating them back into their base and feeling relatively safe and healthy. If we look at Curly right now and see what is up with him, he's also just kind of maneuvering around the base. He's forced off the top side as YWN makes a charge. Maybe Curly could be in some trouble, but once again, Carly there to back him up, as well as, some of their healers also. So Curly, he's got big help from his team, big assistance, and I think this offensive push coming in from the team of Stuck on Dadma will get wiped up.
Yeah, and Krill shifting another flash bomb right there casually. But I think Cadet, after this tournament, is going to go and buy every single freezing ban on the entire auction house and just kind of have a monopoly going on there, because there's been so many times. Yeah, just buy them and delete them, just vendor them. I'm not sure. Maybe just sell them to people who aren't competing. I'm not sure what he's going to be doing there, but I can count 3 times where he has a target in a very dangerous situation and a freezing band comes through and saves the day. And that was one of those situations.
It's always him.
It wasn't quite as bad as the other 2 though. The other 2, the target was literally stunned in human form in execute range. Like you just had to press execute and it would have been enough. But Cadet definitely been quite unlucky so far on the day here, as we see both of these teams kind of try to wipe each other's offenses out and get back into those default positions where you have, your 6-man defense on the side of Webby Gaming and your, I think, 5-man defense on the side of Stuck on Dadma. And when it comes to comps, I would say Stuck on Dadma's comp is a lot better. Double Hunter, I mean, if you're going to have double something, it should be a mage, obviously. But yeah, that's the thing. You can't have double mage, double hunter. It's not good.
Too much defense. A lot of defensive classes. I mean, that's why we're seeing the defense being so strong for both these teams. And I mean, at this point, this is looking like a real possibility here, Zico, that this could just go to a 0-0. I mean, one of these teams, either they're going to have to take a risk. And I mean, if there's any team that is going to be making a risk here, it has to be Webby Gaming, right? Like, Webby Gaming is going to have to make a change because they are losing on killing blows. And if they don't get a flag cap, that means they lose the game, even though it is 0-0. So let's see what return flag can do. I'm going to be seeing how he does look to set up that offense right now. He's in a prime position as his team is getting ready. Cadet looking like he wants to lead the charge. And here we go. Let's see if Webby Gaming can make something happen on this push.
Yeah, Cadet finally going to be making it up the banana, but he's being greeted by a scatter shot to the face, and Pep H immediately dropping down here with his entire squad. Let's see what they can get down here. Return flag in position, gets the gouge, and he gets the blind, and he's going for the place here. Isn't able to find those stunts here. Pep H with a big pyro to the face. Can they get the click? No, it gets picked up by the priest here. What can they do here though? Priest with carrying the flag and not the best situation to be in. Let's see what he can do to CB. Looking to drop that to Excrement. Rather have that on the mage, a little bit more mobile. And of course, having that ice barrier is going to be enough. But that was the one-hit wonder. And Krille jumping down, expecting to cap the flag, is going to go down himself. But Excrement not going to be able to cap this flag here either, because there's so many players from Webby Gaming on the enemy side or in their own base. Now Excrement going to drop the flag to Pep H. And now there is an opportunity here for Stuck on Dadma to collapse on those players in the tunnel and potentially get a speed cap, quote unquote, before the flag gets back into the base. But Krille is there and ready to swap with Cadet. No other players on the side of Dadma able to pick that flag up. And Krille should be able to make his way back to the base. But look at his tunnel. There's so many players there from Stuck on Dadma. Could they catch him here, Van?
I mean, that's going to be a question. That Palm Pyro crit so hard, it actually started a thunderstorm outside my house. I swear. Yeah, absolutely deleted. That was probably the best one shot of this tournament. Now Krille, let's see what he can do. Actually, the reflected Palm Pirate was my favorite one shot of this tournament. Just want to correct myself really, really quickly. But Krille, I mean, at this point, he's not feeling too safe. He's still on the horde side of the map. Hasn't been able to really transition. There's just so many players from Dadma in the midfield right now. Let's see if they can stop him. Krille charges in. He's going for it. He's trying to reconnect with his team, but they are all over. He's in a kidney shot, a huge Elemental Shaman burst. And now this is an opportunity. Let's see Pep H. What is Pep H able to do? He can't get the flag, and now he's caught into a flash grenade. Drig, he gets the flag. Is Drig going to fall?
No
Such a close call. He blinks away, catches a huge heal. He's in the tunnel. MVP plays by Drig. If he did not pick up the flag, this game would be over. And he keeps his team in it. Very nicely done by Drig, but he's not out of it yet. He definitely needs to be going back to the graveyard side as Krille has respawned. And once he can drop that flag to his Druid, their team is going to be feeling a lot more secure. But some really nice plays coming out from both these teams.
That was so incredibly close, 2CB with the MVP pick. And of course, Drig with the counter MVP pick right there, and rotating his Ice Barrier and his shields between those heals that Elidem was able to pump out in that situation is the only reason why he was able to survive on, sub 5% HP multiple times there. So definitely this game is about as close as it possibly could be here, but we only have about 5 minutes left here on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. And right now it is looking like Stuck on Dadma are going to win. So this is the question now, Ben. What do you do if you're Webby Gaming? Do you send out a 7-man offense, an 8-man offense? And if you're stuck on Dadma, do you go for a 10-man turtle? Do you try to have some kind of offensive presence? What do you do? These are the decisions that these teams need to make. And a single wrong decision means you get eliminated from the tournament, because this is a lower bracket game here, man.
Yep, no guts, no glory is the way I see it. They need to really put it on the line here if they want to actually secure a kill. You can see right now, Krille rotating back into his base. There are a few members of Dadma just kind of rotating in by themselves, but not really too scary of an offense. YWN, actually Indy there almost as well. Elijah also in a position to really help this offense. Looking for a fear, unfortunately misses it. Iron Grenade not going to land as well, as Krille just continuing to kite. Verdi M almost there. If Verdi M can get on top of Krille and land a stun, this is actually not going to be too bad for Dadma. But they are the team that is winning at this point in killing blows, and very convincingly. There's almost no way we do see the team of Webby Gaming catch up in killing blows, so they have to go for it. They really need to make the push on Pep H, and if they can't, they're going to end up losing this game. And I feel like they're just kind of doing the same thing they always do. They're sending 4 players on offense, maybe 5 players, only 4 for now. And this is not going to be, enough of an offense to actually make a push. I don't believe. I mean, there is a chance, but it's 4 versus 5 in the Horde base right now. Can they make a push and try to close out the game at the same time? Krille might actually fall. Are they going to get the cap? If Krille falls, it's going to be an absolute nightmare. He is just caught into the flash bomb.
Oh, the
shield! Powered shield. There's no way. Drig once again with the clutch polymorph slowing down Verdi M. It looks like Krille will actually be able to survive, but Verdi and Lilaja and YWN are in hot pursuit. The Warrior connects, and this Warrior is a heavy hitter. Can he stay on target? Looks like Krille will be able to kite. The intercept comes in, though, on the free action potion. There is big damage available for this Warrior. And you can see Krille, he's just getting spammed, dispelled. Verdi now also on target. Can he get the Vanish? Cheap shot. The flash bomb comes in. He needs help. He needs so much help. I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. His team is there. He's taking just a tremendous hit of damage, but Ili just spamming in the heals to keep him alive. And Krille looks like he will be able to hold on and get away with his life just narrowly.
Once again, 0 crowd control on the healer right there. I saw a kick go out onto Drig on that mage. He's out of my look. Another kick right there onto Drig. Just any interrupt there on the heals, and you are able to take Krille down. Look at him. He was in a full flash bomb into a kidney. That's like a 15-second stun lock. You have a Warrior with recklessness on him. You have mortal strike effect. You got everything you need in that situation. Just interrupt the healer. You got like 4 people who could have done it. And, it's plays like that could potentially cause you to lose the game. But once again, Krille in a sticky situation here. YWN in hot pursuit, but Drig is there helping him out. And I think Drig he has enough mana in his tank, but I don't think he's going to go for a kill here. He's just going to make sure that he has enough mana to keep defending Krilla in this situation. About 2 minutes remaining here on the clock. Pepe in a sticky situation here. Can they get the kill that they need here? Cadet is all over him. Can they do the damage? And Pepe running back and forth, catches a big nature swiftness heal, jumping back and forth on that rooftop. Cadet is there. Return flag is there as well. And Pepe just jumping back and forth. Look at him. Return flag is on one side. Cadet is there as well. And now they're catching Pepe in a beautiful situation here. Look at that. Rob is forcing him to jump back up to where the warrior and the rogue is with that hunter. But Pepe running back up, juking down everyone in that situation. And
Curly might fall. Curly might fall. Curly's getting bursted down. They could actually get the cap. Curly's running to the flag, but he drops, and now it's going to be up to Pepe. Get Pepe to get there in time. He's running. He's going to secure the cap. They are winning on killing blows right now, but if he gets that flag, that is going to be the final nail in the coffin, and they do score. And I do not think there is enough time for, at this point, the Alliance squad of Wavy Gaming to come back in this match. I don't want to call that for certain, but it is looking good right now for this Horde squad.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have Stuck on Dadma advancing to the next round here after a long fought battle here. But we're going to hold our judgment because there is potential for a quick cap right now.
Leaving. That's it.
They're leaving.
That's is
word
a
from the admins.
GG. And we're going to get that match you were kind of anticipating here, Zico, and it will be the Noggin Fogger Dodgers going up against Stuck on Dadma. That was such a close game. I mean, that really just speaks, volumes to what a solid team both Stuck on Dadma and Wavy Gaming are. Really good defense and offense, but at the end of it all, it still didn't come down to killing blows. I don't think a single match has come down to killing blows at this point. It is just those flag caps, and even just with 1 minute left, Stuck on Dadma was able to pull it off.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The closer you get to that clock running down, the more desperate the team that's losing on kills gets. The more people are going to start sending in offense. That's when you're going to see Krilla, in those situations where he has kind of fend for himself a lot of the time. Maybe just having one mage with him, everyone else trying to find those kills. But it is going to be Wavy Gaming being eliminated after a very good tournament from those guys. Big shout out to everyone on that roster, and we will be seeing them in the finals in 2 weekends from now. So definitely not going to be the last that we see of them, but for now, we're going to keep on trucking here. Stuck on Dadma going up against Noggin Fogger Dodgers here in the round 7 game. Winner of that gets to play against Apes Bread. Winner of that gets to play against Apes in the grand final. So we're really narrowing it down here to the last couple of teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. And it has been a great weekend of Warsong Gulch. Personally, just really, really, really thankful I've gotten to watch all of these teams. And if you guys are tuning in, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. Keep in mind, next weekend we will be going to the North American side of things. And I'm curious to see if it's going to be a very similar meta. I can't help but feel like it probably will be, but I'm interested to see if any of these North American teams have something different in store for us, if they're going to be looking to shake it up. And then, of course, 2 weekends from now, we will be having that finals bracket for Europe as well as North America.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, how those NA teams are doing. We're going to have, a lot of the teams, a lot of the people that we played with over there in NA, representing the region. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see what they are able to do on that side of the pond. But for now, we are going to go to a quick commercial break since Stuck on Dadma just played a game. You're going to need a couple of seconds to, kind of just get their cooldowns back and reset their mental. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl Europe Edition. And this weekend has all been about the Warsong Gulch, as well as Europe playing that Warsong Gulch. Right now, we do have Apes in the grand finals, and they're going to be waiting to see who they will be playing up against. Our next matchup is going to be the two teams that are still left in the tournament that are playing Horde side. So it will be Stuck on Dadma as well as the Noggin Fogger Dodgers. Both these teams have been putting on a solid performance, both of them representing the Horde, but now they have to go through each other. And after that, they're going to be met with basically the double Apes special. One of them, if they want to win this tournament, is going to have to go through Apes Junior into Apes Senior. That is in that upper bracket. Zico.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic day so far with a lot of great matches, but the big story is, of course, how dominant some of these Apes squads have been so far. Next matchup, like you mentioned, going to be the two remaining Horde teams in this bracket going head-to-head here. Loser will be eliminated. The winner will be carrying on that Horde torch forward. And, I don't know who I would give it to between Stuck on Dadma and Noggin Fogger Dodgers. I would say they're pretty evenly matched. I could be wrong here, but I think we're going to go the full distance here in terms of match length. So anything could end up deciding this match, one cap or a 1-1 or even, killing blows. So we still haven't seen a game go down all the way to those killing blows because those teams, starting to take increased risks when they are behind on kills. Towards the later stages of the match, we just saw that, and it's going to be interesting to see if that happens.
Yeah, and I mean, these teams still are waiting for some of their cooldowns, but we will be queuing up for this match in just a couple of minutes here. And I think there's only 3 series left. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that the grand finals of the tournament today is going to be a best of 3. So in order to actually win, you're going to have to win a best of 3. In that finals, which is the first time we're going to be seeing something like that, as the rest of the tournament has just been, a best of 1, winner take all in just one match. So still plenty of Warsong available here today, and we should have these games opening up, or we should have the game opening up here relatively shortly. Now, of these two teams, Zico, we've seen quite a bit from them over the weekend. Is there any that you would give a slight favor to or a slight edge to?
That's you're putting me on the spot right now, man.
That's what I do.
That's what you do.
Hey, you know what? You answer, and then I'll answer.
Noggin Fogger Dodgers. I think Stuck on Dadma. Do I believe in the Dodgers? So hard. I feel like these teams are really, really evenly matched. So I'm just gonna go with Stuck on Dadma.
Dadma, huh? You going with the dads?
Yeah, I'm going with the dads. You?
Man, it is so hard to say. I think I'm gonna go with the Dodgers. Okay. I'm going on Team Dodgers right now. I feel like FWD Horde has been having a phenomenal game, and I just think his team in general has been looking really good. Not that the Dadma has not. I mean, at this point, it really is anyone's game, but my heart's telling me the Dodgers are walking away with this one.
I think a mosquito bit me in the back during that previous game.
I think so too. Mosquitoes have been absolutely critty this time of year.
Yeah, it's been extremely hot lately in Sweden, so definitely had my window open and lamps going and everything. So it's kind of having all kinds of uninvited guests here in my own base, and we're gonna see if FN and Verti can do exactly that.
Yeah, this is completely off topic, but I think that's one thing about living in like a northern climate is you kind of forget insects exist during the winter, and then in the summer they sort of come out of nowhere, and we'll have to see. I mean, these teams are going to be coming out of nowhere here shortly as the gates are about to open for this Warsong Gulch match. There's only 2 series left in the lower bracket, and then we will determine who will be going up against Apes in the grand finals. Our 2 Horde representatives still available in this tournament. Let's see which one of them can pull ahead. Zico's in favor of Dadma. Myself, I'm going with the Dodgers. Chat, who do you think is going to be walking away with this one?
Yeah. Good stuff here so far from both of these squads. You know, they're both already qualified for that later stage of the tournament, and we're gonna see who comes out ahead here. And me and Van, are we gonna make it interesting? We're gonna put some gold on the line here, Van, or like what's up, 100 gold?
I don't have any gold. I'm mage. As a mage in classic, it is not easy to farm, so I've been struggling this whole time.
I can relate. I can relate. Bank has been looking a little bit thin, but the gates are now open. We're going to see both of these teams charging through the middle. We're going to expect both of these teams to kind of have just a defensive position here while the druids are crossing the map in stealth. And some of these mages, they like to get a little bit fancy here in the start. And Zeki is one of those guys. We're going to see what he can do here as he's trying to sneak around the enemy team. But looks like he will be stopped in his tracks. Going to have to go back here. But you can see Zeki on one side, Shema on the other side. Whoever kind of takes the aggro of the majority of the members should be the one that maybe doesn't make it to the base. Actually, it looks like both of them are going to be making it to the base. Zeki going to de-curse himself on that Curse of Exhaustion. Sartex and Shema both making it through here. The one member I don't see just yet is FWD Horde. He's making those graveyard jumps, failing right now as well. And we're seeing some of these druids kind of slow down on their jumps as the day has been moving on. Maybe a little bit of fatigue playing through these games. FWD Horde, no, he falls down. Zeki, though, is able to pick up the flag, and let's see what he can do with that. Can he get across? He does break out of that sap with the Skull of Impending Doom. He's going to be jumping down to FWD Horde, and he gets Tidal Charmed actually mid-air. Verti dropping down. Zeki, what are you going to do? He's actually changing his direction. FWD Horde, Rocket Helming Mato, and Zeki should be able to drop the flag here if he needs to. But Verti doing a good job so far, crowd controlling multiple members of the squad, and Zeki getting blinded here. Is he going to block out of it? Verti knows that he might do that, so he's going to blink, drop the flag, and FWD Horde going to be able to pick that up and get around here. And
yeah, in the meantime, Pep H, he snuck into the Horde base, and they did pick up the flag, and now looking to cross midfield. He was met with a little contention there, but ultimately snuck around, got ahead of FN and Cupid, and was able to cross the map and reconvene with his team. And it's looking like right now, Pep H on the Alliance side of things, he gets caught into a flash bomb. Actually, there is potential big damage coming in from Cupid, but Pep H has more than enough support, good crowd control, good heals, and ultimately Pep H will survive. And if we look at what's going on with FW Horde, he is now on the Horde side of things as well. Dadma will be playing the Alliance side of this map, and both of these druids are looking like they are more than well defended inside of their respective bases at this point.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are going to get kind of wiped here, and they're going to have to regroup and start setting up that offense. And we can expect on the side of the Noggenfogger Dodgers, the defense to look something like maybe Hunter, Double Mage, Priest, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Rest of the team expected to be on offense here, and we're going to be able to see what they can do. You know, having that Rogue and Warlock on their squad definitely could spell trouble for the enemy flag carrier.
I've been trying to look. What is the difference between these two teams? I can see that Noggin, Fogger, Dodgers, they have two mages. What is stuck on Dadma have instead of the second mage? I actually can't figure it out. I feel really silly. Oh, it's a second shaman. Okay, two shaman. Okay, two shaman. I figured it out. Now that I put myself on the spot, I instantly figured it out. But for a long time, I was like, okay, they both have a warrior. They both have a hunter. Okay. But it is going to be that second elemental shaman for that additional burst. But do give up a little bit of that mage control. So interesting decisions by both these teams. It does look like both teams are looking to set up an offense here. And it does look like for the Noggenfogger Dodgers, their offense is in much more of a prime position. They have 5 members. Actually, is this a 6-person offense? They're looking to make a push here with FN getting position on that rogue. And they're basically going to try to push Pep H into FN and get him out of position and caught by that rogue. And it's been a solid strategy throughout this weekend. Let's see if they're able to execute.
Yeah, and FN going to be taking that aggressive position in the connector. You love to see it. Verti, let's see what he can do on that rogue on the opposite side here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much right now. as his team is looking to make a push. Ooh, big plays happening here from the Noggenfogger Dodgers. They're going to go ahead and get the first assault pep age. You're not going to be able to do too much. ZKI crowd controlling the healer with that rocket helmet, which is exactly what you want to be seeing. Now Pep Age isolated in the thick of things, going to maybe be forced to jump down. He gets flash bomb, trinkets out of it, but guess who's going to be waiting for him in the wings there in that connector? No, he's going to be going down the tunnel knowing that the rogue most likely will be in that position. And now Pep Age looking to make his way back up on the banana, looking to make his way back onto the roof where his healer is waiting for him. But also I Tank You Heal is there waiting for him. But just a single warrior when you are a druid in bear form should be fine. Look at 2CB throwing out the mind control, jumping the warrior down. ZKI actually on offense here, looking to potentially close the gap here onto the druid, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. I don't think ZKI is also playing that Pyro spec. Pretty sure he's playing Frost. I don't see an Ice Bearer on it right now, but having a Frost Mage on offense might not be the best thing. He's casting out a Frostbolt, Flashbomb comes out, and Pepage is in a massive trouble here. Excrement coming through, crowd controlling the Elemental Shaman from that burst. Freezing Band procs in execute range. Is it going to be enough? Sartex does get the flag return here. Can they get the
He's going for it.
The Noggenfogger Dodgers. Indy, you can get it.
Oh,
the rocket helmet.
He gets the rocket helmet. He's going for it. I think he's going to fall, though. There's just too many defenders. There's no way, and he's going to survive. Verdi looking to pick up the flag, and he does. Verdi, can he escape the base? He's got so many players on him right now. He's trying his best. He uses the Vanish to pick up the flag once again, but still, Lilia is there to heal him up. Verdi, is he going to be able to make the plays? Let's see. He is going down right now. He's got the Skull of Impending Doom. He's got the free action potion, and it looks like he will escape. Beautiful plays. What a close call, but at the end of it all, stuck on Dadma. They do stay alive.
Wow, that was such a close call here. 4 stuck on Dadma, but Verti with the hero play. And honestly, the Warlock there as well, just making a phenomenal rocket helmet there onto Pepage, and that's going to buy them enough time for that play to come through. Verti saving the day here for his team, and once again, it looks like both teams are going to be returning to that standard position on that rooftop.
Yeah, both teams just getting into a very defensive position. Verti having a bit of a 1v1 here with ... Derp. Let's see who will come out ahead. Well, kidney shot lands, and looks like Verti will be able to dispatch of this Warlock. Maybe are we going to see a bit of a 1v1 here? Pot comes in. ... Derp looking for some damage, and this 1v1 is looking like it is going to go in favor of Verti in the midfield. And now if we go back to these Druids and see what's happening with them, Pepage is kind of kiting around his base. We've seen him do plenty of times in the past. I think You Heal will follow as well. We can see FWD Horde, he's going to be feeling very secure in his base with his defenders, and both these teams are looking to go back to that neutral position.
Yeah, and we're going to see both teams kind of just regrouping, buffing up, and you can see the Noggenfogger Dodgers are basically all wiped at this point. Sartek's going to go down and miss the res there. Nice timing on that kill, and we're going to see him having to wait an additional 30 seconds there because of that. FWD Horde just kind of scouting through the rooftop here, trying to see how many people are coming for him. Right now, 4 members of that Firemaw squad, one of them being an Elemental Shaman, could spell disaster. FWD Horde has been doing a great job so far, though, in this match. Could potentially be able to survive. ZKI going to be on defense now with that mage, and I do think that's the intelligent play here. I do like that he goes for those offensive plays from time to time, but being a Frost Mage, he is somewhat limited, having to cast a lot of his damage to get it out onto those Druids. So going to be staying in that defensive positioning for now, and we can see most members here on the opposite side here in the tunnel kind of just getting destroyed from the Noggenfogger Dodgers. They're going to be cleaning out that tunnel, making sure that there's no offense pushing onto their flag carrier before they're in position. But they did expend a lot of resources, a lot of mana and HP to kind of clean out that tunnel. So their offensive push is not going to be as good as it possibly could.
Yep, and it looks like right now Noggenfogger Dodgers are feeling very safe. Actually, both these Druids. It's going to be about crossing that offense in the midfield, and we do have a bit of a midfield skirmish right now, a bit of a battle going on. Let's see how that one does play out. Lots of rogues throwing in gouges. YWM looking like the one who could fall, but he charges forward in defiance, getting some big heals. And it looks like it will be ... derp that does fall. Verdi, however, also gets completely one-shot there by the warrior. I tank you heal. And it looks like this is actually going to go in favor of the Noggenfogger Dodgers, and that will allow them an opportunity to actually make an offensive push first. As you can see, Indy, Lelia, and Spill going to be rotating back to the graveyard to reconvene with the members that have just fallen down. And after that battle, I mean, the Noggenfogger Dodgers, although they did get those kills, they kind of need a reset. They need to recover their mana. In classic WoW, you know, mana is a huge resource, and you have to recover that via drinking or the rejuve huts, which we've seen a couple players utilize in this match. And they will be moving forward through the Alliance side tunnel, where Pepage and the rest of his defenders are waiting.
Yeah, and we're going to see everybody just getting in position here. Once again, a lot of people kind of going up that tunnel on the side of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. It looks like they're already going to be making an early push here, and you can see FN already in position downstairs. Big push here from I Tank You here. He already picked up the movement speed boots there from that tunnel. FWD Horde is chilling in his own base here with an alarm about. Let's see what they can do. Can they connect onto Pepage? Last time around, they were able to take him down. Jinzi on that alley shaman in position here. What can he get done here? He's spamming out the purges. Sartex there with a beautiful flash grenade. Jinzi getting caught up in the counterspell in the polymorphs. Pepage did trinket out of that flash bomb. So if they have another flash bomb, that could potentially be enough to take Pepage down. But their offense is slowly but surely getting wiped. That shaman getting crowd control throughout that entire push. Really good stuff here coming out of these mages. Excrement doing a great job here keeping that shaman at bay, because that shaman is the heaviest hitter on the side of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. So if that guy ever gets to cast a Chain Lightning, you can see what just happened to Excrement there. That was just, you know, like a for fun Chain Lightning coming out there. But they do wait for the res timer before they kill Jinzi. And now Jinzi got to be stuck there waiting for his rest, as we see another push happening now from the Firemaw gamers here. But they're not really in the best position here offensively to get something going. Only really Verti going to be in prime position to make something happen here.
Yep. Let's see, Pepe so far very solid on the defense, and FWD Horde as well. As you can see, the Firemaw squad stuck on Dadmaw in the tunnel, looking to make a defensive play. Let's see if they can do it. And this is kind of looking almost like a repeat of the last game, where the defense is just so solid by both of these teams. It is really hard for these players to make a push offensively. These Druids just doing such an excellent job. And right now, here it is. See Dadmaw, they are going for it. They're making a play, but they're just so snared right now. We're not seeing the speed pots. We're not seeing the free action potions, just getting dispelled off. And as a result, it is so difficult for them to creep up. But they do actually manage to get a pick. Shema does get picked off, and now it is a three-person defense. And FWD Horde does not like those odds, so he will jump down. But guess who's waiting in the wings? It is going to be Verdi. Can Verdi open up? It is a gouge, a full blind on ZQI. ZQI gets abolished.
Flash bomb.
Fortunate there, and it will once again be the proc that keeps Verdi. The freezing ban just coming in clutch for FWD Horde.
Yeah, that was a great freezing ban proc there. Bertie had his rocket helmet right there, so if he was a little bit more patient, he could have potentially set up a crowd control there onto two members, but fortunately for him, not able to find it. Now he's trying to take down ZKI, maybe get a killing blow at least before he goes down, but that's not going to happen. Too much heals on the side of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. ZKI going to be able to escape that situation. And now, once again, it looks like the Noggenfogger Dodgers are the one who needs to kind of go aggressive here. FWD Horde is going to be in a good position. And now Pepage need to worry a little bit. There's a bunch of players here moving up the banana, but I do think they are going to get wiped here as well. Everybody is extremely low on HP. FN is in position, but I don't think this push here is going to be enough to take him down. You can see Pepe just going out here, throwing out some heals, making sure his team wins that fight before things escalate out of control. FN is going to reveal himself up top there as well. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much, as he does get sniped down here. You're going to wait for that res timer, and now you can see the warrior just res FN, going to be stuck on that graveyard for 30 seconds. And once again, both teams trying to find a situation where they can be completely grouped in the tunnel and go for a big push. But so far, not able to find it. Every time that the offense of the Noggenfogger Dodgers get wiped, as soon as they rest, they go into their own tunnel and just clean out the tunnel, and then they get aggressive again. So they have kind of a defensive mindset, but they are playing an offensive strategy by sending that many people on offense. So they're a little bit all over the map right now.
Yep, and once again, it does look like Dadma will get completely wiped. India and Lilaja getting caught out, and they should get dispatched up. But ZQI getting caught into a fear, and YWN actually moving forward, as well as Verdi not revealing his position. He has the berserking from the Berserker Hut, and he is moving into a prime position to catch FWD Horde if he is forced off the top. But I just don't think that's going to happen right now. FWD Horde is feeling more than confident in this position to just stay up here. There's no real threat, so there's no real reason that he needs to rotate. And we do see Dadma having a bit of a skirmish here. Cupid, as well as Shema, they're looking to actually take this squad down in the tunnel. Are they going to be able to do it? Really is the question. And ZQI is kind of caught by himself. If he gets taken down, this is going to be good, but it is going to be Indy that does fall, and now stuck on Dadma. They're going to have to retreat. Their offense gets kind of swatted away. I don't think they have enough members or enough resources to continue this push. But now we can see Pep H and his squad is about to get attacked.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they like to do on the side of Noggenfogger Dodgers. When the offense fails, go to your tunnel, clean it out, make sure that there's no push happening onto your own flag carrier, and then get back into position with ZKI. Could potentially get caught out here. Verti is fancying his chances. He actually kidney shot ZKI while he's facing a wall, so he cannot blink out of that one. YWN is going to be charging through. Let's see if he can get the intercept. He's trying to drop combat here and reach ZQI, but ZQI with a counter spell going to be putting him in combat. Is he going to be able to keep him in combat with that Blizzard? He's trying, but now YWN going to be able to reach him and potentially take him down here. No, ZQI with the cloaking device here, getting fancy, but Berkey's going to reach him and potentially take him down with that backstab. And there it is. ZKI, though, right next to his own graveyard. Not going to be too bad.
Pep H actually under assault right now. 4 members all over him. He's trying to reconvene with his team. It is a 6 versus 5. Pep H, he's going to be looking to kite away FN in a prime position to catch him if he does end up jumping down. But Pep H winning the mind game just a little bit. He's just going to be rotating back to the banana and not jumping down to FN, basically rendering FN worthless in this offensive push. And it will be ... derp. That does fall. Looks like Sartex is going to fall as well. And once that happens, this offensive push is likely over. Big damage coming in from Jinzi on Excrement, but he does manage to survive. And once again, we have stuck on Dadma slapping away the offense of the Noggenfogger Dodgers. And just really good pathing there. Really good kiting by Pep H. He's been one of the druids that doesn't jump down as often as possible. He has a really good read on FN. I feel like he's almost winning like a little bit of a mind game here with the way he's kiting and getting away from this offense.
Yeah, definitely been doing a good job so far, but let's not forget he is the only druid so far who has died in this match, but he also is dealing with a little bit tougher offense than FWD Horde is, I would argue, just because of the fact that his team is constantly rezzing and kind of rinsing that tunnel, making sure that air is flowing through it freely right now. Pebage looking to make his way down the banana. I think he's just trying to get, I'm not sure actually what he's trying to do with that positioning right now, but just hiding in a bush somewhere, a little bit, just chilling on that druid. Not going to be doing too much, under too much pressure. So he's just going to be running around in circles down there, and we're going to be looking at FWD Horde instead. He is on that balcony, not quite in the best position here. He's getting chased as well by a couple of members in that tunnel. He could be potentially running into them here on a collision course, but I do think he should be fine in the situation to get back. And you can see he has the backup of Cupid, going to be dropping the flares, going to be dropping the traps, Shema using some, AoEs, make sure that there's no rogue there or anything like that. And once again, both teams kind of a stalemate position. You're going to see Pepage still there, not really too pressured on the roof. There's a couple of people now, though, in his tunnel looking to make a push, and this could be a big one. ZQI is with his team here offensively. Look at YWN going fishing there, picking Cupid away from his team with that mind control cap, dragging him away from Shayma so he doesn't get dispelled. He's probably going to dismiss him and then try to one-shot this Hunter. And I do like that play from YWN. If you can kind of snipe the Hunter with a mind control cap as he's trying to go out and harass you with the Viper Stings, you can take him out, and all of a sudden, there's no Hunter on the defense, which is massive. But Cupid, with some nice evasive maneuvers, is going to at least make it out alive. But if I was on the side of the Fire Maw gamers right now, I would be making an offensive push. You're not going to get a better situation than that.
And they are trying to make that offensive push. And right now, Pep H, he's actually in some trouble. He's going to be kiting back to the graveyard as he tries to escape. But FN is there. This is the moment for FN. He gets the gouge. Can they actually take him down? Flamey trying to get in position to help him out, the Shaman. But Pep H, he's caught into the flash bomb. FN is all over him, but a big heal lands. It looks like Pep H should have more than enough help to survive. Another flash bomb onto Pep H as he's being forced back into ... derp. I tank you heal almost L Sartex as well. Big damage coming in from ... derp or on ... derp. And Pep H is going to be completely fine once again with his priest healer rotating away, kiting around. Good try there by the Dodgers, but ultimately not going to be enough. And if we look at FWD Horde, he's just going to be rotating, kiting around the tunnel entrance, and it's looking like he and his team are going to be fine as the Dadma offense is grouped, and they're still looking strong. I mean, FWD Horde could be in some trouble, but at this point, if he really needs to, he can just jump down. He can use the little roof of the entrance to kite around and avoid damage, but he's looking more than happy to just go, run up the bridge, or run up the tunnel and get back to the banana connector to the top side of the bridge until his team does spawn and reconnect with him.
Yeah. Absolutely stellar defense here coming out of both teams so far in this match. Been a couple of close calls, but so far both teams are playing around their druids very, very well. They're choosing good timing to jump down, to go back up on the banana, go down in the tunnel, just in general. Playing the positional game and avoiding these rogues beautifully. Yeah, some cheeky plays as well with mind control caps and stuff like that, but nothing too crazy going on right now. Verti, though, actually sneaking through FWD Horde, realizing that Verti is up top, means that he can jump down without being scared of that rogue. Verti revealing his positioning by using that sap right there. But FWD Horde, he's taking a lot of takes from that Skull of Impending Doom. He's taking low on HP, taking low on mana, and right now he has two members of the enemy team right behind him. How is he going to escape that situation is a question. There it is, Verti coming through with the flash bomb, and look at the other Shaman. But he gets kicked right there and actually dies to the Hunter of Cupid. So Cupid with a beautiful snipe right there. Only reason why FWD Horde is going to be able to survive that situation.
That is so sad for that Shaman. You can see his eyes light up as he casts out the Elemental Mastery and the Flash Bomb. He was ready to just obliterate. He was ready to one-shot. And not too bad. Feral Charge. Goodbye. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get the damage off. He will be sent back to the graveyard. FWD Horde doing an excellent job there, keeping himself alive. And now he's actually rotating to kind of an interesting position, just wanting to create space. And I mean, this is what you want to do as a flag carrier. You want to constantly be dragging the offense through your team. So they are very focused on getting to you as a druid. And the more time you can allow your team to just have uptime and basically run them through the gauntlet of snares and damage, the better it is for you more often than not. And that kind of is the defender's advantage, is as a druid, you're just constantly making space. You're constantly running the offensive unit through a gauntlet of your own team. And that's what makes it really hard sometimes as the offense to make a solid push. But FWD Horde looking safe. We can go take a look at Pep H. He as well looking good with his team. And this could be another one of those games. We're 25 minutes in, Zico. Can you believe it? 25 minutes in already. And if we look at killing blows, there is a massive advantage for Dadma. So the Dodgers, they are now in a position where they need to be the ones that are, making a push here, because if this game goes on for, another a little under 15 minutes, then they're just going to ultimately lose on time.
Yeah, actually
Really
a little
close.
under 11 minutes, man. That NA math coming through. But look at FWD Horde getting caught up in the Death Card, sorry, into the kidney shot. Trinkets out, but he gets killed, drops the flag. He gets picked up here by Shema on that mage. What can he do here as he's making his way to the graveyard? Skull of Impending Doom coming through. And once again, we have a player here who is crazy fast with the clicks and crazy enough to rank up to rank 14 on a troll male mage. I do like the blue hair, though. I have to give it to him. He's going to go ahead and pick up that leaf, drop the flag once again to his Druid. That was a close call once again here to FWD Horde. So both teams kind of coming out swinging here. We've seen a couple of fast picks there in crazy situations. FWD Horde going for that graveyard jump, and he's not going to fail. Beautiful stuff. Shema, though, cheating with that slow fall. And if you are new to Classic, you might wonder, well, Shema, why didn't you just slow fall the Druid right there? Come on, man. He's your buddy. Why are you gonna put him on the spot like that, making those jumps? But in Classic, you can only slow fall yourself as a mage, unfortunately. So yeah, Blizzard, if you guys are listening, buff mages. And once again, these Druids are gonna be returning to their rooftop positions. Another push, though, being initiated here by the Noggenfogger Dodgers as they pop their Noggenfogger elixirs in that tunnel. There's even speed boots in that tunnel. If they can spell batch those, it could be big. Look at YWN. What? Just charging into 5 people in that tunnel. He's crazy. He just gets absolutely destroyed. What is he thinking right there? Definitely some grand delusions. I think this guy has been, yeah.
He's trying to pull a Swifty and make a montage. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. But Excrement, it looks like there's actually a big push here by the Noggenfogger Dodgers. Pep-H immediately just going to be running for his life. The preemptive reaction potion and abolish poison, that's going to really nullify anything FN can do. The only thing he can really do is that gouge, and he does manage to land the gouge. And now FN, he's got to try to set his team up. Can he get the stun? But Pep-H is still on the run. The Skull of Impending Doom, FN all over him. No, can he make the jump? Pep-H just makes it look so easy. And FN gets caught, fails the jump, and once again, Pep-H is going to be able to escape off of those amazing jump skills we've seen utilized and implemented throughout this entire weekend by these excellent flag-carrying druids. And I mean, that was literally the difference between life and death for Pep-H. If he failed that jump, he would have gone down to the graveyard. It would have been potential cap there for the team of Noggenfogger Dodgers, but because of, just calm, cool, collected, patient play, he was able to keep himself alive.
Beautiful stuff there, these Druids making these jumps time and time again there. And once again, he is going to slide through that wall with those jumps and look to make his way back up on to the rooftop. And I'm not sure here at this point in the game, if you are on the side of stuck on Dadma, do you just go for a heavy defense? We're 29 minutes in, so we got about 8 minutes on that clock. And I feel like you're going to win guaranteed on killing blows, but if you give up all your offensive pressure, then it could end up kind of biting you a little bit later on. So it's a hard choice to make. I think it's a little bit too early on, and we're going to see a massive push here. Look at that. The Noggenfogger Dodgers are getting desperate. Look how many people they are sending through that tunnel. If Pep-H doesn't go down to this push, I'm not sure what's gonna kill him. And on the opposite end, you can see FWD Horde and Cupid basically on their own here against the world here. Cupid is going to have to do a lot of charming plays on that Hunter to make sure that he can keep his teammates going. And Pep-H now jumping down straight into a Mortal Coil, Death Coil. He uses the Shadow Reflector, almost reflecting it, but he gets caught up in the Rocket Helm. And this is surely going to be the kill here. Derp, loading up the Immolate. Big damage here from Shema with the Frostball, with the Flashball. There's no way Pep-H can survive this. He gets a beautiful Nature Swiftness, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Beautiful stuff coming out. Pep-H is going to get killed.
They picked it up. Did they get the cap?
They did not get the cap.
Did they not get the cap? Oh, goodness gracious. FWD Horde, he jumped down. He was waiting in position. And he got taken down. If it wasn't for that pickup by Macho literally just saved the game for Stuck on Dadma. Exceptionally well done with the fast fingers, and that will deny FWD Horde from capping there. What a close call.
Unbelievable. You can see this is exactly what happens. Noggenfogger Dodgers behind on kills. What do? They send 8 people to their offense, trying to close out the map, and they are able to find a kill, but that's the risk that you're running when you send that many people in. Your flag carrier can also go down, and we find ourselves in a situation where both flag carriers go down and both flags are reset. But there's potentially for a Swift cap. Let's see what they can do here. Who's going to be able to pick up the flag right now? It's Pepe. He's going to go ahead and try to cross through the middle, but that is a very bad spot to be, and he gets caught up in the flash bomb. He is in bear form. FM all over him right now. And look at the other Druid. Druid on Druid action here in the middle with that bash. FWD Horde kind of actually leading the charge here for his team. But Pepe trying to make his way back here, that he gets slain. And I Thank You Heal does get the flag returned, but FWD Horde on the opposite end gets slain, and the flag also gets returned here by Spillefeber on that elemental shaman van.
Spillefeber. I mean, I think it's really important to keep in mind, if you guys can't see the scoreboard, I will fill you in. Right now, Stuck on Dadma has such a lead on killing blows. I don't even think it's possible for the Dodgers to, catch up in that regard. So if we want to see the Dodgers win, they are going to have to cap the flag, and there is really not that much time left. 5 minutes left roughly in the match, and we'll see if they are able to do it. Right now for I Tank You Heal and the Dodgers, he does pick up the flag. In the meantime, we do have Pep H with the flag as well. Definitely a bit of an advantageous position for Pep H, having your Druid with the flag. And let's see if I Tank You Heal is going to be able to do the handoff.
Yeah, and Pep H is approaching his base right now. So if they can collapse here onto the flag carrier, that could be a big moment here. I Thank You Heal is basically stuck right now on the ramp of the enemy base, and he is being surrounded by more and more blue players. I Thank You Heal dropping the flag here, swapping it over to the Druid, and now the Druid is going to have to basically play rugby here in the middle, somehow, some way, dodging through everybody. Actually, it looks like they're going to leave him alone and let him cross here. They're just going to prioritize escorting Pepe through the gauntlet of players here. But Pepe taking a massive hit right now once again, and the flag gets returned here by Jinzi, and FWD Horde has a clear path here to victory. Look at him. He's going to be able to cap it. No way.
They actually are going to turn it around. There's no way.
They should have just went for FWD Horde. What? They just all focus on getting their flag carrier.
That's the problem. This is what we're talking about. Just like there's so many times in this tournament so far, we've seen people overcommit to defense, and if you just do not go after that Druid, you can be punished. And FWD Horde is going to be feeling very happy to just march this flag in for a cap, and there is almost no way. It's not impossible, but it is looking extremely unlikely. And I mean, for Dadma, that is heartbreaking, because they were just 3 minutes away from winning the game on killing blows, but they kind of threw it away. They allowed FWD Horde to cross the map, and as a result, we do see a 1-0 lead here for the team of the Dodgers.
Yeah, the Noggin Fogger Dodgers, with being behind for almost the entirety of the game. Well, the entirety of the game here, are going to find themselves in a situation where they're finally, for the first time, are ahead, and they got another 3 minutes left or so on the clock here. So all they need to do is just turtle all day, to quote some members of the World of Warcraft community here. Let's see if they can do it. They're gonna go for the flag here. FWD Horde has no problems whatsoever just walking into the base. There's no rogue, there's nobody really defending that situation, and the flag has already been picked up. So he's trying to find his mage right there. Actually, I Tank You Heal with the flag, and they're just gonna all gather up here on the rooftop. They know exactly what's happening here. They're like, yep, we are just going to defend this flag with our entire team, and if they can kill us within 2 minutes and cap the flag, then good job. But statistically speaking, should be very unlikely. And actually, I like what they're doing here. Look at I Tank You Heal for a second. This guy is just chilling with the flag. He's got his, he's a warrior basically. So they just want him to be able to tank as much damage as possible. No flash bomb's going to be a problem for him. He's going to be in that defensive stance. He's going to probably have shield wall ready as well if he needs it, and that's why they're choosing to keep the flag onto him. He's going berserker stance, actually dishing out a little bit of pain. Gets caught up in berserker stance here into a stun. Do they have the damage here? And I'm not sure. Beautiful war stomp here by FWD Horde. Will they go for the swap here? Bertie smells blood in the water. Lilia on that priest. Is he slamming him with his benediction staff right now? We got less than a minute left on the clock. Will they be able to secure the kill here, Van? I'm not sure they're making that final push right now. If they wipe here, I don't think we're going to see Stuck on Dadma able to win this game. And it looks like that offense is going to get wiped here. And it looks like Stuck on Dadma are going to be sent home very, very shortly here as the Noggin Fogger Dodgers dodges defeat and stays alive in the tournament here, man.
Yeah, and it's looking like they will be the team at this point. I feel like it's extremely unlikely that they do lose this game. So for the Noggin Fogger Dodgers, they are going to be looking to go up against Apes Bread in the lower bracket once this game it does conclude. I just don't feel like there's enough time for Dadma to actually set up an offense and make a push. That is going to be a win. A GG to both these teams, but a very nice cap. And honestly, I would say a little bit of a blunder there by Dadma. They were ahead. They just had to play to their advantage, but they just allowed FWD Horde to escape, get that cap, and as a result, the Noggin Fogger Dodgers will win this game, and they have set themselves up in a position where they will be playing up against Apes Bread in the lower finals.
Excellent game right there, and this is why it was so hard for me to make a prediction early on, because I really feel like both of these teams are super evenly matched. If we saw them face each other, 10 times, I could see it going 5-5. That's basically how close this match has been, and the Noggin Fogger Dodgers barely squeaks through there. They are the last remaining Horde team, but they are going to be going up against Apes Junior here. And then if they do win them, they're going to be going up against the actual Apes as well. So they definitely have a tough road ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that is for certain. But I mean, the one thing is, Stuck on Dadma, that's not the end for them. We are going to be seeing them in that championship round. They did make the top 6, so they are going to be advancing to that championship bracket in just a few weekends from now, so they can kind of go back to the drawing board, figure out a little bit more about this format, maybe recalculate some of their losses, and we'll definitely be seeing them again. But now you can see what we have set up for y'all in the lower bracket. It is going to be Apes Bread versus the Dodgers. And Apes Bread, although at the beginning of this tournament we kind of talked about how Apes Bread was the for fun team from Apes. Going up against them has seemed like anything but fun. It's an absolute nightmare. Definitely a strong team. And we're going to see if Noggin Fogger Dodgers is up for the challenge when we get back from a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. And we are almost about to conclude this tournament. We just have 2 series left. In the lower bracket, we have Apes Bread going up against the Noggin Fogger Dodgers, the last remaining Horde team in the tournament. Can they do it? Are they going to be able to make a final stand to make it to that grand final, Zico?
Yeah, I don't know. We could see a potential rematch between Apes Jr. and Apes, or we could see Noggin Fogger Dodgers rising to the challenge. But if I'm not mistaken here, Noggin Fogger Dodgers did lose out to Apes earlier, and so has Apes Jr. here. Yep, Noggin Fogger Dodgers did lose earlier in the upper bracket to Apes. So if you are Apes right now, both of the teams that you are going to be facing in the finals are teams that you already beat. One of them was a complete blowout, and the other one was a close game, but ended up going in your favor. So I think if you're Apes, you're pretty happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no question about that. Apes, for me, we're definitely the favorites going into this tournament. I think for most people as well. But the thing is, there actually is a little bit on the line here for this next series. Both Apes Bread and the Noggin Fogger Dodgers. Whichever one of these teams can win this, just to be frank, I mean, in this tournament, getting top 2 is the best thing. If you get top 2, that is the best position you can find yourself in, because that means during the championship round, you do earn yourself a bye. So whatever team wins here, I mean, we're going to be seeing both these teams in the championship bracket, but whatever team wins will get that bye, which is very valuable when, there's so much on the line, including all that prize money. So we'll see who can pull out ahead. Both these teams have looked very solid, but I think if I had to give a favorite in this one, I cannot bet against Apes. They have just looked absolutely insane throughout this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's no surprise here. Apes are the clear favorite in this tournament, and they've been just playing super, super well so far. A lot of individually great performances from some of these members, and they've had the benefit of kind of just chilling ever since their upper bracket final against the other Ape squad. So they've been rested. They're kind of just chilling. Whereas the Noggin Fogger Dodgers, they've been playing and fighting for their lives and barely squeaking by. So mental fatigue could definitely be a factor here, but still, Noggin Fogger Dodgers so far being able to do a great job in this tournament, and they could definitely still win this game. And if they do, like you mentioned, big stakes. You're going to get that bye by just getting to the grand final later on in the final stages, and that's going to be big.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I feel like mental fatigue might not be a thing. I think if there's anyone that can maintain their mental focus for outstanding periods of time, it's people that have grinded to rank 14. That is an absolute insane grind, and I think that you're just sitting down here for a 7 or 8 hour day playing some Warsong Gulch. That's a walk in the park for all these players.
That's very true. So, Ben, what rank did you stop on? What rank did you get before you knew you're going to give up?
I'm pretty sure I got rank 8. I'm going to be honest. I think I got rank 8. I got my 2 set, my gloves and my boots, and I was happy with that.
That's rank 7, I'm pretty sure. If you got only 2 pieces.
I think I got up to, oh yeah, I only got 2 pieces. Dang, rank 7. That's right. That's right. They're in the towel. I'm going to be honest. I was happy with my MC gear. Listen, it was crazy on my server, man.
I was on your server, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
And it was. That is true.
One of the crazy ones. But here we go. The game has started. We do see these 2 teams in the midfield. Let's see. Tiger Form is going to be looking across the map. We have FN on defense for the team of the Dodgers, and Valcor, one of the MVP defenders. I feel like it has to go without saying at this point that Valcor and Perp have been the best rogues at defending, and both those rogues belong to Apes at this point. So that is definitely going to be a massive edge in a matchup like this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Valcor has been a great pickup here for Apes, and so far he's been doing a great job. Valcor started out his classic journey all the way in North America on Farlina, but ended up re-rolling on Gehennas, leveling a new rogue, and gearing it up here, joining Apes. And look at him now, only 1 game away here from making the finals of the first official Blizzard World of Warcraft Classic BG tournament. So definitely been taking some leaps in terms of progress here. And now we are going to see that potential mid-fight here erupt as both teams are getting into position. FWD Horde as well, of course, crossing the map already here, going up on the rooftop.
That Tiger form actually being chased down by both FN and Cupid, and it is very likely he falls here into a full trap. There's almost no way he lives this, right? Cupid lining up an aim shot out of the blind. Big damage on Tiger form, but he manages to find the heal, the NS heal, and he's reconnecting with his team. He might actually be able to get away. I didn't think there was a single chance. He actually just resisted as well on that Shadow Bolt. Yeah. And now we'll be able to escape. A little bit of luck, but honestly, great plays there by Tiger form, reconnecting to his team. But he's not completely out of it yet. There's still 3 members of the Dodgers all over him. Can he get away? He is caught into the flash bomb, and he's getting chunked down into a silence. Big damage potentially here. A massive shatter combo by Shema, but bigger heals coming in. And unfortunately, if you're not going to be interrupting those heals, it might actually still go down. A massive chain lightning. The Shaman burst is crazy. Tiger form's health looking like a yo-yo as it just bounces down and then back up again, but it looks like he will be able to make it into his base. And FWD Horde is the one that might not be able to escape. This could be a quick cap here for the team of Apes.
Yeah, and it looks like it might just be Slicey is waiting in the wings to try to slice up this flag carrier. Let's see if he can get the scatter shot into the trap. He does have a person agony on him, but beautiful intercept here coming out of Mythos. Big damage coming out. XN going to be able to secure the kill. Zekiai picking up the flag. Can he survive though? He's caught up in the stun. Mythos smells blood in the water. Can he get away? Zekiai trinkets, uses the rocket boots, uses the free action potion, and I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now, Van, but Zekiai is going to be able to pick up the flag and survive that situation, almost getting speed capped on immediately off the get-go, and now he's going to be able to pass on the flag to the rightful heir.
And that will be FWD Horde now with the flag once again, and will be safely put into the Horde side of the map. For Tiger form, he is resting in the Alliance Fortress as both teams are looking to set up their offense. A little bit of a skirmish here in the midfield, but it does look like Apes are going to be more than happy to wipe the offensive push coming in from the Dodgers, and once they do that, you can bet they're going to be getting ready for their 6-person push once again in the match.
Yeah, and we're going to see what they can do with that offense. You know, the composition here coming out of the Noggenfogger Dodgers, definitely going to be a very aggressive one. So if they can find that 6-man offense, that could be big for them. But right now, it looks like Apes are kind of cleaning up their house here and just killing off FN, making sure that there's no stragglers left here. Look at Gracious spam pulling this priest here. Sartex completely tapped on mana. They just want to keep him here, bullying him around, and then they're going to kill him later on after that res timer. So beautiful stuff here coming out of Apes Jr., and we're going to see what they could get done here. I Tank You Heal also caught up in a root, and now finally they're going to take him down. We can expect Sartex as well to go down very, very soon, and there it is. He's going to be out of mana and super low. They might just leave him alive because he is out of mana. It's going to take him longer to actually res and get his mana back, or it's going to take him longer to drink than to res and get his mana back, but they end up killing him, and now it looks like Apes have cleaned up their base and are ready to launch an attack when Valkor is resing.
And he should be resing here soon. Mytos playing defense once again. Jinzi going to be the last member of the Dodgers to fall, and Apes regroup in the midfield. As soon as Valkor is available and ready to go, they're going to be mounting up and charging forward. We'll see what the Dodgers do. Are they just going to play a solid defense? Are they going to try to wipe that offense coming in from Apes? Or are they just going to regroup and try to make the push themselves? Only time will tell at this point. I Tank You Heal in the midfield as well. Maybe just trying to slow them down. And it's looking like with the positioning right now, they might actually go for that midfield skirmish. Really not feeling too confident in allowing Apes to group up and make that offensive push. FN landing a sap, and they're actually just going to go for it. Looking like there will be a bit of a brawl in the midfield, but 6 versus 5. You can't help but feel like Apes is going to have an edge in this one.
Yeah, I think Apes are going to do the right thing here. Just clean up the middle. Make sure that you can get a clean entry to that tunnel, because we saw in that previous game, Noggenfogger Dodgers, if they can't get the first kind of punch in those tunnel pushes, then they immediately just res and try to clean up their tunnels. So the best thing you can do here if you are on ape spread is, of course, to just stay outside the tunnel and clean up as many members as you can over there, and then just kind of fall back a little bit. Don't overly aggressively position yourself, and instead just grab a couple of those kills and drink up, and just make sure that you guys are like a tight knit unit here. Monkey News is gonna be rezzing and trying to reconvene with his team here, but it looks like the Noggenfogger Dodgers are gonna be able to push apes back here, and once again we're gonna have a kind of a neutral position here, man.
Ooh, look at Valcor. Can Valcor do it? It looks like Shayma's gonna be spamming out the blizzards, but Valcor, if he plays this patiently and he sneak in, he needs to be very stealthy here on this rogue. If he can get into a position, a little vodka, doesn't see him. Now Valcor has a chance, an opportunity potentially, but they know Valcor is in stealth, and that's kind of what you do when you are playing classic Warsong Gulch. If the rogue is if there's a rogue on the enemy team, you are constantly talking about his position. A rogue in stealth is very dangerous indeed, and you really need to be isolating those choke points, as you're seeing right now the team of the Dodgers do on the banana. Not allow Valcor to get in, and he's just going to have to patiently wait because there's almost no way that he makes it in. He actually gets caught out. He gets scattered. Super unfortunate there for Valcor, and you can tell, I mean, these players, they really prioritize finding those rogues, and I mean, Valcor had not shown himself for quite some time, and it looks like he might actually fall. Can he survive? He actually gets a powered shield. This is big. Apes charging in, trying to back him up, and now if these defenders get caught out, this is going to be a really scary situation for FWD Horde.
Yeah, and that is such a great backup there for Valcor. And Valcor buying himself enough time there with that improved kick, with the gouge and the kidney shots, just all that control that the rogue has available to him, he's going to save them a lot of time. And Noggenfogger Dodgers, though, as well, getting aggressive here. Let's see what they can do here, but it's apes pushing in first here. Both teams getting aggressive. Who is going to find a kill first? FWD Horde jumping down, but there's Monkey News waiting for him there in the tunnel. Monkey News, hello? He just walks by the flag carrier, just tunnel visioning, walking to the room, doesn't even notice that FWD Horde is right behind him, but XN is right there, and he does get Rocket Helm, but it does break though from that Skull Impending Doom. Extend with the beautiful death. Valcor is there, big damage coming through. Do they have the damage to finish him? And they do. They kill off FWD Horde. They should be able to get the click, but look at them. They're not clicking because their flag carrier is not in position to cap the flag. They're going to wait as long as possible before they return that flag. Now it gets automatically returned. Will they get the cap is the question. Tiger form. Can he do it? Charges, ducks, he dodges, and he gets the cap. Excellent play there. If you return the flag though, then it means I thank you. You'll have plenty of time to pick up the flag and get back to the tunnel and potentially cause a stalemate. But because they wait with returning it, that's why they are so good at this game. And that's why they are up 1-0 here, Van.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing why they are the experts, why, this guild is just absolutely insane at Warsong Gulch. They have been doing it, and they have been doing it the best for years and years at this point. Tiger Form with a very nice cap, and Valcor and XN really setting up their team, catching FWD Horde off guard and bursting him down with that Thistle Tea, with that Death Coil. Let's see what happens now. I mean, Monkey News, he has the flag. He's going to be looking to reconnect if he can. He's a little bit caught right now, luckily with Parla, as well as Senta. So a lot of healers here available to keep Monkey News alive during this little skirmish in the Horde side tunnel. We'll have to see if Tiger Form can reconnect and actually pick up that flag. And it looks like for ZQI, take a look at where he's at. He's in the midfield right now trying to cross, and he is being shut down. Valcor in hot pursuit. But I think the rocket boots and the free action potion are going to be more than enough for ZQI to reconnect to his team. Looks like FN is there to back him up, and ZQI is going to be looking to go to the rejuvenation hut and potentially make the jump. But Parla is going to be looking to dispel him. It just doesn't. I don't feel like Parla is going to have enough of a presence here. Matos charging in as well. They do not want to make it easy here for the Dodgers to get that flag in the base. But with this defensive res, I feel like the Dodgers, they have more than enough people to help ZQI in this position.
Yeah, ZQI is going to be making that jump with the slow fall on that mage, and he should be able to reconnect with his teammates. Gonna go ahead and reload his mana bar as well with that evocation while he has a moment to use it. case he needs to blink or spam out the mana shields, just making sure that his mana is nice and topped. And now he's going to be spamming out a couple of rank 1 frostbolts, just kind of cleaning up his base before he goes for that handoff. As soon as FWD Horde can get in position, we can expect him to drop that flag for him. But as long as they pressure the base here, I don't think they can make it back to the roof. Ooh, FWD Horde finds himself walking straight into XN on that Warlock. XN should have his Death Coil ready again. That was the player that was able to take him down together with Valkyr, but XN on that Destruction Warlock is going to get destroyed there by the 2 mages, and FWD Horde will be able to, after a long fought battle there, make his way back to the rooftop. And on the flip side here, we do see an assault being launched here by the Dodgers. You can see them already in the tunnel, Sartex and the company making their way up. But their offense is looking a little light here, Van. A Warlock on half HP and a Priest and a Warrior. I don't know how deadly that offense is when you look at what they have on the side of Apes. 4 experienced members, Hunter, Priest, Druid, and Mage. Basically the perfect defense comp. When you look at that, I do think they're going to need a couple of more members, but Sartex picks up the speed boost, and here we go. 1 push is getting launched. Let's see what they end up doing. FN is in position in that connector, ready to pick up Tiger Form, and he does catch him here. Tiger Form could find himself in a bit of a sticky situation with FN. Gets caught up in a scatter shot into a Polymorph Gracious, doing a great job here, peeling for his flag carrier. Tiger Form getting charged, but free action potion is going to make him immune to that stun effect, and Tiger Form should have no problem jumping back down on the roof, going back up onto the tunnel and back to his base. And this is kind of what we're talking about, the defense, or the offense, of the Noggenfogger Dodgers looking a little light. I think the problem with their comp is that they didn't have their Warlock with them right there, but next push, hopefully they will have that Warlock with them, and it should work out for them a lot better.
Yep. Let's see, Tiger Form, he gets caught into a nade, but I don't feel like FN has the health to really be a threat. Moonfire spam coming in from Tiger Form onto FN. He's going to cast 8 of those in a row, and that will ultimately take down FN. FWD Horde right now, take a look at his positioning. He's caught into a fear, and he's actually in some trouble. Mitos is there, and he does get caught. The Death Coil could come in as well. XN is all over him right now. He's in the Flash Bomb. He's on the run. He's got the Skull of Impending Doom as well as his free action potion, but the damage is completely overwhelming, and he will fall. It looks like ZQI once again is there to make the hero play and pick up the flag. He's using Ice Watch to try to get away, but Monkey News is going to be able to click the flag and take him down, and that will be a 2-0 lead for the Apes squad, Apes Bred, and they are looking so dominant here. I mean, you could just tell. I mean, these teams, I mean, the Dodgers are putting up quite the fight, but Apes Bred and Apes, they are just a cut above the rest.
Yeah, definitely. Apes just looking like they are in their jungle right now, just doing whatever they want, swinging between the bases. And you can see 2-0 already here, 16 minutes into the game. They are basically ready to close this one out. Look at I Tank You Heal, though, trying to carry the flag across the tunnel. He is going to be able to drop it here for the Druid and perform that pass. And now we're going to see FWD Horde trying to make his way across the middle. On the flip side, Mitos himself carrying that flag. Let's see what he can get done here right now. Apes just basically death-balling the flag. He's going to drop it now, pass it over to Tiger Form. Tiger Form doesn't need to worry about too many players, but look at FWD Horde going for the NS Hibernate, but Tiger Form needs to be careful. We saw him activated there behind the pillar. A little bit bad awareness there from Tiger Form, I gotta say, but he does get dispelled, and Mitos smells blood in the water. FWD Horde, though, has already expended his NS offensively, and now he's got Mitos with Recklessness all over him. He's got Slicey all over him, and for once, the Freezing Band procs on the pet and not on one of the warriors. FWD Horde is going to get destroyed, and the flag will be returned to the base, and that's going to be a quick 3-0 here for Apes Jr., setting up an Apes versus Apes grand final. Both of them going to be getting a bye in the final stage in 2 weeks, and of course that means that all the 4 teams in the competition are also eliminated, Noggenfogger Dodgers being the last remaining 4 teams. So congratulations to them for that, but unfortunately they are not going to be here any longer.
No, they will not, but they put on quite a show for us, so get some claps in the chat for their team. Yep, big claps in the chat. But seriously, Apes Bred, phenomenal performance. And that's like I've been saying. I mean, Apes just seems like their two teams are really a cut above the rest. Apes Bred quickly dispatching of the Noggin Fogger Dodgers. And I mean, at this point, we have set ourselves up for a rematch of the upper finals, which is going to be Apes up against Apes Bred. And both these teams, like Zico has mentioned, have basically earned the grand prize, besides bragging rights, for this weekend, which is making that top two and getting a bye in the championship bracket. And that championship bracket is when all the prize money will be up for grabs. But this match is for the bragging rights, Zico. Bragging rights between, the serious Apes team and the for fun Apes team. But I wouldn't say either of these teams are just for fun. They are extremely serious players, and both these rosters are here to play. And quite frankly, the first time we saw these two teams play, it was actually a lot closer than I think a lot of people would have anticipated.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Apes Jr. actually got the first blood in that match, and for a while it looked like they were able to maybe win that game altogether. There was a couple of close moments, again, just that fear from XN when he almost made the hero play there. Could have set his team super far ahead. So it's going to be an exciting match here for them, and we're going to have that coming back up. But of course, we're going to take a short little break right now, give the teams a couple of minutes to reset their cooldowns and reset their mental state here. But of course, congratulations to the Apes squads for both making it to the finals. And we'll be right back right after this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are after a long weekend, the finals of the European region World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. Both these teams have earned themselves a bye in that championship bracket, but in this match, there is bragging rights on the line. We do have Apes versus Apes Bred, Alliance versus Alliance on Warsong Gulch, and we are going to be jumping right into the game here, Zico.
Yeah, and this is a rematch. Last time, the big brother, of course, the main squad here of Apes, was able to win it, but I would say it was one of the most high-level matches we've had all weekend long, and I can't wait to see. Of course, this is a grand final, so it is going to be a best of three. So far, the entire tournament has been double elimination, best of ones, but for the grand finals, we're going to have full 3 games here. Hopefully we can see it go the distance here, Van. And any what's on your mind right now, Van? What's on your mind? We're in the finals here.
I don't know how to express it. There's so much on my mind. I mean, both these teams have just had stellar performances so far. Apes, they have not dropped a single series, but when these two teams went head to head, it was actually Apes Bred that scored the first flag. And I mean, there was a few moments in the match where we felt like if luck had just gone a little bit more in favors of Apes Bred, they could have actually taken that match. So now they find themselves in an opportunity. They actually have 2 chances here in the finals. What do you think? Do you think we're going to a game 3 between these two teams, or do you think it's just going to be, the main squad of Apes all the way?
My brain is telling me main squad of Apes all the way, but actually, yeah, I do think we're going to go to a game 3. I do think we're going to a game 3, and I don't know. I think maybe even Apes Jr. could come out swinging here, taking the first match, but we're going to have to wait and see. But we won't have to wait very long. The gates are open. The teams are in the middle and getting ready here. Big stakes. And you can see Perplexity here in the middle portion of the map on that rogue, actually, whereas Valcor opting to just kind of sit in the base and be a little bit more defensive here as the gates are opening. You can see Perplexity looking for a sap in the middle on one of the healers potentially, and then he's going to be making his way all the way back to the room, or he's going to try to escort Storm. We did see that happen as well. Really hard to tell what is going through the minds of these rogues. Perplexity needs to be careful though. That Warlock XN has paranoia from that Fell Hunter, which gives him increased stealth detection. So I'm going to see him kind of sneak around the middle here. Ooh, looking for an opener here onto Mythos. He actually saps Mythos. So this is something that some of the rogues like to do. And you just like to go into the middle and sap somebody, give their team a slight edge in the team fight, and then go back to the starting area. Tiger Form, though, should know that Perplexity is somewhere in the middle and potentially could abuse that. Perplexity kind of mount up, realizing that his position has been already called out. And Storm getting caught up here in the blind, man.
Yeah, Storm in a blind, tilted there, backing him up though, catching Valcor in the rocket helm, and that will give them enough time into a polymorph. But it does look like Slicey is there to back him up, and Storm could be in a little bit of trouble here. Right now, Apes Bred, they have quite a few members on defense. Tilted really backing up Storm. Chloe O'Brien there as well with the dispels. Tidal Charm gets thrown out. Valcor all over him, putting out big damage. One ambush is going to land. Can he get the eviscerate, the banish, the death coil? Massive burst. Storm, can he survive? He's in a kidney shot. He gets silenced. Ren is there as well. They're trying to all in, but Chloe and Tilted with beautiful peels, keeping Storm alive, and that might be enough time for Storm to actually escape. He is on the run with the rocket boots, tops himself off with the NS. What a close call that was, but it looks like Storm is going to be able to get away. I mean, Valcor is still just sprinting across the map.
Distract!
And Storm, actually, that was a beautiful distract by Valcor, forcing Storm to actually turn around. And it looks like Storm, I mean, he's in a position where he might be able to get away. Now caught into a kidney shot once again. Tilted and Medj there to back him up. The heel's still just rolling in, and now Storm is on the run. And it looks like they were able to return the flag on the side of Apes. So now if Storm can get there before Gracious, this is going to be a cap, a quick cap. Gracious has to make his way up the tunnel. Does he have the speed boots? It's going to be imperative that Monkey News snares Storm down. This is such a tense moment in the match. You pay attention to Gracious to see, is he going to be able to get there in time? It looks like he does pick up the speed boots, and he will be able to save his team from being down in the match, picking up the flag. But you can bet Apes is going to be there to try to shut him down before he can cross the field.
Yeah, and that was all Monkey News. He waits for that free action potion to fade, gets the charge here onto Storm, spams out the hamstring, spams out the snares, the slows, trying to do what he can do here for his team. But right now, Gracious still having the flag, not going to be out of the woods just yet, using that ice block here to pick up the flag and drop it further, passing it over to Tiger Form, who is on the graveyard right now. Storm, though, is in the base, and Tiger Form needs to cross through the entire map here, and something tells me that's not going to be very easy. Zolpi charging in, gets feared, uses the Berserker Rage, looking for a kill here onto Tiger Form early on. Can Tiger Form escape here? He gets caught up in the flash bomb, trinkets out of it, looking like he might actually be able to make it through here. Beautiful peels here from the mages. Perplexity vanishes over on the net. Flash grenade comes out, no trinket for this one, and Tiger Form actually having the worst coil path I've ever seen, gets feared into the entire enemy team here. Midge is there, everyone is there, Zolp is there. Do they have the damage? Sapper charges coming through. Tiger Form on about 20% HP. He needs to use his nature swiftness, but he catches a big heal, and I cannot believe it. Once again, Tiger Form is going to slip through that middle and make it across to his side of the map. Just beautiful plays coming out of both of these druids early on here.
I mean, that's why both of these druids are in the finals. I mean, they're just phenomenal at carrying that flag, avoiding sticky situations, but you have to give credit to their team as well, really helping back them up. And Tiger Form going to be going to the upper side of the Horde base outside, looking to get into the fortress, and we'll see if he can rotate up to that very safe position. But it does look like UHDX is there, putting out just a little bit of damage onto Tiger Form right now. Ren's going to be throwing out a Fear Ward onto Tiger Form, allow him to avoid some of that incoming crowd control and allow him to rotate to a safer position.
Yeah, and now we are going to see that kind of standard positioning potentially come out here from both teams as Tiger Form is trying to make his way back to the roof. You can see Apes Jr. cleaning up their tunnel here. Gracious is in the good graces of his team here. Maito is going to be on defense, and last time they fought each other, that was very pivotal for the starting pressure that they had on the sides of Ape Spread. So Maito's going to be returning there to his teammates, and they're going to have that 5-man defense here on the side of Ape Spread. And now if you take a look on the flip side, you can see Storm as well already kind of in a beautiful position so far in this game, just chilling on that roof. He already has his entire squad there. They're going for a 4-man defense. So they have that mage, have the hunter and the priest, and then of course they have Storm there as well to just play that defensive game. And then, of course, on the flip side, they're going to have 6 people pushing through, looking for those kills. And we're going to be taking extra looks at UHDX, that Warlock, because he could be one of the playmakers here. And then, of course, Perplexity as well on that Rogue could make things very, very tricky here for Tiger Form.
Now let's see where Valcor is actually going to position himself as well. He actually gets flared out. Super unfortunate. Revealing his position, he immediately gets mind control. Oh no, Valcor! He's being brought straight into enemy territory right now. And we'll see if they're able to get the pick on him. Monkey News is there to back him up. Looks like with him sitting in stealth, might be able to survive. Let's see how this one plays out. Monkey News actually just charges in. There will be a Hammer of Justice as well. Valcor gets out of the mind control. Now going to be repositioning himself to go and chase Storm. But Storm just so quick to the draw, immediately running out of danger. With their 4-person defense, they really focus on just kiting and getting away. And I mean, if there's any druid that does it best, it is going to be Storm. And now it's going to be up to Apes, and there's 6-person offense to try to make a defensive play here. We can go check in and see how that's going for them. Flex is still just waiting in the wings, waiting at the bottom side of the map. You see Zolpi right now. He is charging in, really wants to pressure Tiger Form. Tiger Form knows, though, if he jumps, he will be met with Perplex. And that is not a situation he really wants to find himself in. So going to be holding on to this upper positioning as long as he can.
Voike dropping in here with the Pompire Tiger Form, using that med pouch right now. Voike actually hard casting a fireball in the face of Tiger Form, doing a lot of damage. The fire reflector coming out for Tiger Form, and it's going to be used a little bit too late there. He's going to take the damage. Catches a big heal with that nature swiftness. Zolpi freezing band proc on the first auto attack Hate to see it. And Boyka is still doing a great job here, crowd controlling Mythos and looking for damage onto Tiger Form. Tiger Form going to charge over to the Warlock and then duck down the banana, looking to potentially go down the tunnel, but he is scared. He doesn't know where Perplexity is, so he's just going to stay on the top side of the map and instead take the fight here. Rather stay here where he knows every enemy than go down and take a risk with the unknown. But it could be the wrong move here. Tiger Form on about 40% HP. If they have crowd control onto the healers, it could be enough. The Ren's getting counterspelled here. Parla in a sheep as well. So beautiful crowd control here coming out of the mage so far here. And Tiger Form does get a couple of healed. Mage trying to lay down the law here on that paladin, but there it is. Hammer of Justice coming through. Do they have the damage? Voike getting destroyed there, and Zolpi likewise. And it looks like Ape Spread are going to survive this this assault.
Yeah, it definitely looks like
Storm!
Ooh, Storm actually goes down. They pick up the flag. Nicely done by Perplexity. He needs to try to escape the free action potion, everything he can to try to run. He gets the blind on Mythos. Escape artist comes. It's actually vanished, immediately picking up the flag. And Perplexity just really showing how good he is at that rogue. And he's been in this situation many times before. Can he reconnect to his team? Is the question, though. XN is there. The beautiful offense, but he gets Novad into a counterspell. Lushka is there to back him up. Perplex just still so low, and he actually gets taken down. The flag gets picked up by Lushka, and let's see if he can reconnect to his flag carrier, if he can get to Storm. And that was such a close call, but they do manage to hold on.
Honestly, big mistake there from Tiger Form. They already wiped the offense there. There's no reason for him to not jump down. He has his full team with him. There's only Perplexity down there. There's no reason for him to not stay on the flag spot in that situation. Could be bad communication from the offense, not telling him that they're about to kill Storm. You never really know in that situation, but definitely could have been a cap there for Ape Spread if they played it out a little bit better. But Perplexity with the hero play, able to pick up the flag, do some slick moves with that banish and repick and make it across, and then he actually barely goes down at the perfect spot as well. Had enough distance between him and the enemy team when he did finally go down to Xan that Boyke was able to just easily pick up the flag and then carry it forward. But he's not out of the woods yet. Parla is right after him, but Perplexity going to slow him down, snapping up Parla, cheap shotting one member, gouging the next member, and Boyke is playing that Pyro Mage though, so he doesn't have, you know, that added kind of armor from having that ice barrier and just being a frost mage. So he's going to need to drop this flag as quickly as he can to Storm, but Storm getting harassed here right now, going to go down once again. So Boyke is going to have to hold on for this flag a little bit longer. And right now, they are connecting onto him, onto the graveyard. Valkor is after him. Boyke is going to maybe have to jump down here, but XN is downstairs now, finally dropping the flag to Storm, who just res. But Monkey News is all over him, charges through, and Mythos charges him as well. Gets the fear. Big damage coming through. Two big nades there hitting both warriors. Monkey News getting sheeped. This mage is doing a great job so far, controlling everybody. Boyke gonna be using his Pyro there as well, just to make sure that Storm doesn't die in this situation and can get back to the roof. And it looks like he's gonna be able to do that, but that was extremely close here.
Yeah, but Storm, you know, ended up going down, was able to reconnect at the graveyard, get the flag, and escape through the tunnel once again into a nice, healthy defensive position. We can take a look right now at what's going on with Storm, and you can see right now they are sitting nice and snug. Ape Spread, I mean, they've been doing a great job so far. It's been looking, I honestly want to say, so far this game has been going in favor of Ape Spread, but it's definitely too close to call. Storm going down in that last assault. It's actually taking quite a bit of damage right now as well, or a reasonable amount of damage. There's actually just buffs going out, so he's going to be completely fine, and they're going to be looking to reset that defense, set up for the offensive push coming in from the team of Ape Spread, and they are marching their way through the tunnel right now. Once Valkor gets in position, you can bet they are going to be looking to make that push. Right now, there's only 4 on defense for the side of Apes, which is very standard and something kind of unique to them. They like to play that 4-person defense and play the 6-person offense. And I know you said that has a lot to do with the composition they're running.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the main thing I want to focus on right now is Chloe O'Brien. I want to see, as soon as the offense happens, I want to see a rocket helm on Chloe O'Brien immediately. and that is going to allow them to close the gap much easier because he is the one dispelling those free action potions. So if you can get something on Chloe O'Brien, like a Rocket Helm, and you can get one interrupt onto Tilted, you're going to be in a premium position to force Storm to jump down. And then if Valkor does his job right, then all of a sudden you can set yourself up for a winning formula. Let's see what they can do. Storm dropping down the balcony. Valkor moving in the connector, getting ready here. Chloe O'Brien trying to take him out here. He goes in. Valkor now, what he's going to be able to do, he gets the blind here onto Storm. Storm actually getting dispelled out of it. I think he pre-abolished the blind right there. So nicely done there by Storm. Monkey News having to pick up the flag as Tiger Form was dead on the opposite end of the spectrum. Monkey News able to hold on to it for now, should have no problems just cleaning out this offense and then returning the flag to the Tiger Form when he does res. So far this game is looking extremely close, but I would worry more about the flag on Storm's side here if they can reach him, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Storm just always dodging danger before he actually is in danger. He's very, very good at reading the game and reading, the situations, reading who to avoid, where is XN, where is Valkor, how many are on the roof, where should I be going? And now Storm getting ready to potentially cap the flag here. The flag gets dropped by Monkey News, but look at Valkor, picks up the flag, takes a page out of Perplexity's book. He's going down the tunnel. Can he do it? Voike is on the opposite end of the tunnel, so Valkor is actually going to go back up here after his team feeds him information to not go down the tunnel. Storm chasing him. Can he get something onto him? Valkor now charging with that rocket helmet. He gets dispelled, gets caught up in the freezing trap. Midge is there, and Cyralia is there. Going to be loading up a big aim shot. Storm is already on the flag spot. This could be a 1-0 here unless the team can reconvene here with Valkor. Can they do it is the question. Gracious is there on that mage, but he cannot drop it to him. He's too low on HP. Valkor going through the graveyard now. What he's going to do, he vanishes, picks up the flag once again. He gets blind. He gets a blind onto Tilted. He gets caught up in the Hammer of Justice. His team is with him right now, but he does get charged. Big heal connect, vanishes and picks up the flag, but no, they click it in between there. Tilted with a beautiful click, and Storm is going to get that first cap here for Apes. But that was such a close sequence of events for the past 15 minutes. Why are we 17 minutes in that?
Time is literally just flying by in this game, and I mean both these teams are so evenly matched. And honestly, just the pressure they're able to put out on these flag carriers, it really forces them, out of that really turtly defensive position that we have seen. Both these flag carriers are forced to jump down from that upper position, as their offense is just so well coordinated. And what a close call that last one was, but it will be Apes who does put the first point on the board, and now it's going to be up to Bread to go and grab that flag and try to get a cap and keep themselves in this fight.
Yeah, and the first cap doesn't matter too much at this point. If you score 1-1, the team that scored that second cap is going to be the one that wins. Reason being, of course, if you get 1-0 and then you just go for a big 10-man turtle, that's basically what we're trying to deter with that rule. So we're going to see what Valkor can do here on the rogue. He is in the base, getting ready to potentially pick up the flag or potentially defend the flag here. Storm making his way up the tunnel. And let's see Valkor on that balcony position, going to be looking to defend his base. Potential here with XN as well, waiting in the wings to take down Storm and maybe go for a quick cap. Right now, Mythos is the one holding the flag, making his way slowly but surely down the tunnel, but there's a lot of enemy players waiting for him there. I don't think Mythos is going to be making it out of this one unless he has a shield wall or something. It's caught up in a Hammer of Justice, and that is going to be the end of Mythos and a returned flag here. And they are actually going to wait with returning it, and now they blind Tiger for not allowing him to pick up the flag and also not letting it get returned. And that's going to allow them more time to set up a kill here onto Tiger Form. They get the flag returned finally. Tiger Form going to go down here, and they're setting up for a speed cap by making these plays here. Storm, though, can he make it through the middle? He's very, very low. He's caught up in the death coil, man.
There's no way that he lives here. Yeah, there's no way. Not even Storm is that immortal. 5 members of the team of Apes Bread into the death coil. Storm ultimately will fall, but it looks like Tilted is in a prime position to actually pick up the flag. He might be able to do it, and let's see if he can run down. Tilted picks up the flag, and he will be running down the tunnel right now. He is caught into a little bit of a snare as Mythos does reconnect. Nice Frost Nova, but an immediate escape artist. I think Mythos is going to have a pretty reasonable chance here to actually take down Tilted and return that flag. Valkor backs him up. There is no way Tilted is getting out of that one, and we are back to neither one of these teams having the flag. And let's see who is going to be able to make that push and sneak in, pick it up once again. You can see actually Storm in a decent position. He's going to be going up the ramp side on the outside portion of the Horde base, trying to sneak in, trying to get that flag. Whereas for Ape's Bread, we have Tiger Form. He is sneaking up the tunnel. So both these druids trying to really position themselves nicely for picking up that flag.
Yeah, and it's so hard to be a druid in this match because there's so many people who are just really good at reading your movement and kind of punishing it. We saw that, time and time again, just individual plays from these rogues, from these warlocks, setting their teammates up for a big win. And Tigerform going to be able to pick up the flag, and there it is. Scattershot comes out, and he actually preemptively Skull of Impending Dooms it, but he does take a decent amount of damage here. Siralia on that Hunter doing a great job here. Doesn't have an aim shot, unfortunately, onto Tiger Form. Wasn't able to load that up, so that Nature Swiftness going to be a massive heal here. The Tiger Form is not out of the woods yet. Perplexity all over him. Concussive shot, stun, procs, Perplexity looking for the stun lock here. He gets a gouge onto Parla, into a potential kidney shot here onto Tiger Form, but Parla breaks out and uses his rocket boots, trying to kite here, trying to keep Tiger Form alive. Perplexity just caught up in sheep spam here by Gracious, but look at Tiger Form. Doesn't really know where he should be going. Look at him. There's so many Apes members. He needs to basically make a circle around him. And Boyka playing that Pompyro Mage has his trinket active. There's the blast. We're trying to soften him up, trying to get him low, and you can expect the Pompyro to fly in. There it is. Improved counterspell with the Pompyro as well. And that could be the end of Tiger Form. Death Coil comes through, and Tiger Form is going to get slain. But on the opposite end, Storm is going to be facing that same destiny and also go down. Once again, both flags reset. Both of these teams so good at punishing these druids, man.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And I mean, I'm actually surprised to see what defensive commitment both these teams are making. They're making it really difficult for both these druids to get out of their respective bases. Hilda picks up the flag. Can he reconvene with his team? He definitely needs some heals. Catches a huge heal. And now getting the flag out of the base is the first battle. He actually drops the flag. Zolpi picks it up. That's a great person to have the flag. I'd say almost the next best person. An mage or an out-of-mana mage, definitely not ideal. Warrior is solid, going to be able to tank a lot of that damage, but if he can get that flag to Storm, that is going to be prime. And you can see right now, Gracious also going for the flag, but he is caught in a bit of a 1v1 here against Perplex, and that is not a rogue you want to mess around with. Luckily, Monkey News is there to back him up. Escape Artist away, and Gracious is looking like he will be able to grab that flag. Rotating up, trying to avoid the grenade. Dr. Perplex manages to snipe him with that, but there's no way he's going to get on top. And I think Gracious will be able to find his Druid Tiger Form. We can see where Tiger Form is on the map right now at the bottom side of the tunnel. They actually get the flash bomb on Storm. And this is a very tense moment. I mean, there's an opportunity that Tiger Form can grab the flag, but if they don't get out of the base, Storm actually has a great chance to get the second cap here.
Yeah, absolutely. But Gracious doing a nice play there, shutting down Chloe O'Brien. I got to say, Chloe O'Brien should have just positioned himself a little bit better there. He could have avoided that sheep with line of sight if he didn't just commit and walk out all the way into that connector, and then he could have actually intercepted Gracious with a fear onto Gracious, and that could have potentially been enough to allow his teammates to collapse. But Gracious is going to be able to move across the entire map because of that and potentially give the flag over to Tiger Form. So now I would worry a lot more about Storm here in this match. If they can reach Storm, it could be a quick cap here for the Ape Spread members, but it looks like Storm is going to be in prime position here on the roof, and it looks like both teams should be able to hand over that flag to their druids unless Tiger Form gets extremely abused. It looks like he's going to be making it through to the tunnel, and it looks like both teams are going to be able to set up that standard positioning with 5-man defense on the side of Ape Spread, and then, of course, the 6-man offense coming out of Apes.
Yeah, it's putting the numbers in their favor. As long as you're confident with your defense to survive, I mean, that is putting a lot of confidence. Being down a defender, really utilizing Storm's ability to kite and maneuver around the map and the backup from the rest of the defenders. Apes has such a solid defense. They're willing to commit that offense, and it does look like Tiger Form will get past the flag right now. We can see where he's at. Just going to be buffing up and getting ready for that 6-person push coming in from Apes. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals for this tournament. Both these teams have qualified for the championship round, and this is also a best of 3. So either one of these teams is going to have to win 2 matchups to actually claim this series. And I mean, so far things are looking good for Apes. They're one ahead, but they don't have such a lead that we can confidently, say that they're going to win this one. Right now, Apes Bread definitely has a fair shot, and they're going to be looking to make a push here onto Storm.
Yeah, and we're going to see how Storm is going to defend against that. You see another push as well happening from Apes. Tiger Form is going to have to be extremely careful. There's a lot of members here. UHDX about to lead the charge here for his team. Let's see what he can get done. He walks into the Frost Trap completely by himself right now. He's going to go back into the tunnel. He's like, actually, I think I'm just going to wait a little bit here and see what's going on. But now if Slicey goes down and tries to place a new Frost Trap, we could see a Mind Control Cap come out. That would be a massive play here that could put Ape's offense in a great spot. Let's see Storm on the opposite end. Basically in the exact same situation, which team will strike first here. You can see another cool thing here that we can expect to see is Zolpi probably going to be taking up those boots there in the tunnel. And if he does grab them, you can actually time it so that a second player can batch the boots a couple of seconds later. If you time it right, you can have that movement speed on two different players. So we're going to look out for that specific play there from the Ape squad. We're kind of expecting them to be able to do that. But both teams right now in a kind of a defensive position. I think they are waiting for Dr. Perplexity. No, he's in a good spot. Opposite end. Let's see what Valcor can get do. Both rogues are in a good position. Both teams just waiting for the other one to kind of make a positional error here, Van.
Yeah, I mean, they're being very patient with this right now. You can see Matos actually is just in the graveyard. I think they might actually just be agreeing. Let's see what's going on with Matos right now. He's not moving, so maybe both these teams are just like agreeing, hey, you know what, Matos is having an issue, showing massive respect to him, and they're gonna wait. They don't want to mess around.
Don't kick us. Don't kick. Okay. You gotta go to the bathroom. You gotta go wash your hands. You gotta do what you need to do. We'll be waiting for you, sir.
I mean,
no loot bans.
I think that's one of the benefits these teams have is that they are so well respected, and not only that, they belong to the same community. And I mean, if they mess around, Matos can just loot ban them. All jokes aside, though, good sportsmanship there. I think this game will be resuming with their offensive pushes as soon as Matos does get into position.
Yeah, good call. I definitely didn't see Matos on that little gnome. And yeah, he is going to be making it to the offense. And now he's going to be able to intercept Storm, actually. Maybe they shouldn't have waited for him. Storm could be in a little bit of trouble here. Valcor whips the flash grenade, or not sure, maybe it was resisted. I don't even know. Can flash grenade resist? I think so. I think the other grenades can definitely resist. So we're going to say that was a resist because Valcor is our boy and he can never make a mistake. But he's going to reach Storm right now with the gouge, makes the jump. And Storm, what are you going to do? He's going to jump up to Valcor. Valcor actually has a mage teeing off onto him right now. Oh, my
goodness, that damage. Valcor's gone. Bad. Good night. Yeah, free casting mage is definitely not a joke, especially with the gear levels all these players have. And take a look now at Tiger Form. Tiger Form is on the run. Perplex is all over him right now. This rogue has a PhD, and he's going to be looking to use it on Tiger Form if he can try to get away and reconnect with his team. Tiger Form still just kiting, but having a rogue chasing you, definitely not an ideal situation. Renz is there to try to back him up just a little bit. He needs to slow down Perplex, but Perplex just not being slowed down. He's looking like a Terminator. He wants to get this flag back. He wants to get that second cap. But Tiger Form, now that he's in the open, now that he's outside, he can utilize that travel form. And it's going to be really difficult for Perplex to actually reconnect.
Yeah, and if you actually did farm rank 8, so, then, not you, but if you did farm rank 8, you are going to have that extra movement speed from the set bonus as a druid. You're going to be able to move in travel form in 60% speed, and he's going to need that movement speed right now because Dr. Perplex is all over Tiger Form. He gets caught up in the Fury Fire, gets caught up in the Entangling Roots, using that beautiful escape artist to escape through that route. And now he's going to be able to catch Tiger Form here. Let's see what they can get done. Renz is there to back him up as well. Dispels are coming out onto Tiger Form. Do they have the stuns? I think he's missing a couple of combo points, but he should be able to get to him right now. Valcor, though, playing defense right now for his team, just making sure that Tiger Form is going to be able to make it out of that sticky situation.
Yeah, it looks like he will be able to do so. Let's see if he's able to do it. Tiger Form gets away but he has a huge Apes offense chasing him down right now. And let's see if Zolpi can get in position to actually take him down. Zolpi mounting up here if he can, but I think Tiger Forming is such a lead with his movement. Flex actually getting down to an ideal situation where he can try to cut Tiger Form off. But Tiger Form using that Druid movement speed, going to be able to just get out way ahead of Perplex before he's going to be able to catch up. Perplex still on the run. Slicey there, getting the flare on Perplex, getting him out of stealth. The scatter shot and the gouge do get bashed. In the meantime, we can take a look at what's going on with Storm. This Storm up to right now with his team is under attack a little bit, but doesn't look like the offense. Valpour is not really able to get it done, but if he can slow Storm up enough, and there it is. There's the stun. Monkey New's going to be able to reconnect, and now it could be Storm that's in trouble. This is really scary. There's a ton of damage available to Storm. The Mortal Strike is up. The Death Coil comes in, and Storm will fall. Let's see who picks up the flag. It looks like it will be Chloe O'Brien, but Chloe O'Brien they have to fall shortly. At the same time, we do see Parla sheeped up right now, tilted, really just trying to control him. Parla does grab the flag, fears, and it looks like both these teams aren't going to be able to implement a flag cap just yet.
Yeah, and another classic situation there. So both of the Druids going down at the same time, both flags being returned to the base. Basically a hard reset here, and now both teams are going to be in a situation where they need to drop it to a warrior and try to cross the map, swap it to the Druid, and then there's going to be a lot of intercepting happening on these Druids. They're going to look to potentially take the Druid down before he can cross and get a speedy cap. But one thing that I just want to highlight there, of course, Valcor basically solo carrying once again there, setting up the kidney out of form onto Storm, getting the gouge on the healer. But one thing that Mythos and Monkey News did really well is that Monkey News charges in, uses the charge stun after the kidney, and then Mythos waits a couple of seconds using his intercept to kind of extend that stun lock, and then they get that death coil as well from XN. So they had a very long lockdown there onto Storm in caster form, and then of course when you have two rank 14 warriors able to pummel through like that, they're going to be able to pick up that kill. Mythos now using his shield wall here as he is crossing that midfield, and that is going to be a 30-minute cooldown here coming through from Mythos. It's going to allow him to get full HP here, should be fading shortly. And now Mythos could be in danger, but I do think they've managed to survive the onslaught. Voike stuck in a scatter shot, and he is one of the most deadly attackers here for these high armor targets, those mages, those warlocks, anyone who can do spell damage. He's going to have a good time here onto these warriors, but Mythos with that shield wall should be able to make it all the way to the roof. No problems, and Tiger Form is right behind him in the tunnel, so he should be able to swap it. And now, once again, it's all about Storm. If they can catch Storm here and kill him, this is going to be a cap for Ape Spread, and with a couple of minutes left on the timer, that could be a win for Ape Spread here, Van.
I mean, let's see if they're able to do it. Storm, though, in a pretty reasonable position. I think he's going to be able to get away using the mobility. He's getting poked a little bit here by Slicey. Monkey News actually trying to shut him down as well. He's looking to intercept. Can he get the charge off? Storm actually rolls over, catches him in a root, and looks like Storm will be able to get away. Perplex there to back him up too if he needs it, and we'll see what's going on with Tiger Form. Tiger Form completely uncontested, just sitting in the Horde base, and it looks like Storm will be able to get into the Alliance base nice and safe, and we are getting back into that defensive position. But like we said, at this point, there's about 5 minutes left in the game, and right now Apes does have a 1-0 lead. I mean, at this point, do you think they're going to be able to just stall it out for the next 5 minutes?
Knowing how both of these teams play, I think there's going to be one more deadly push, and it could easily result in a kill. This game is on a razor's edge right now, and I think anybody could win it still, but it's looking good in favor of Apes, Apes A, or just Apes, main squad of Apes here, as they get themselves into position. And actually, they're going to have Perplexity on defense now. So instead of having that 4-man defense, they're actually going to have a 5-man defense. And I think it could be intelligent. I think they're just looking to run down the clock. Roughly 3 minutes left on that timer. So if they can survive that next push, it's pretty much guaranteed that Apes are going to win this first game here.
Yep. And I mean, for Apes, obviously that's going to be a prime position for them, being up 1-0 in this best of 3 in the grand finals of this weekend. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. The 5-person defense once again, and I mean, this defense is looking solid. think about how hard it was for Apes Bread to get a kill when it was only 4 members of Apes defending. Now that it's 5, I think they're more than willing to just play to their advantage, but they don't want to make it too easy, too comfortable for Tiger Form. They're actually going to be sending a 5-man squad, and this is looking deadly right now. Apes Red, they're going to be looking to make a push to try to tie up the game, but this is definitely a great risk. Tiger Form is going to be in so much trouble. There are 5 members of Apes just charging up the tunnel. We have about 2 minutes left, and I mean, this is at the point in the game where either Tiger Form or Storm could easily fall with the way this is playing out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to be a risk that pays off. Dr. Perplex in the offense. Tiger Form going to immediately jump down. Perplexity waiting downstairs, and Tiger Form should actually be able to make it alive through that connector, and Perplexity is right after him. Let's see what he does. Blind comes through. As he cancels the Skull of Impending Doom, he catches Tiger Form basically with his pants down. Polytesia is there. Zolpi is there. Tiger Form is erased from the Pompyro. Flag is going to be returned immediately. And even if Storm ends up dying here without securing the cap, I don't think it's going to matter too much here, as Storm does go down, and the flag got picked up by Tilted here, actually. But Tilted going to be on 10% HP and potentially go down as well. About 1 minute left on the clock. Flag gets returned to its base by Monkey News. If they are going to cap this flag, they need to run it in about a minute through the entire map, and I don't think it's going to be possible unless their name is, Peo.
Yeah, we'll see if they can, beat the magic time. Tiger Form on the run right now in travel form. It is unlikely, but it's not impossible. Dr. Perplex getting this done, actually just putting pressure now onto Tiger Form. He vanishes out, looking for the nade. Unfortunately, doesn't land it. Tiger Form will be charging forward. He needs to be met, though, and it looks like the team of Apes will be able to get Zolpi with the flag, and they're just going to be going up. And I think at this point, it is so unlikely we see Zolpi go down, and this is looking like it will be a 1-0 lead here for Apes. Can't call it just yet, but I mean, my gut feeling, my intuition is saying that Apes is going to win this one very shortly.
Yeah, and there it is. We just hit the 37-minute timer, and Tiger Form is standing still. The game has ended. It's going to be 1-0 in favor of the Apes main squad, but this was such a nail-biter, such a close game. I mean, look at the flag returns here. Valcor, 4 flag returns. Parla, 1 flag return. Monkey News, a flag return as well. And on the opposite end, we have a grand total of 8 flag returns. So, anything could really happen when you see the flag gets returned that many times. If somebody doesn't get the repick, or if a couple of things goes differently there, when Perplexity actually got that cap, or actually when they did kill Storm, and Tiger Form could have gotten the cap, but Perplexity was a little bit faster and actually managed to sneak out the flag through the base. Things like that is what ends up deciding the game. And when you have this much individual skill on these players, and they have the best gear, then this is the result.
Yeah, and I mean, that was an incredibly close game. Like you said, it's going to take 1 flag cap for Apes, as well as 35 minutes into the match for them to get that first game number 1. And Apes Bread, they kind of got to go back to the drawing board. Like you said, that was an incredibly close match, so I don't even know if they need to change too much. Maybe just have luck go a little bit more in their favor if they want to claim this second game in this best of 3. That being said, I mean, it's match point at this point. If Apes wins this next game, they will be the champion this weekend. But keep in mind that this is not the championship bracket. We will be revisiting, the top 6 from this tournament and just a few weekends from now. But still, the focus has to be on this match between Apes and Apes Bread, sort of the for fun team. But I think out of all the teams in the tournament,
Apes main squad is a little bit more synergized. They're a little bit sharper, but honestly, just a couple of individual plays going differently, and that result could have been completely different as well. It is a new format, I feel like if we're playing a standard Warzone with no time limit and we're going to go all the way to 3 caps, I feel like the Apes main squad probably would look a little bit more dominant in that scenario. But with these new rules, anyone can really step up and kind of make things happen out of nothing. But we are going to get these teams a couple of minutes to get ready, kind of reset some of their cooldowns, and we will be back after a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 of this final will be coming up shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. This weekend has been all about Warsong Gulch in Europe, and so far there's been two teams to really rise to the occasion, and that has been Apes as well as Apes Bred. And we are in the middle of the finals right now. So far in this best of three, Apes is up 1-0. We had an incredibly close game, but before we get into round number 2, we are going to be taking a quick little look at the bracket. And I mean, we can look at the upper bracket. We can see exactly how Apes was able to get here. They have not dropped a single round in this tournament so far, dispatching basically every single team that has gotten in their way, including Apes Bred. So the reason why Apes Bred had to battle their way through the lower bracket is because Apes sent them there. And we can take a look at that lower bracket. Both these teams basically dominating every single team they've played against except each other. So they really are cut above the rest, and that's why they have earned themselves a spot in the championship bracket and getting a bye in the process.
Yeah, definitely a dominating performance. I mean, if we just look at some of the matchups that they've played here, just for Apes, they've beaten Apes Bred, Noggin Fogger Dodgers, Weavy Gaming, Those are all, the big titans here in this tournament. Of course, the Pressburg Pumper Bastards as well, just dominating all of the competition so far. And same thing goes for Apes Bread, Like, sure, we could say, they had to battle through the lower bracket, but they had to play one game in the lower bracket. They completely owned that game, and now they're back here in the finals.
I was trying to paint a picture, all right?
Yeah.
I guess that's true. They didn't have to crawl through the lower bracket exactly. They literally had to play one match in which they stomped. So, I mean, they made their way through the upper bracket and then one game in the lower bracket. But regardless, they're here in the finals against Apes, and they are getting the rematch. That was such a close game, number one. And honestly, both of the times we've seen these teams go head-to-head, it has been such a close call. And the last game did come down to the fact that Apes did score one flag, and of course every single one of these matches has a 35-minute timer, just so we don't have 3-hour-long games. And after that 35 minutes, whoever does have the lead will be taking the first point in this best of three. And so far, Apes, they are up 1-0. They are on match point. Apes Bread, they have to win this one if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, and if they want to get those bragging rights, they better step it up right now. That last game was extremely close, and I just got to say something. Throughout the day, I find myself in a situation where there's constant action back and forth. Both teams are trying to get their druids across, they're trying to pass the flag, and both teams are trying to prevent it from happening. And then I just look at the time when we get the first cap, and I'm like, oh, well, we're 25 minutes in. These guys better hurry up before the timer runs out. And it's been very action-packed. It's been very strategical as well between these two teams, and it's just been a joy to watch how not just these two teams, but all of the teams have been playing this weekend. It's been really fun.
Yeah, I mean, definitely can't argue with that. Been really enjoying the games this weekend. And I mean, the game is about to get underway. We do have these teams in the midfield, but keep in mind there's plenty of Warsong Gulch action to go after this finals. Next weekend, we will be jumping into the North American side of things. And then, of course, a championship bracket for both regions the following weekend. But without further ado, we will be jumping in. Tilted is going to try to position himself going to the far side jump. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Kind of creating a distraction here for Storm to sneak his way in. In the meantime, Gracious and Tiger Form, basically both druids getting the assistance of a mage to help them pick up that initial flag.
Yeah, and Tilted is wearing an Azure Song Mage Blade. What is going on there? Is Michael's not feeding him gear, or like, whoa. Not sure.
The gear has to drop to get fed.
That is a good point here in Classic. Maybe everyone isn't like me having two mages with that best in slot weapon, a claw, but we're going to see Tilted here. Going to be taking a big hit here from Valkyr. Valkyr going for the blind onto Storm. Storm with a beautiful abolished poison, though. We got a bit of a 2v2 situation. Storm getting caught up in the fear. Drops the flag here because Tilted, and Tilted going into the ice block. The flag gets returned here and picked up by Storm. Storm now gets caught up in the death coil into the gouge. Do they have the damage here? If Tilted can get that immolate into the conflagrate, maybe a shadow burn, it could be enough to secure the kill. Valkyr getting caught up there in the rocket helmet, and you can see Storm actually rezzing with the soul stone, and I cannot believe my eyes that soul stone is going to be enough to keep them in this fight and allow them to get away.
Yep, Storm gets the flag, and he will be crossing the map, but he's going to be met with Rens. Rens can get there. Let's see what he's able to do. I mean, as a priest, not going to be that scary, but that fear is going to send Storm in the opposite direction. That is not ideal fear pathing. And now a lot of the members of Apes Bread are going to be able to kind of reconvene, get on top of Storm, and see if they're going to be able to take him down. But once again, Storm with beautiful positioning, good backup. Naitos charging in, taking actually a huge hit. Storm could actually fall here. He does manage to create some space, but his health is just not going up. He might just rot down, throwing some heals onto himself. All these Warlock dots, the immolate, fall damage. Not going to be taking too much fall damage, but he's getting the rejuve, but he's just so low on health. Renz is running over, wants to throw in a Shadow of Pain, something, but Storm uses the rejuvenation to recover his hit points, recover his mana, and that might be enough to keep him alive. But Monkey News charges over. I don't know if Storm's going to get out of this one so easily.
Yeah, Monkey News only needs a couple of swings there, but Storm charging to Renz to get some distance. Monkey News, though, right behind him, gets the flash grenade, and this is where they need to interrupt the heals. Chloe O'Brien just able to do whatever he wants, but Monkey News going to go after him. Medj using that bubble right there, so he couldn't get interrupted. And that blessing of protection onto Chloe O'Brien, making it extremely hard for the Apes junior squad here to actually connect those interrupts onto them. So beautiful stuff here by Medj, but now Storm in a bit of a troublesome situation. What is that jump right now? He gets charged by Monkey News, gets clothesline, and gets destroyed. But Zol did the counter charge onto Monkey News, stopping the click, and then steals it under his nose. And now Zolpi running for his life towards his base. He could actually even cap this right now. There's only Mythos and Parla there on their side of the map. I cannot believe it. But Tiger Form making his way through the tunnel. Will he be able to make it to the base first? It's a race, man. Who's going to be making it first here?
Well, I mean, even if Tiger Form gets there, he's going to be met with perplexed. Let's see, Zolpi running in. I think Tiger Form should be able to pick it up. The question is, can Tiger Form escape the Alliance base? That is not going to be easy. And if Dr. Perplex can find him, he gets it. Nice flash bomb. And that should be enough time. Zolpi's going to be moving forward. That flash bomb, Tiger Form cannot believe it. And that will be a cap, the first cap there for Apes. Perplex really showing, how skilled he is on Rogue. That defense is so solid.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier. When you see that, abolished poison coming out, that Skull of Impending Doom, just flash bomb, and then you can use your bind. Then you can use that lockdown perplexity, using some of that PhD knowledge to secure that first cap for his team. But honestly, Perplexity had an easy job there. All you had to do was throw that grenade. The real MVP's got to be Zolpi. Monkey News making a massive play there, charging onto Storm after he makes that difficult jump, about to take him down. And as he takes him down, you can see Zolpi charging Monkey News, CCing him so he cannot pick up the flag, or return the flag rather, and then picks it up himself and then makes it through the remainder of that midfield and allows Perplexity to make that play. So that's what I'm talking about. These individual plays can just make or break the game. And at this point, it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Apes.
Yeah, and Valcor actually gets a nice little mind control on Tilted, who did pick up the flag. So let's see if Valcor is going to be able to take him down and brings him into that room in the starting area, or actually in the flag room. Tilted manages to get the rocket helm and uses the escape artist to flee. Let's see if he's able to reconnect to Storm. It's looking extremely likely with this positioning. In the meantime, Tiger Form is really struggling, taking some damage, going to be looking to kite away, and it looks like he has escaped an impending doom. But Ape still has such a presence here on the Horde side of the map that I just think Tiger Form's really going to have to consider the way he positions. Unfortunately, failing the jump, and every single time he fails that jump, it's going to be an opportunity for Apes offense to get closer and closer.
Yeah, but no one is chasing him right now. They actually give a lot of respect to Tiger Form. They know he's going to make that jump on first try. There's no point wasting your time at chasing him down. Could have been a mistake, but I don't fault them, not relying on your enemy making mistakes, instead forcing those mistakes. That is the difference between a good and a great player. And we're going to see Tiger Form now making his way to that rooftop position. He's got Gracious right there next to him, and he should be in a pretty good spot defensively. Let's see what's going on here with Storm. He is making his way through the gauntlet here as well. Storm should be pretty fine here as he enters the tunnel. Valcor is waiting for him in there, but they know about it. They're spamming out those AoEs. There's a Hunter there with track hidden as well. So Valcor needs to be extremely far away. He might just go for the play here. He gets the sap, gets the sheep shot, but he knows he's outnumbered. He doesn't have any damage. His rogue has some of the worst gear in the tournament here. Maybe Sanchez is the only one with worst gear, but Storm going to be able to make it up that ramp. And
yeah, Storm going to be completely fine, positioning very nicely in the Alliance base, and he's got the entire defensive arsenal of Apes to back him up, and that is definitely a great squad to have as a Druid. Tiger Form, in the meantime, at the Horde side of the base, his team will be looking to back him up as well, as we do see actually Gracious trying to fish for the Rogue. Let's see if he can get him out. Unluckily for him, Dr. Perplex is nowhere even close, so no point of wasting his time going for that AoE. But as long as he doesn't reveal himself, he always has that lingering threat as a Rogue. But right now we have 4 people on defense here, 4 Apes bred, and a big offensive push actually grouping up here for Apes as they make their way up the Horde side tunnel. And this is actually a 6-person push. Once again, this is something Apes really likes to do. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, there's Perplex. Going to be moving up the tunnel. No, he's going to go to the ramp, going to that standard positioning here. We're going to probably see him outside of that connector, maybe even inside on that bridge in the connector. And we're going to see another offense here being set up. And the beauty of these two Apes teams is that they get in position right away and then they immediately pull the trigger on that offense. You see Boyke and Dr. Perplex, deadly duo here, getting ready to launch an attack as soon as Tiger Form leaves that roof, if they can force him out. But I do believe Mitos is the one actually pulling the trigger first here in that tunnel. No, they're still going to be buffing up here, getting ready. Valkor is with them in that tunnel. I'm not sure if that's where he wants to be. There's flares as well blocking him, so he cannot make it into the room. So if Storm wants to, he can just jump down, and he's going to be completely fine here.
I think Vushki might be AFK or something's happening there, and that's why we're seeing once again all the members just kind of pause and just waiting. I mean, we saw this in the last game when there was any issues. Both these, they're all guild members here, so they want to make sure the game is as fair as possible. I mean, good for them for waiting, but keep in mind there is a time limit in this game, so if they wait too long, right now Apes does have that 1 flag lead, but I think that's why we are seeing this kind of stalemate where everyone's just kind of waiting around. It's because Vushki might be experiencing some problems with his internet, or I'm not sure. I don't want to speculate too much, but I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like something's going on with Vushki. He's just standing there in the middle. So, yeah, and he is going to DC out of the game right there. But I do believe he can still log on and re-enter. So we're probably just going to wait for him a little bit. But I think, I'm not sure what the rules say on that. If he were to never return, I'm not sure what would happen there. I don't think we would replay the game. I think they would have to play it out, but I am not an admin, so we're going to wait and see confirmation on that if it comes to that. But for now, it looks like all the members here are just going to be, kind of chilling back and waiting, taking a breather. You got to respect it when Vuchka DCs, waiting for him. That's what they did when Mitos DC'd on the opposite end. So definitely a lot of respect here between these guild members.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. And I'm reading some questions in the chat right now, so this would be a good time to potentially address some of those things. One of the questions
Q&A.
is, a little Q&A. One of the questions is about gear. And gear for this tournament, basically anything goes. I mean, these players, in the true spirit of Classic, we are just allowing them to play their normal characters, use all the gear they have available. There is some consumables that are banned, but for the most part, almost everything is allowed. It's just those really, really rare consumables as well as the really, really expensive consumables like flasks. Because at the end of it all, I mean, if everyone is using a flask, it's almost equivalent to nobody using a flask. And at that point, it's just a big expense. So, I mean, that's why some of these rules were made. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals for today. These teams are waiting for Vushka to reconnect. But, I mean, I'm not sure. For Apes, right now, they do have the lead. Losing that mage could be quite devastating for them. We'll have to see what Apesbred does as a response. With 13 minutes elapsed in the game, Zico, so we got about 22 minutes left.
Yeah, they would have to stall out for a significant amount of time if Vuchke cannot make it back. And I do believe did he just get kicked out of the game? I feel like his nameplate just disappeared.
It definitely disappeared.
It was gray, but now it's gone. So not sure what that means. If he can still reconnect. The wargaming feature didn't exist when I was spamming out those classic BGs, so I'm not sure.
You know what I think might happen?
What?
I think what's going to happen is Apesbred is going to sit a member, and they're going to do a 9 versus 9 for the rest of this game.
You think so? He's going to AFK?
Look at Mitos. Look at Mitos. He's literally running into the corner. So I think that's exactly what's going to happen in this game, and we will be resuming 9 versus 9. Great sportsmanship by both of these teams. It looks like they are going to be making that offensive push, and Mitos is just basically going to forfeit himself in this match.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. They lose a mage, you lose a warrior, and now all of a sudden it is complete mirror. 9 versus 9 here. Excellent solution here coming out of the players, and the flag is dropped by Tiger form, and it gets returned to the base. Storm, what are you going to do here? Looks like Storm could be making his way into the base and should be able to cap the flag here as a result of it. He gets Shadow Bolted, he takes a big hit, NS comes through. Can he make it back? He's right behind him. Blind comes through, Vanish comes through, Cheap Shot comes through. He gets the flag, barely picks it up in time there. Valkor making moves there for his squad as Storm falls. The flag does get returned, and it is going to be on Valkor right now. Gets dropped and picked up by Monkey News. That was a close call. And once again here, the retail hero Valkor making massive plays for his team.
Yeah, great job there by Valkor. Beautiful road crowd control, great presence of mind, and that will slow them down enough. Now it's going to be Monkey News with the flag, charging down the Horde side tunnel, looking to bring that flag to the Horde base if he can. Let's see if he can cross the midfield. Looking to get to Tiger Form. Tiger Form caught in a little bit of crowd control. But it looks like he will be able to pick up the flag. Monkey is actually just not dropping it. At this point, he's just going to be charging forward, looking to cross the map. And we can see right now, Apes has a massive presence right now in the Horde side base. They're basically just completely grouped up at this point. Zolpi, you can see what he's doing right now. He's going to be grabbing that flag and actually rotating to the upper portion of the Horde base. So not looking to take the flag out just yet. Going to be looking to reconvene with his team when he can.
Yeah, and we're going to see Tiger Form able to make it all the way to the base. He does have his flag now passed on to him, and we're going to see Zolpi on the opposite end of the spectrum holding on to that flag as well, waiting for Storm to get in position here. You can see Storm and Dr. Perplexity moving up the tunnel right now, looking to make that swap happen. Storm actually going to be going up the ramp there, and we're going to see him potentially be able to make that swap later on. So both teams in a pretty standard position, and now it's going to be all about who can get the first hit. Actually, no, I am completely mistaken here. That flag is not in a safe position whatsoever here. How is Zolpi going to get that thing out of there?
I mean, that's a great question. Let's see. Let's follow him as he tries to maneuver his way out of the base. Right now, he's just playing on the upper side. Does have some backup from his team. Looking for a little bit more. You can see where Storm is sneaking to. He's going to be going into the flag room. I think if Zolpi jumps down, he will be able to pass off that flag to Storm, which is definitely ideal. Take a look at where Tiger Form is right now. He's going to be holding on to the Alliance flag just outside of the base. And this is tense because Apes Bread positionally has a big advantage here. Apes is going to have to group up. They're going to have to do an incredibly good job with their offensive push out of the base, or their defensive push, I guess, to get back to their base if they can. Whereas Tiger Form, I mean, he's already in position to cap the flag. I mean, I have to say this is looking pretty good here for Apes Bread.
Yeah, actually, a great situation here for Apes Bread. Let's see what they can get done. Zolpi holding on to the flag. Does he have the shield wall? That's got to be the big question here. Storm gets caught up in the middle. Flash bomb comes through. He takes a massive hit here. Gracious with the Arcane Missile. Slicey with the slicing damage. Going to be able to send Storm to the graveyard. And now they have an opportunity where Storm is not going to be able to pick up the flag from Zolpi. Let's see if they can force Zolpi to go off of that roof and potentially move out into the middle field here, still staying on that roof with his entire team. He basically just hijacked the base here of the enemy team. But if he drops the flag, it's going to be a big problem for them. Zolpi charging over here to Slicey, trying to put some pressure there. He doesn't want to jump down. He knows there's a lot of members waiting for him there. So he's just going to be chilling up top here, and until he feels like he sees enough people against him up top here, that's when Zolpi is going to go for that play. Right now, they're just trying to fight them off in their own base, next to their own graveyard. I don't know how long they're going to be able to keep that up for, though. And we see XN actually taking a decent amount of damage, jumping down here. And Zolpi still just defending his position here on the roof with his healers, with Midge, with Chloe O'Brien, and of course with those mages on his side and that Warlock.
Main problem here for Apes is they don't have the added benefit of playing near their graveyard, right? So, I mean, anytime we are seeing Apes Bread members fall, they are getting very quick reinforcements from the graveyard, whereas for Apes, they're going to have to rotate across the entire map with this positioning, which is not going to be easy to do. Zolpi's actually going for it. Let's follow him right now as he makes the charge out of the base. Free action post, and he is just on the run. He is trying to escape. He wants to get to the midfield using every speed buff as well as the free action potion he can. to get away, and it looks like Zolpi will be able to escape. And now it could actually be Tiger Form. There's a massive offense coming in from Apes here. Let's see if they're able to take down Tiger Form. Let's see what he's able to do, down to around 70% health. There are a lot of members of Apes on top of him right now. He's playing near the graveyard side, and it looks like a ton of Sapper charges are going to be coming in from Apes Bread, and that should more than clean up Apes offense. And it looks like Apes Bread will be able to hold on. But I mean, the big victory there is that Zolpi was able to escape, get the flag to storm, and get his team into a very safe location on the Alliance side of the map.
Yeah, that was a dicey situation there, but beautiful place there from Zolpi, making sure that the flag does indeed get across, and they do swap it over to Storm. Now Storm should feel confident to be able to put that flag back in his pocket on that roof, and Zolpi now charging over to Tiger Form here, doing a little bit of damage, but he is by himself. He's actually going to keep this chase up. He is alone against 3 players. I feel like that is not going to be working out for him. He takes a massive hit, and Gracious is there to potentially send him to the graveyard. Tiger Form going to be using the Insect Swarm, going to be using the Moonfires as well. So he'll be using a health potion in that situation, but it is not going to be enough. He will be going down to the graveyard, and Tiger Form should be completely safe in the situation. And if we take a look at Storm, he has an entire offense getting ready here to attack him.
So now this is a 9v9. What do you think we're going to see? Are we see a 3-man defense, 6-man offense, 4 and 5? Like, I wonder how that's going to shift what these players are doing.
Witchgate was the Pyro mage of their squad, so he was on offense. So I think the defense of Apes is going to look the same. They're just going to have a weaker offense, much weaker offense, because having a mage with Pyro, a lot of magic damage on that druid, and having that extra crowd control is really big, and they're going to be losing out on that, of course. But on the flip side, I feel like Apes Bread actually, they just lose a warrior. It's not that big of a deal.
But they're even, right? They're running the same composition now, I believe.
Yeah, they are identical, actually, the composition. So in terms of fairness, it's still going to be a completely fair match here. It's just I think when you bring in a Pyro mage on your setup, losing that is going to be... I think if we look at it like this, the composition that Apes are bringing is better than the composition that Apes Bread is bringing, but now they're equal.
Yep. I mean, Apes Bread's maybe that's gonna put a smile on their face. I'm sure they'd rather play it out as a 10v10, but I'm sure they're happy to make the compositions exactly equal in this situation. Storm going to be kiting around, looking to implement that mobility. Look at Tiger Form right now. He is on the run, catches a big NS. Let's see if they're able to catch him. Looks like he will be running back down to the Horde side tunnel, and Perplex is there. Manages to catch the Flash Bomb, and there's big damage available. UHDX going to catch a huge Shadow Bolt, and Tiger Form will fall. Is Storm in position to cap the flag? He's getting the speed boots. He's running up the tunnel, and it doesn't look like anyone will be there to contest him. Polymorph onto Valkor, Tilted controlling him up, and Valkor, I mean, so many times he's been able to stop Storm, but not this time. And it looks like Apes will take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Valkor trying to go for the hero play right there, but not going to happen this time. Storm too quick there with those boots, and that is going to be a 2-0 lead now for Apes against Apes Bread here. And it's a strange situation that they find themselves in after having so many close fought series. All of a sudden they're down 0-2 and basically just one cap away from losing this finals here, but they could still turn things around. There's still a couple of minutes left on that clock, roughly 13 minutes remaining here. So definitely had games last less than that. So anything is possible here, and they're gonna just have to be quick with it. Storm sitting in stuff right now, just drinking up, getting ready to pick up that next flag. And that's one of the things about the Druid. When you're spamming shifting all the time and using nature swiftness heals and things like that, you are going to be expending a lot of mana, and of course having that mana bar basically fully reset is going to be very key for Storm. Valkor trying to open up here on the Storm with Parla, but not going to be able to find too much pressure in this situation. Storm is just going to basically be able to run into the base and do whatever he wants here, pick up the flag. And on the opposite side, Apes Bread are basically deathballing the flag right now on a Paladin. And he is walking down the connector, and he is not in the best situation here. He has a Hunter kind of draining his mana and shooting him in the back, but Monkey News and Priest doing a good job so far, just keeping everyone at bay. Perplexity though gets the sap here onto the Paladin, and that's going to buy a massive amount of time for the entire squad of Apes to reach that Paladin, and also it's going to allow their flag carrier, which is currently Zolpi, to get closer to their base, so that if they do take down this Paladin, they're going to be able to cap the flag right away.
Yeah, Dr. Perplex will fall, and it doesn't look like they're going to have the damage to take down Centec just yet. Chloe O'Brien as well as Seralia should fall here as well. Tiger Form picks up the flag, and that is an ideal situation for them. Zolpi, in the meantime, let's see where he's at on the Horde side. Going to be looking across the map, but he's going to be met with quite an offense here. I don't know if he's going to be able to sneak away with this one. There is a 5 men of 8 spread in the midfield. Death Coil comes in, and Zolpi looks like he will ultimately fall. If he survives here, health potion coming in, he's still just on the run. He might be able to escape the free action potion, the rocket boots, everything. Valcor catches a nade, a blind on UHDX. That's going to be denying some of the backup Zolpi has available to him. But Chloe O'Brien, look at the positioning, just spamming out the heals on the other side of that root and that that stump, that tree stump, and that's going to be more than enough healing for Zolpi to survive, reconnect with the rest of the Apes, and now Zolpi is bringing that flag to a very safe location in the Alliance side of the base. Storm actually getting caught and probably will get picked here. If we get some heals, that would be great, but just one execute away from falling. Monkey News shuts that down, but I think Zolpi is so far away at this point that he's going to have an opportunity to basically wrap around the Alliance base, meet Storm at the graveyard, and then all of a sudden they're going to be finding themselves in a great position in this match. Let's take a look at the time. 24 minutes have elapsed in this match, and Apes has a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Apes are just going to be winning this, but Apes, Brad, they have some time left on the clock. See what they can do. Tiger Form right now by himself in his own base, and Valcor, Rans, and company are trying to make their way there, see what they can get done. Storm being a little bit pressured right now. Monkey is looking to make a push here onto him as well. Tiger Form should be in a very safe spot right now, and I do think Zolpi on that warrior is the one who's going to be in trouble right now, having a warrior on a warrior duel against Monkey News, but it's not really a fair duel when he's got the whole team backing him up, and it looks like Monkey News is the one on the receiving end, but XN is there on that Warlock looking to dish out tons of damage. Zolpi, though, able to do justice. What was that? So much damage. That Destro Warlock is basically a piece of paper. Zolpi with a beautiful sword.
Ooh, Soulstone.
Shots him, but he's back.
He's back from the grave, but it looks like he's coming back to the graveyard. Back from the grave, straight to the graveyard. Exit. Yeah, let's see if he gets Soulstone again. Don't think that's going to happen. And yeah, I mean, Warriors, when they crit, it is insane the amount of damage they can do, especially with the gear all of these players do have. Monkey News, one of the last members of offense, will get wiped up here. And this game is looking incredibly good for the team of Apes. But, I mean, it is not over yet. Ape Spread definitely has a fair shot here, but it is not going to be easy. And let's see what Tiger Form is going to be able to do right now on the Horde side of the map, in the Horde base, in a very defensive position. And both these teams have rotated back to the standard defensive position in the banana, that rotator from the tunnel to the upper portion of the base. And, I mean, at this point, both teams are going to be looking to set up a nice offense here.
Yeah, and I do think Tiger Form, once again, in a pretty safe position here. Only really Dr. Perplex there in that tunnel right now, but the rest of Apes are creeping up through that tunnel. Zolpi, UHDX, and Polythesia. So normally they would have a Pump Pyro Mage here on that offense as well, but now they're going to have to do with what they've got. And of course, Dr. Perplex being on that bottom end here needs to be extremely careful. He's pretty close to Rents here. He gets a gouge onto him to see if he can escape. He needs to try to potentially either take him down. Ooh, this could be big. Zolpi charging him. They do get the trinket here from Rams, but you can have the damage to actually take him down. If they can take down the priest, that's going to be no dispels on those free action potions. But you're getting all baited in here. Look at that damage from Gracious blinking in, going for the big place. You're trying to take down Perplexity. Gets gouged though. Perplexity still alive on sub 1% HP. Pops the evasion, I think. He's going to go ahead and use a first aid bandage stick, and he is going to go down by that pet, I do believe, with that evasion up regardless. And now Vexley's going to instantly res. Chloe O'Brien finds himself in a rocket helmet, and now it's Storm actually on the back foot. Valkor's all over him here, man.
Yeah, and Storm could be in a little bit of trouble. Looks like Valkor is trying to get to target, but Chloe O'Brien backing him up. Storm once again going to be sprinting up the tunnel, and I think Storm's going to be more than fine with this positioning, relocating once again with his mage Tilted, and Tilted has been just such a valuable player. Playing defense with that Frost Mage, really just snaring up, all these melee that have been charging in. Monkey News Valkor definitely not enjoying that exchange, but Valkor still, he's just on the run. Gets the gouge on Tilted, improved kick on Chloe, nade on Chloe. Valkor literally making a montage as we speak, gets the vanish, but Storm says, yeah, okay, go ahead and vanish. I'm just going to walk away from you, because rogues, without sprint, they're going to be moving incredibly slow in stealth, and Storm is going to be more than happy to abuse that mobility to get away and once again just run laps around the map.
What is it offhand Valkor is wearing? I mean, that was a Tistel T right there, but before that, I think I saw him wearing a book. I think he's wearing the Onyxia book right now, but the flag gets dropped by Tiger Form, gets returned to the base by Zolpi. Can they get the flag cap here? Tilted gets gouged by Valkor. Monkey News able to pick up the next flag here, and he is charging back. So look at Tilted just getting 1D by Monkey News. One auto attack just gonna slay him from 60% as we see Ape Spread making their way down the tunnel here, escorting Monkey News onto the enemy roof side. And we've seen this position from Zolpi last time, but now it's Monkey News having to make similar plays here. Can he do it, man?
I mean, it's looking good. It's looking like Storm's just gonna fall and the flag will be reset. If Storm survives this, he's literally king, but he's just getting feared up by the flash bomb, catches an NS heal, but there's not enough healing in the world to keep him alive there, as 5 members of Ape Spread take him down, and it looks like Apes is once again going to have to go pick up the flag, but they're in a reasonable position to do so. Looks like Zolpi once again will be grabbing that flag, and it looks like he will have no problem at all marching through the tunnel, backed up by UHDX as well as Medj. 2-0 lead for Apes right now. 30 minutes have elapsed. We've got 5 minutes left, and it is looking more and more unlikely that we're going to see Ape Spread make a comeback in this match.
Yeah, they need to get 2 flag caps in 5 minutes against a team as good as Apes. I'm not sure if they can do it. It is possible within the kind of law of physics in World of Warcraft, so we're going to see what they can do here. Storm actually getting slayed right now. XN doing a great job on that Warlock, dishing out the damage here onto Storm, but Storm is going to be able to win that situation. Zolpi is right next to him. Look at Valkor. Storm knowing that Valkor is going to be there. He don't want to go for the swap. Valkor kind of lingering in stealth, looking to click the flag between the swap there. And now that he is dead, Zolpi is probably going to drop the flag, and there it is. Storm going to be picking that one up uncontested now because of that patience. And it's small decisions like that that can really just change the outcome of a game, because if Zolp goes for that drop, Valkor gets the click, that's going to be a cap, and all of a sudden it's 2-1, and getting one more cap, tying us up and making it a 2-2 in 5 minutes, definitely very, very possible here, especially on those later last minutes in the game when teams just kind of throw caution to the wind and just go for those big plays. But Tiger Form getting a little bit harassed here by Perplex. Do you think he's going to be okay in that situation though? Zolpi though charging through with a free action potion here, man.
Yep, and we can actually see Apes Red. They're going to be looking to make an offensive play as well. 5 people on the offense. Monkey News getting caught into a polymorph, and now without that free action potion, it's going to be really difficult for him to stay on target. Storm, the upper portion of the Alliance base, looking nice and snug. Valkor getting into position to actually make a play as well. Which one of these 2 druids is going to fall? I mean, at this point, Apes has so much more flexibility in the match. They are more than secure with their 2-0 lead. Storm's going to be jumping down, but look at Valkor. Can he make a play? Let's see if they're going to be able to get a cap. It does look like Valkor gets the gouge onto Storm. Is there going to be any backup? Monkey News is there. XN in position as well. They actually catch Storm. He's going to be running over the fence, looking to make a jump. Let's see if he's going to be able to escape. And he immediately jumps over first try. Aparla in hot pursuit, but it just seems like that mobility on the Druid, allowing him to get over the fence and also up the tunnel once again. He's just going to be running circles. And I mean, Storm is an absolute king at surviving. Tiger Form will fall But I mean, with just Valkor and Monkey News here, let's see if they can actually pick up the flag and get it away. But I mean, it is looking more and more unlikely, almost impossible at this point, Zico, that we're going to see them catch up in this match.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to throw around the word impossible. Capping 2 flags in less than 2 minutes. Maybe if you're against a pug, but against a team as good as Apes, I don't see that happening. So don't want to celebrate their victory too early just yet. We're going to let the game, of course, play out here, but it's definitely looking extremely likely that Apes will be taking this finals here in the qualifier round. And they've been doing it with style, going undefeated, only really letting, I think, one team cap on them. I think Weavy Gaming got 1 cap against them, as well as, of course, Apes Bread having a cap against them earlier in the upper bracket. So definitely a dominant performance in Tiger form. Potentially he's going to go down here in that flash bomb, taking massive damage here. Let's see what he can get done here. Tiger form getting destroyed here in the middle. Monkey News, though, holding onto the flag for the last couple of seconds here in the game, just farming kills at this point. They know that their game is basically over. They're not going to get 2 caps in a minute, and now they just want to go and kind of, bash their guild mates a little bit in the midfield. And yeah, Monkey News is going to go down here.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible match between 2 amazing teams. But I think at this point, it is extremely safe to say that Apes is going to walk away with this one in the finals, up 2-0, and they will be the ones that secure bragging rights. But I think Apes as a whole are going to be pretty happy that both the teams representing their guild have made it to the finals. And just honestly, just got to give a big shout out to the sportsmanship between these 2 teams, evening it out on a disconnect to make it a 9 versus 9. And honestly, it's been an absolute joy to watch these 2 teams and basically their perfect Warsaw Gulch gameplay.
Been absolutely crazy to see how well these guys have been playing. I mean, what a crazy series it's been. And in the upper bracket, that game was so close between these 2 teams. And even though Apes Bread, they got kind of farmed in this particular game, there was still a lot of great individual plays being made, just throughout this finals as well. Valkor picking up the flag, slowing down Storm, making it out from the base. Perplexity as well, doing the same thing. XN setting up solo kills, just everyone being all over the map and making plays for their team. Zolp as well to get that first cap was really nice play. Monkey News making an insane play, and then Zolp kind of making one-upping him on that warrior. You can tell these guys play a lot together. You know each other's tendencies, and it definitely showed here in this finals. Just beautiful stuff here. GG's to both of these teams, and that is going to be the finals of the qualifiers. So top 6 of this tournament are all going to be seen once again. We're going to be seeing the team that made the top 6 in 2 weekends from now. Next weekend, we're going to be looking at North America, and we're going to be doing basically what we did this entire weekend. We're going to go through the entire open bracket until we have those top 6 teams. Then on the Saturday of next weekend, we're going to go through those top 6 teams. We're going to see which teams advance to the grand finals. And then the weekend after that, we are going to have that championship bracket only featuring the absolutely best teams of EU and North America to see who the best team in the region is going to be.
Yeah, and I think we should quickly conclude and take a look at the bracket just to see exactly how this entire tournament played out and just kind of summarize the teams that, had an excellent performance. In the upper bracket, you can see Apes. They climbed their way all the way to the upper bracket finals, as well as Apes Bread, basically securing their position in that top 6. In the loser side of the bracket, you can see the teams that had to battle it out, and ultimately it is going to be Stuck on Dadma, Webby Gaming, Noggenfogger, Dodgers, and P-Rats, as well as the 2 Ape squads that are going to represent that top 6. Apes Bread quickly dispatching of the Noggenfogger Dodgers in that lower bracket, earning their way into the championship round, and both Ape squads get that bye, as you mentioned, Zico. But yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much for all the players as well. I mean, they put on a phenomenal show. I myself learned a bunch about Warsaw Gulch and Classic, so this is awesome to see all these high-level plays.
Yeah, Absolutely. I mean, I didn't really learn that much. No, I'm just kidding. It was fun to watch these guys. Definitely a lot of great games from these teams. And, congratulations to the teams that made the top six: Stuck on Nadma, Weavy Gaming, Noggin, Fogger Dodgers, Pirates, and Apes, and Apes again, of course. We will be seeing them a little bit later on. And it's another thing that we should kind of mention once again is that both of these Apes teams in the final stage of the tournament, in the championship bracket, they will have a bye, both of them, for making that final. That's kind of their reward for being able to have such a dominant performance and be the two finalists. So they are going to already start off, in the best possible seats in the house when the push comes to shove for that event. But now we are going to be turning our focus towards North America. On Friday, we will be having the first open qualifier games for North America. And then on Saturday, we will we'll do basically exactly what we did today here in Europe, but on the North American sides. And then the weekend after that, we are going to be crowning our champions.
I think it's Saturday and Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, Saturday and Sunday. Sorry.
Yes. Saturday and Sunday. It's been a long day, absolutely. But yes, 10 a.m. PST, as well as 19 Central European time. I think I got that right.
Correct.
So yeah, keep in mind, if you guys want to check out those games, be back here next weekend. You can check it out on Twitch as well as YouTube. On behalf of myself and everyone else here, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for all, the admins behind the scenes who put on such a great show for us all and made sure we were in those games as quickly as possible. Y'all have yourself a good night, and we'll see you next week.